Section 0 of A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. A Year Amongst the Persians. Impressions as to the life, character and thought of the people of Persia, received during 12 months' residence in that country in the years 1887 to 8, by Edward Granville Browne. Section 0. Exordium, dedicated to the Persian reader only. In the name of God, the merciful, the forgiving. Praise be to God, the maker of land and sea, the Lord of be, and it shall be. Quran 2, 111, 3, 42, etc. Who brought me forth from the place of my birth, obedient to his saying, journey through the earth. Quran 6:11, 2771, etc. Who guarded me from the dangers of the way. With the shield of no fear shall come upon them, and no dismay. Quran 2:36, 59, 106, etc. Who caused me to accomplish my quest, and thereafter to return and rest, after I had beheld the wonders of the East and of the West. But afterwards, thus saith the humblest and unworthiest of his servants, who least deserveth his bounty, and most needeth his clemency, may God forgive his failing, and heal his ailing. When from Kerman and the confines of Bam I had returned again to the city on the Cam, and ceased for a while to wander, and began to muse and ponder on the lands where I had been, and the marvels I had therein seen, and how in pursuit of knowledge I had forgone the calm seclusion of college, and through days warm and weary, and nights dark and dreary, now hungry and now athirst, I had tasted of the best and of the worst, experiencing hot and cold, and holding converse with young and old, and had climbed the mountain and crossed the waste, now slowly and now with haste, until I had made an end of toil, and set my foot upon my native soil. Then, wishful to impart the gain which I had won with labour and harvested with pain, for travel is travail, say the sages. So Burton has well translated the Arabic proverb, "Es-seferu qit'atun min as-saqr." Travel is a portion of hellfire. I resolved to write these pages, and taking ink and pen, to impart to my fellow men what I had witnessed and understood of things evil and good. Now, seeing that to fail and fall is the fate of all, and to claim exemption from the lot of humanity a proof of pride and vanity, and somewhat of mercy our common need, therefore let such as read and errors detect either ignore and neglect, or correct and conceal them, rather than revile and reveal them. For he is lenient who is wise, and from his brother's failings averts his eyes, being loath to hurt or harm, nay, meeting bane with balm. Vassalam. End of Section 0. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. Recorded in London, England. Section 1 of A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne, Section 1. Chapter 1. Introductory. العلم علمان علم الأديان وعلم الأبدان. Science is twofold, theology and medicine. I have so often been asked how I first came to occupy myself with the study of Eastern languages, that I have decided to devote the opening chapter of this book to answering this question, and to describing as succinctly as possible the process by which, not without difficulty and occasional discouragement, I succeeded, ere I ever set foot in Persia, in obtaining a sufficient mastery over the Persian tongue to enable me to employ it with some facility as an instrument of conversation, and to explore with pleasure and profit the enchanted realms of its vast and varied literature. I have not arrived at this decision without some hesitation and misgiving, for I do not wish to obtrude myself unnecessarily on the attention of my readers, and one can hardly be autobiographical without running the risk of being egotistical. But then the same thing applies with equal force to all descriptions intended for publication of any part of one's personal experiences, such, for instance, as one's own travels, believing that the observations, impressions, and experiences of my 12-month sojourn in Persia during the years 1887 to 8 may be of interest to others besides myself, I have at length determined to publish them. It is too late now to turn squeamish about the use of the pronoun of the first person. I will be as sparing of its use as I can, but use it I must. I might indeed have given to this book the form of a systematic treatise on Persia, a plan which for some time I did actually entertain. But against this plan 3 reasons finally decided me. Firstly, that my publishers expressed a preference for the narrative form, which they believed would render the book more readable. Secondly, that for the more ambitious project of writing a systematic treatise, I did not feel myself prepared, and could not prepare myself without the expenditure of time only to be obtained by the sacrifice of other work which seemed to me of greater importance. Thirdly, that the recent publication of the Honourable G. N. Curzon's encyclopedic work on Persia will, for some time to come, prevent any similar attempt on the part of anyone else who is not either remarkably rash or exceedingly well informed. Moreover, the question, what first made you take up Persian, when addressed to an Englishman who is neither engaged in nor destined for an Eastern career, deserves an answer. In France, Germany, or Russia, such a question would hardly be asked. But in England, a knowledge of Eastern languages is no stepping stone to diplomatic employment in Eastern countries. And though there exist in the universities and the British Museum posts more desirable than this to the student of Oriental languages, such posts are few, and when vacant, hotly competed for. In spite of every discouragement, there are, I rejoice to say, almost every year, a few young Englishmen who, actuated solely by love of knowledge and desire to extend the frontiers of science in a domain which still contains vast tracts of unexplored country, devote themselves to this study. To them, too often have I had to repeat the words of warning given to me by my honoured friend and teacher, the late Dr. William Wright, an Arabic scholar whom not Cambridge or England only, but Europe mourns with heartfelt sorrow and remembers with legitimate pride. It was in the year 1884, so far as I remember. I was leaving Cambridge with mingled feelings of sorrow and of hope. Sorrow, because I was to bid farewell for ever, as I then expected, to the university and the college to which I owe a debt of gratitude beyond the power of words to describe. Hope, because the honours I had just gained in the Indian languages tripos made me sanguine of obtaining some employment which would enable me to pursue with advantage and success a study to which I was devotedly attached, and which even medicine, for which I was then destined, with all its charms and far-reaching interests, could not rival in my affections. This hope, in answer to an inquiry as to what I intended to do on leaving Cambridge, I one day confided to Dr. Wright. No one, as I well knew, could better sympathise with it or gauge its chances of fulfilment, and from no one could I look for kinder, wiser, and more prudent counsel. And this was the advice he gave me. "If," said he, "you have private means which render you independent of a profession, then pursue your Oriental studies, and fear not that they will disappoint you, or fail to return you a rich reward of happiness and honour. But if you cannot afford to do this, and are obliged to consider how you may earn a livelihood, then devote yourself wholly to medicine, and abandon, save as a relaxation for your leisure moments, the pursuit of Oriental letters. The posts for which such knowledge will fit you are few, and, for the most part, poorly endowed. Neither can you hope to obtain them till you have worked and waited for many years. And from the government you must look for nothing, for it has long shown, and still continues to show, an increasing indisposition to offer the slightest encouragement to the study of Eastern languages. A rare piece of good fortune has in my case falsified a prediction of which Dr. Wright himself, though I knew it not till long afterwards, did all in his power to avert the accomplishment. But in general it still holds true, and I write these words not for myself, but for those young English Orientalists whose disappointments, struggles, and unfulfilled though legitimate hopes I have so often been compelled to watch with keen but impotent sorrow and sympathy. Often I reflect with bitterness that England, though more directly interested in the East than any other European country save Russia, not only offers less encouragement to her sons to engage in the study of Oriental languages than any other great European nation, but can find no employment even for those few who, notwithstanding every discouragement, are impelled by their own inclination to this study, and who, by diligence, zeal, and natural aptitude, attain proficiency therein. How different is it in France! There, not to mention the more academic and purely scientific courses of lectures on Hebrew, Syriac, Arabic, Zand, Pahlavi, Persian, Sanskrit, and on Egyptian, Assyrian, and Semitic archaeology and philology, delivered regularly by savants of European reputation at the Collège de France and the Sorbonne, all of which lectures are freely open to persons of either sex and any nationality. There is a special school of Oriental languages, now within a year or two of its centenary, where practical instruction of the best imaginable kind is given, also gratuitously, by European professors, assisted in most cases by native répétiteurs in literary and colloquial Arabic, Persian, Turkish, Malay, Javanese, Armenian, modern Greek, Chinese, Japanese, Annamite, Hindustani, Tamil, Russian and Romanian, as well as in the geography, history and jurisprudence of the states of the extreme East. To these lectures, the best, I repeat, without fear of contradiction, which can be imagined, any student, French or foreign, is admitted free of charge. And any student who has followed them diligently for 3 years and passed the periodical examinations to the satisfaction of his teachers, provided that he be a French subject, may confidently reckon on receiving, sooner or later, from the government such employment as his tastes, training, and attainments have fitted him for. The manifold advantages of this admirable system, alike to the state and the individual, must be obvious to the most obtuse, and need no demonstration. All honour to France for the signal services which she has rendered to the cause of learning. May she long maintain that position of eminence in science which she has so nobly won, and which she so deservedly occupies. And to us English too, may she become, in this respect at least, an exemplar and a pattern. Now, having unburdened my mind on this matter, I will recount briefly how I came to devote myself to the study of Oriental languages. I was originally destined to become an engineer, and therefore, partly because, at any rate 16 years ago, the teaching of the modern side was still in a most rudimentary state, partly because I most eagerly desired emancipation from a life entirely uncongenial to me, I left school at the age of 15½ with little knowledge and less love of Latin and Greek. I have since then learned better to appreciate the value of these languages and to regret the slenderness of my classical attainments. Yet the method according to which they are generally taught in English public schools is so unattractive and, in my opinion, so inefficient that had I been subjected to it much longer, I should probably have come to loathe all foreign languages, and to shudder at the very sight of a grammar. It is a good thing for the student of a language to study its grammar when he has learned to read and understand it, just as it is a good thing for an artist to study the anatomy of the human body when he has learned to sketch a figure or catch the expression of a face. But for one to seek to obtain a mastery over a language by learning rules of accidence and syntax is as though he should regard the dissecting room as the single and sufficient portal of entrance to the academy. How little a knowledge of grammar has to do with the facility in the use of language is shown by the fact that comparatively few have studied the grammar of that language over which they have the greatest mastery, while amongst all the Latin and Greek scholars in this country, those who could make an extempore speech, dash off an impromptu note, or carry on a sustained conversation in either language, are in a small minority. Then, amongst other evil things connected with it, is the magnificent contempt for all non-English systems of pronunciation which the ordinary public school system of teaching Latin and Greek encourages. Granted that the pronunciation of Greek is very different in the Athens of today from what it was in the time of Plato or Euripides, and that Cicero would not understand, or would understand with difficulty, the Latin of the Vatican, does it follow that both languages should be pronounced exactly like English, of all spoken tongues the most anomalous in pronunciation? What should we think of a Chinaman who, because he was convinced that the pronunciation of English in the 14th century differed widely from that of the 19th, deliberately elected to read Chaucer with the accent and intonation of Chinese? If Latin and Greek alone were concerned, it would not so much matter, but the influence of this doctrine of pan-Anglican pronunciation too often extends to French and German as well. The spirit engendered by it is finely displayed in these two sayings which I remember to have heard repeated. Anyone can understand English if they choose, provided you talk loud enough. Always mistrust an Englishman who talks French like a Frenchman. Apart from the general failure to invest the books read with any human, historical, or literary interest, or to treat them as expressions of the thoughts, feelings, and aspirations of our fellow creatures, instead of as grammatical treadmills, there is another reason why the public school system of teaching languages commonly fails to impart much useful knowledge of them. When any intelligent being who is a free agent wishes to obtain an efficient knowledge of a foreign language as quickly as possible, how does he proceed? He begins with an easy text, and first obtains the general sense of each sentence and the meaning of each particular word from his teacher. In default of a teacher, he falls back on the best available substitute, namely a good translation and a dictionary. Looking out words in a dictionary is, however, mere waste of time if their meaning can be ascertained in any other way, so that he will use this means only when compelled to do so. Having ascertained the meaning of each word, he will note it down either in the margin of the book or elsewhere, so that he may not have to ask it or look it out again. Then he will read the passage which he has thus studied over and over again, if possible aloud, so that the tongue, ear, and mind may be simultaneously familiarized with the new instrument of thought and communication of which he desires to possess himself, until he perfectly understands the meaning without mentally translating it into English, and until the foreign words, no longer strange, evoke in his mind not their English equivalents, but the ideas which they connote. This is the proper way to learn a language, and it is opposed at almost every point to the public school method, which regards the use of cribs as a deadly sin, and substitutes parsing and construing for reading and understanding. Notwithstanding all this, I am well aware that the advocates of this method have in their armoury another and more potent argument. A boy does not go to school, say they, to learn Latin and Greek, but to learn to confront disagreeable duties with equanimity, and to do what is distasteful to him with cheerfulness. To this I have nothing to say. It is unanswerable and final. If boys are sent to school to learn what the word disagreeable means, and to realise that the most tedious monotony is perfectly compatible with the most acute misery, and that the most assiduous labour, if it be not wisely directed, does not necessarily secure the attainment of the object ostensibly aimed at, then indeed does the public school offer the surest means of attaining this end. The most wretched day of my life, except the day when I left college, was the day I went to school. During the earlier portion of my school life, I believed that I nearly fathomed the possibilities of human misery and despair. I learned then, what I am thankful to say I have unlearned since, to be a pessimist, a misanthrope, and a cynic, and I have learned since, what I did not understand then, that to know by rote a quantity of grammatical rules is in itself not much more useful than to know how often each letter of the alphabet occurs in Paradise Lost, or how many separate stones went to the building of the Great Pyramid. Many of my readers, Even those who may be inclined to agree with me as to the desirability of modifying the teaching of our public schools will blame me for expressing myself so strongly. The value of a public school education in the development of character cannot be denied, and in the teaching also great improvements have, I believe, been made within the last 10 or 15 years. But as far as my own experience goes, I do not feel that I have spoken at all too strongly. It was the Turkish war with Russia in 1877-8 that first attracted my attention to the East, about which, till that time, I had known and cared nothing. To the young, war is always interesting, and I watched the progress of this struggle with eager attention. At first, my proclivities were by no means for the Turks, but the losing side, more especially when it continues to struggle gallantly against defeat, always has a claim on our sympathy, and moreover, the cant of the anti-Turkish party in England, and the wretched attempts to confound questions of abstract justice with party politics, disgusted me beyond measure. Ere the close of the war I would have died to save Turkey, and I mourned the fall of Plevna as though it had been a disaster inflicted on my own country. And so gradually pity turned to admiration, and admiration to enthusiasm, until the Turks became in my eyes veritable heroes, and the desire to identify myself with their cause, make my dwelling amongst them, and unite with them in the defence of their land, possessed me heart and soul. At the age of 16, such enthusiasm more easily establishes itself in the heart, and, while it lasts, for it often fades as quickly as it bloomed, exercises a more absolute and uncontrolled sway over the mind than at a more advanced age. Even though it be transitory, its effects, as in my case, may be permanent. So now my whole ambition came to be this: how I might become in time an officer in the Turkish army. And the plan which I proposed to myself was to enter first the English army, to remain there till I had learned my profession and attained the rank of captain, then to resign my commission and enter the service of the Ottoman government, which, as I understood, gave a promotion of 2 grades. So wild a project will doubtless move many of my readers to mirth and some to indignation, but, such as it was for a time paramount in my mind, and its influence outlived it. Its accomplishment, however, evidently needed time, and as my enthusiasm demanded some immediate object, I resolved at once to begin the study of the Turkish language. Few of my readers probably have had occasion to embark on this study, or even to consider what steps they would take if a desire to do so suddenly came upon them. I may therefore here remark that for one not resident in the metropolis it is far from easy to discover anything about the Turkish language, and almost impossible to find a teacher. However, after much seeking and many enquiries, I succeeded in obtaining a copy of Barker's Turkish Grammar. Into this I plunged with enthusiasm. I learned Turkish verbs in the old school fashion, and blundered through the pleasantries of Khoja Nasruddin Effendi. But so ignorant was I, and so involved is the Ottoman construction, that it took me some time to discover that the language is written from right to left, while, true to the Pan-Anglican system on which I have already animadverted, I read my Turkish as though it had been English, pronouncing, for example, the article bir and the substantive ber exactly the same, as though both, instead of neither, rhymed with the English words fur and fur. And so I bungled on for a while, making slow but steady progress, and wasting much time, but with undiminished enthusiasm, for which I was presently rewarded by discovering a teacher. This was an Irish clergyman, who had, I believe, served as a private in the Crimean War, picked up some Turkish, attracted attention by his proficiency in a language of which very few Englishmen have any knowledge, and so gained employment as an interpreter. After the war, he was ordained as a clergyman of the Church of England, and remained for some years at Constantinople as a missionary. I do not know how his work prospered, but if he succeeded in winning from the Turks half the sympathy and love with which they inspired him, his success must have been great indeed. When I discovered him, he had a cure of souls in the Consett Iron district, having been driven from his last parish by the resentment of his flock, Whigs almost to a man, which he had incurred by venturing publicly to defend the Turks at a time when they were at the very nadir of unpopularity, and when the outcry about the Bulgarian atrocities was at its height. So the very religious and humane persons who composed his congregation announced to his vicar their intention of withdrawing their subscriptions and support from the church so long as the Boshi Bozouk, such as he informed me, not without a certain pride, was the name they had given him, occupied his pulpit. So there was nothing for it but that he should go. Isolated in the uncongenial environment to which he was transferred, he was, I think, almost as eager to teach me Turkish as I was to learn it, and many a pleasant hour did I pass in his little parlour, listening with inexhaustible delight to the anecdotes of his life in Constantinople, which he loved to tell. Peace be to his memory. He died in Africa, once more engaged in mission work, not long after I went to Cambridge. End of section 1. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. Recorded in London, England. Section 2 of A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne. Section 2. One of the incidental charms of Orientalism is the kindness and sympathy often shown by scholars of the greatest distinction and the highest attainments to the young beginner, even when he has no introduction save the password of a common and much loved pursuit. Of this I can recall many instances, but it is sufficient to mention the first in my experience. Expecting to be in or within reach of London for a time, I was anxious to improve the occasion by prosecuting my Turkish studies, for the Boshi Bozouk had recently left Consett for Hull, and to this end wished to find a proficient teacher. As I knew not how else to set about this, I finally, and somewhat audaciously, determined to write to the late Sir James, then Mr. Redhouse, whose name the study of his valuable writings on the Ottoman language had made familiar to me as that of a patron saint, asking for his advice and help. This letter I addressed to the care of his publishers, and in a few days I received, to my intense delight, a most kind reply, in which he, the first Turkish scholar in Europe probably, not only gave me all the information I required, but invited me to pay him a visit whenever I came to London, an invitation of which, as may be readily believed, I availed myself at the earliest possible opportunity. And so gradually I came to know others who were able and willing to help me in my studies, including several Turkish gentlemen attached to the Ottoman embassy in London, from some of whom I received no little kindness. But if my studies prospered, it was otherwise with the somewhat chimerical project in which they had originated. My father did not wish me to enter the army, but proposed medicine as an alternative to engineering. As the former profession seemed more compatible with my aspirations than the latter, I eagerly accepted his offer. A few days after this decision had been arrived at, he consulted an eminent physician, who was one of his oldest friends, as to my future education. "If you wanted to make your son a doctor," said my father, "where would you send him?" And the answer, given without a moment's hesitation, was to Cambridge. So to Cambridge I went in October 1879, which date marks for me the beginning of a new and most happy era of life. For I suppose that a man who cannot be happy at the university must be incapable of happiness. Here my medical studies occupied, of course, the major part of my time and attention, and that right pleasantly, for apart from their intrinsic interest, the teaching was masterly, and even subjects at first repellent can be made attractive when taught by a master possessed of grasp, eloquence, and enthusiasm, just as a teacher who lacks these qualities will make the most interesting subjects appear devoid of charm. Yet still I found time to devote to Eastern languages. Turkish, it is true, was not then to be had at Cambridge, but I had already discovered that for further progress in this, some knowledge of Arabic and Persian was requisite, and to these I determined to turn my attention. During my first year, I therefore began to study Arabic with the late Professor Palmer, whose extraordinary and varied abilities are too well known to need any celebration on my part. No man had a higher ideal of knowledge in the matter of languages, and, as I believe, sounder views as to the method of learning them. These views I have already set forth substantially and summarily, and I will therefore say no more about them in this place, save that I absorbed them greedily, and derived from them no small advantage, learning by their application more of Arabic in one term than I had learned of Latin or Greek during 5.5 years, and this notwithstanding the fact that I could devote to it only a small portion of my time. I began Persian in the long vacation of 1880. Neither Professor Palmer nor Professor Cowell was resident in Cambridge at that time, but I obtained the assistance of an undergraduate of Indian nationality, who, though the son of Hindu parents converted to Christianity, had an excellent knowledge not only of Persian and Sanskrit, but of Arabic. To this knowledge, which was my admiration and envy, he, for his part, seemed to attach little importance. All his pride was in playing the fiddle, on which, so far as I could judge, he was a very indifferent performer. But as it gave him pleasure to have a listener, a kind of tacit understanding grew up that when he had helped me for an hour to read the Golestan, I in return should sit and listen for a while to his fiddling, which I did with such appearance of pleasure as I could command. For 2 years after this, that is to say, till I took my degree, such work as I did in Persian and Arabic was done chiefly by myself, though I managed to run up to London for an afternoon once a fortnight or so for a Turkish lesson. till the Lent term of 1881, when the paramount claims of that most exacting of taskmasters, the river, took from me for some weeks the right to call my afternoons my own. And when the Lent races were over, I had to think seriously about my approaching tripos. While a promise made to me by my father that if I succeeded in passing both it and the examination for the second M.B. at the end of my third year, that is, in June 1882, I should spend 2 months of the succeeding long vacation in Constantinople, determined me to exert all my efforts to win this dazzling bribe. This resolution cost me a great deal, but I was amply rewarded for my self-denial when, in July 1882, I at length beheld the minarets of Stamboul, and heard the muezzin call the true believers to prayer. I have heard people express themselves as disappointed with Constantinople. I suppose that, wherever one goes, one sees in great measure what one expects to see, because there is good and evil in all things, and the eye discerns but one when the mind is occupied by a preconceived idea. But I at least suffered no disenchantment, and returned to England with my enthusiasm for the East not merely undiminished, but, if possible, intensified. The 2 succeeding years were years of undiluted pleasure, for I was still at Cambridge, and was now able to devote my whole time to the study of Oriental languages. As I intended to become a candidate for the Indian languages tripos in 1884, I was obliged to begin the study of Hindustani, a language from which I never could succeed in deriving much pleasure. During this period I became acquainted with a very learned but very eccentric old Persian, Mírzá Muhammad-i-Bághir, of Bahá'í in Fars, surnamed Ibrahim Jan Mu'attar. Having wandered through half the world, learned well half a dozen languages, and been successively a Shiite Mohammedan, a dervish, a Christian, an atheist, and a Jew, he had finished by elaborating a religious system of his own, which he called Islamo-Christianity, to the celebration, I can hardly say the elucidation, of which in English tracts and Persian poems composed in the most bizarre style he devoted the greater part of his time, talents, and money. He was in every way a most remarkable man, and one it was impossible not to respect and like, in spite of his appalling loquacity, his unreason, his disputatiousness, his utter impracticability. I never saw anyone who lived so entirely in a fantastic, ideal world of his own creation. He was totally indifferent to his own temporal interests, cared nothing for money, personal comfort, or the favour of the powerful, and often alienated his acquaintances by violent attacks on their most cherished beliefs, and drove away his friends by the ceaseless torrent of his eloquence. He lived in a squalid little room in Limehouse, surrounded by piles of dusty books, mostly theological treatises in Persian and Arabic, with a sprinkling of Hebrew and English volumes, amongst which last Carlyle's Sartor Resartus and Heroes and Hero Worship occupied the place of honour. Of these, however, he made but little use, for he generally wrote when alone, and talked when he could get anyone to listen to him. I tried to persuade him to read with me those portions of the Masnavi and the Divan of Hafez set for my examination, and offered to remunerate him for his trouble. But this plan failed on its first trial. We had not read for 20 minutes when he suddenly pushed away the Hafiz, dragged out from a drawer in the rickety little table a pile of manuscript, and said, "I like my own poetry better than this, and if you want me to teach you Persian, you must learn it as I please. I don't want your money, but I do want you to understand my thoughts about religion. You can understand Hafiz by yourself, but you cannot understand my poetry unless I explain it to you." This was certainly true. Allusions to grotesque visions in which figured grass-eating lions, bears, yellow demons, Gog and Magog, crusaders, and Hebrew and Arab patriarchs, saints and warriors were jumbled up with current politics, personal reminiscences, rabbinic legends, mystical rhapsodies, denunciations, prophecies, old Persian mythology, Old Testament theology, and Quranic exegesis in a manner truly bewildering, the whole being clothed in a Persian so quaint, so obscure, and so replete with rare, dialectical, and foreign words that many verses were incomprehensible even to educated Persians, to whom, for the most part, the little son of London, Shomeyseh Landaniye, so he called the longest of his published poems, was a source of terror. One of my Persian friends, for I made acquaintance about this time with several young Persians who were studying in London, would never consent to visit me unless he had received an assurance that the poet, prophet, philosopher of Bavá'í would be out of the way. I, however, by dint of long listening and much patience, not without some weariness, learned from him much that was of value to me besides the correct Persian pronunciation, for I had originally acquired from my Indian friend the erroneous and unlovely pronunciation current in India, which I now abandoned with all possible speed, believing the French of Paris to be preferable to the French of Stratford-at-Bow. Towards the end of 1884, Mírzá Báqir left London for the East with his surviving children, a daughter of about 18 and a son of about 10 years of age, both of whom had been brought up away from him in the Christian religion, and neither of whom knew any language but English. The girl's failing health, for she was threatened with consumption, was the cause of his departure. I had just left Cambridge and entered at St. Bartholomew's Hospital, where I found my time and energies fully occupied with my new work. Tired as I often was, however, when I got away from the wards, I had to make almost daily pilgrimages to Limehouse, where I often remained till nearly midnight, for Mírzá Báqir refused to leave London till I had finished reading a versified commentary on the Qur'an, on which he had been engaged for some time, and of which he wished to bestow the manuscript on me as a keepsake. "My daughter will die," said he, "as the doctors tell me, unless she leaves for Beirut in a short time, and it is you who prevent me from taking her there, for I will not leave London until you have understood my book." Argument was useless with such a visionary, so, willing or no, I had to spend every available hour in the little room at Limehouse, ever on the watch to check the interminable digressions to which the reading of the poem continually gave rise. At last it was finished, and the very next day, if I remember rightly, Mírzá Báqir started with his children for the East. I never saw him again, though I continued to correspond with him so long as he was at Beirut, whence, I think, he was finally expelled by the Ottoman government as a firebrand menacing the peace of the community. He then went with his son to Persia. His daughter had died previously at Beirut, whence news of his death reached me a year or two ago. And now for 3 years, 1884 to 87, it was only an occasional leisure hour that I could snatch from my medical studies for a chat with my Persian friends, who, though they knew English well for the most part, were kind enough to talk for my benefit their own language, or for quiet communing in the cool vaulted reading room of the British Museum with my favourite Sufi writers, whose mystical idealism, which had long since cast its spell over my mind, now supplied me with a powerful antidote against the pessimistic tendencies evoked by the daily contemplation of misery and pain. This period was far from being an unhappy one, for my work, if hard, was full of interest. And if in the hospital I saw much that was sad, much that made me wonder at man's clinging to life, since to the vast majority life seemed but a succession of pains, struggles, and sorrows, on the other hand I saw much to strengthen my faith in the goodness and nobility of human nature. Never before or since have I realized so clearly the immortality, greatness, and virtue of the spirit of man, or the misery of its earthly environment. It seemed to me like a prince in rags, ignorant alike of his birth and his rights, but to whom is reserved a glorious heritage. No wonder then that the pantheistic idealism of the Masnavi took hold of me, or that such words as these of Hafez thrilled me to the very soul. تو را ز کنگره عرش میزنند صفیر، ندانمت که در این خاکدان چه افتاده است. They are calling to thee from the pinnacles of the throne of God. I know not what hath befallen thee in this dust heap, the world. Even my medical studies, strange as it may appear, favoured the development of this habit of mind, for physiology, when it does not encourage materialism, encourages mysticism, and nothing so much tends to shake one's faith in the reality of the objective world as the examination of certain of the subjective phenomena of mental and nervous disorders. But now this period too was drawing to a close, and my dreams of visiting Persia, even when their accomplishment seemed most unlikely, were rapidly approaching fulfilment. The hopes with which I had left Cambridge had been damped by repeated disappointments. I had thought that the knowledge I had acquired of Persian, Turkish, and Arabic might enable me to find employment in the consular service, but had learned from curt official letters referring me to printed official regulations that this was not so, that these languages were not recognized as subjects of examination, and that not they, but German, Greek, Spanish, and Italian were the qualifications by which one might hope to become a consul in Western Asia. The words of Dr. Wright's warning came back to me, and I acknowledged their justice. To my professional studies, I felt, and not to my linguistic attainments, must I look to earn my livelihood. I had passed my final examinations at the College of Surgeons, the College of Physicians, and the University of Cambridge, received from the two former with a sense of exultation which I well remember, the diplomas authorizing me to practice, and was beginning to consider what my next step should be, when the luck of which I had despaired came to me at last. Returning to my rooms on the evening of May 30th, 1887, I found a telegram lying on the table. I opened it with indifference, which changed, in the moment I grasped its purport, to ecstatic joy. I had that day been elected a fellow of my college. End of section 2. End of chapter 1. Introductory. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. Recorded in London, England. Section 3 of A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne, Section 3. Chapter 2. From England to the Persian Frontier. فما أدري إذا يممت أرضه أريد الخير أيهما يليني الخير الذي أنا أبتغيه أم الشر الذي هو يبتغيني. And I know not, when bound for the land of my quest, if my portion shall be the good which I hope for and seek, or the evil that seeketh for me. Al-Muthaqqibul Abdi. So at last I was ready to go to Persia. About that there could be no question, for I had long determined to go if I got the chance. And now, not only had the opportunity come, but, in view of the probability that the university would soon require a resident teacher of Persian, I was urged by my friends at Cambridge to spend the first year of my fellowship in the way which would best qualify me for this post. Yet, as the time for my departure approached, a strange shrinking from this journey which I had so much desired, a shrinking to which I look back with shame and wonder, and for which I can in no wise account, took possession of me. It arose partly, I suppose, from the sudden reaction which unexpected good fortune will at times produce, partly, if not from ill health, at least from that lowering of the vitality which results from hard work and lack of exercise and fresh air, partly also from the worry inseparable from the preparations for a long journey into regions little known. But, whatever its cause, it did much to mar my happiness at a time when I had no excuse for being otherwise than happy. At length, however, it came to an end. Bewildered by conflicting counsels as to the equipment which I should need and the route which I had best take, I at last settled the matter by booking my passage from Marseille to Batoum at the London office of the Messageries Maritimes, and by adding to the 2 small portmanteaus into which I had compressed so much clothing as appeared absolutely indispensable, nothing but a Wolseley valise, a saddle and a bridle, a pith hat which was broken to pieces long before the summer came round, a small medicine chest, a few surgical instruments, a revolver, a box of 100 cartridges, a few books, a passport with the Russian and Turkish visas, and a money belt containing about £200 in gold, paper, and circular notes. At the last moment I was joined by an old college friend, H, who, having just completed a term of office at the hospital, was desirous to travel, and whose proposal to join me I welcomed. He was my companion as far as Tehran, where, as I desired to travel for a while, and he to proceed, we were obliged to separate. We had booked our passage, as I have said, to Batoum, intending to take the train thence to Baku, and so by the Caspian to Rasht in Persia. For this route, unquestionably the shortest and easiest, I had from the first felt little liking, my own wish being to enter Persia through Turkey, either by way of Damascus and Baghdad, or of Trebizond and Erzeroum. I had suffered myself to be persuaded against my inclinations, which, I think, where no question of principle is involved, is always a mistake, for the longer and harder way of one's own choosing is preferable to the shorter and easier way chosen by another. And so, as soon as I was withdrawn from the influences which had temporarily overcome my own judgment and inclination, I began to repent of having adopted an uncongenial plan, and to consider whether even now, at this 11th hour, it was not possible to change. The sight of the Turkish shore and the sound of the Turkish tongue, for we stayed 2 days at Constantinople, whence to Trebizond the deck of the steamer was crowded with Turks and Persians, with whom I spent the greater part of each day in conversing, swept away my last scruples as to the wisdom of thus reversing at the outset a decision which had been fully discussed. I consulted with H, who raised no objection, and we decided on reaching Trebizond, where the steamer anchored on 4th October, to inquire at the British consulate as to the safety and practicability of the old caravan road leading thence into Central Asia, and, if the report were favourable, to adopt that route. There was a heavy swell in the open roadstead, and the wind, which rolled back the rain clouds on the green, thickly wooded hills, seemed to be rising as we clambered into one of the clumsy boats which hovered round the steamer to go ashore, nor had the gruff old captain's answer to my inquiry as to how long the steamer would lie there tended to reassure me. "If the wind gets up much more," he had said, "I may start at any time." "And if we are on shore," I demanded, "how shall we know that you are starting?" "Vous me verrez partir, voilà tout," he replied, and with a shrug of his shoulders walked off to his cabin. So I was somewhat uneasy in my mind, lest, while we were conducting our inquiries on shore, the steamer might put out to sea, bearing with it all our worldly goods. This disquieting reflection was dispelled by the shock of the boat striking against the little wooden jetty. We stepped out and found ourselves confronted by one of the Turkish police, who demanded our passports. These had not been presented, as theoretically they should have been, at Constantinople for a fresh visa, and I feared we might consequently have some trouble in landing. However, I assumed an air of confident alacrity, produced the passports, and pointed to the seal of the Turkish consulate given in London. As the visa bon pour se rendre à Constantinople, to which this was attached, was in French, the officer was not much the wiser, and, after scrutinizing the passports, which he held upside down, with a critical air, he returned them and stood aside to let us pass. And this is typical of Turkey, where the laws, though theoretically stringent, are not practically troublesome. in which point it has the advantage over Russia. Guided by a boy belonging to our boat, we ascended through narrow, tortuous streets to the British consulate, where, though unprovided with recommendations, we received from the consul, Mr. Longworth, that courteous and kindly welcome which, to their honour be it said, Englishmen, and indeed other Europeans as well as Americans resident in the Turkish and Persian dominions, seldom fail to give the traveller. In reply to our inquiries, he told us that the road to the Persian frontier was perfectly safe, and that we should have no difficulty in hiring horses or mules to convey us to Erzeroum, whence we could easily engage others for the journey to Tabriz. He also kindly offered to send his dragoman, an Armenian gentleman named Hekimian, to assist us in clearing our baggage at the custom house, so we returned to the steamer to bring it ashore. As we pushed our way through the deck passengers to the side of the ship, some of my Persian acquaintances called out to me to tell them why I was disembarking and whither I was going, and on learning my intention of taking the old caravan road through Erzeroum, they cried, "Oh, dear soul, it will take you 3 months to get to Tehran thus, if indeed you get there at all. Why have you thus made your road difficult?" But the step was taken now, and I paid no heed to their words. The custom house, thanks to the aegis of the British consulate, dealt very gently with us. We were even asked, if I remember right, which of our packages we should prefer to have opened. H's Wolseley valise was selected, but we forgot that his rifle had been rolled up in it. The Turkish excisemen stroked their chins a little at this sight, for firearms are contraband, but said nothing. When this form of examination was over, we thanked the mudir, or superintendent, for his courtesy, gave a few small coins to his subordinates, and, with the help of 2 or 3 sturdy porters, transported our luggage to the one hotel which Trebizond possesses. It is called the Hôtel d'Italie, and, though unpretentious, is clean and comfortable. During the 3 days we spent there, we had no cause to complain either of being underfed or overcharged. Next morning our preparations began in earnest. Hekimian was of inestimable service, arranging everything and accompanying us everywhere. The Russian paper money with which we had provided ourselves for the earlier part of the journey was soon converted into Turkish gold. Tinned provisions and a few simple cooking utensils and other necessaries were bought in the bazaars, and arrangements were concluded with 2 sturdy muleteers for the journey to Erzeroum. They, on their part, agreed to provide us with 5 horses for ourselves and our baggage, to convey us to Erzeroum in 6 or 7 days, and to do what lay in their power to render the journey pleasant. While we were on our part covenanted to pay them 6¼ Turkish pounds, £3 down, and the remainder at Erzeroum, to which we promised to add a trifle if they gave us satisfaction. There remained a more important matter, the choice of a servant to accompany us on our journey. 2 candidates presented themselves, an honest-looking old Turkish kavvas of the consulate, and a shifty Armenian, who, on the strength of his alleged skill in cookery, demanded exorbitantly high wages. We chose the Turk, agreeing to pay him £1 Turkish pound a week, to guarantee this payment for 6 months, and to defray his expenses back to Trebizond from any point at which we might finally leave him. It was a rash agreement, and might have caused us more trouble than it actually did, but there seemed to be no better alternative, seeing that a servant was an absolute necessity. The old Turk's real name was Omar, but having regard to the detestation in which this name is held in Persia, for he whom Sunnite Mohammedans account the second caliph or successor of the Prophet is regarded by the sect of the Shia as the worst of evildoers and usurpers. It was decided that he should henceforth bear the more auspicious name of Ali, the darling hero of the Persian Shiites. The repetition of the following curse on the three first caliphs of the Sunnis is accounted by Persian Shiites as a pious exercise of singular virtue. O God, curse Omar, then Abu Bakr and Omar, then Uthman and Omar, then Omar, then Omar. As for our old servant's character, viewed in the light of subsequent experience, I do him but justice when I express my conviction that a more honest, straightforward, faithful, loyal soul could not easily be found anywhere. But, on the other hand, he was rather fidgety, rather obstinate, too old to travel in a strange country, adapt himself to new surroundings and learn a new language, and too simple to cope with the astute and wily Persians, whom, moreover, religious and national prejudices caused him ever to regard with unconquerable aversion. This business concluded, we had still to get our passports for the interior. Hekimion accompanied us to the government offices, where, while a courteous old Turk entertained me with coffee and conversation, a shrewd-looking subordinate noted down the details of our personal appearance in the spaces reserved for that purpose on the passport. I was amused on receiving the document to find my religion described as English and my moustache as fresh, ter, but not altogether pleased at the entries in the head and chin columns, which respectively were taup, bullet-shaped, and deirmen, round. Before leaving the government house, we paid our respects to Sururi Effendi, the governor of Trebizond, one of the judges who tried and condemned the wise and patriotic Midhat Pasha. He was a fine-looking old man, and withal courteous, but he is reputed to be corrupt and bigoted. In the evening, at the hotel, we made the acquaintance of a Belgian mining engineer, who had lived for some time in Persia. The account which he gave of that country and its inhabitants was far from encouraging. "I have travelled in many lands," he said, "and have discovered some good qualities in every people, with the exception of the Persians, in whom I have failed to find a single admirable characteristic. Their very language bears witness against them, and exposes the sordidness of their minds. When they wish to thank you, they say, 'Lutf shoma ziyad,' may your kindness be increased, that is, may you give me something more. And when they desire to support an assertion with an oath, they say, 'Bejan aziz khodat,' by thy precious life, or 'Bemarg shoma,' by your death, that is, may you die if I speak untruly." Apart from the doubtful justice of judging a people by the idioms of their language, it may be pointed out that, with regard to the two last expressions, they are based on the idea that to swear by one's own life or death would be to swear by a thing of little value compared to the life or death of a friend, and they would be as indifferent to your death as to the truth of their own assertions. Although we were ready to start on the following day, we were prevented from doing so by a steady downpour of rain. Having completed all our arrangements, we paid a visit to the Persian consulate, in company with Mr. Longworth. In answer to our inquiry as to whether our passports required his visa, the Persian consul signified that this was essential, and, for the sum of 1 medjidiye apiece, endorsed each of them with a lengthy inscription so tastefully executed that it seemed a pity that, during the whole period of our sojourn in Persia, no one asked to see them. Though perfectly useless and unnecessary, the visa, as a specimen of calligraphy, was cheap at the price. Next day, Friday 7th October, the rain had ceased, and at an early hour we were plunged in the confusion without which, as it would seem, not even the smallest caravan can start. The muleteers, who had been urging us to hasten our preparations, disappeared so soon as everything was ready. When they had been found and brought back, it was discovered that no bridle had been provided for H's horse, for, though both of us had brought saddles from England, he had thought that it would be better to use a native bridle. Eventually one was procured, and about 9 a.m. we emerged from the little crowd which had been watching our proceedings with a keen interest, and rode out of the town. Our course lay for a little while along the coast, until we reached the mouth of the valley of Khosh Oglan, which we entered, turning to the south. The beauty of the day, which the late rains had rendered pleasantly cool, combined with the novelty of the scene and the picturesque appearance of the people whom we met on the road, raised our spirits and completely removed certain misgivings as to the wisdom of choosing this route, which, when it was too late to draw back, had taken possession of my mind. The horses which we rode were good, and, leaving the muleteers and baggage behind, we pushed on until, at 2:30 p.m, we reached the pretty little village of Jevizlik, the first halting place out of Trebizond. Here we should have halted for the night, but, since the muleteers had not informed us of their plans, and it was still early, we determined to proceed to Khamse-Kyuy, and accordingly continued our course up the beautiful wooded valley towards the pass of Zigone Dagh, which gleamed before us white with newly fallen snow. During the latter part of the day we fell in with a wild-looking horseman, who informed me that he, like all the inhabitants of Khamse-Kyuy, was a Christian. It was quite dark before we reached Khamse-Kyuy, and it took us some little time to find a khan at which to rest for the night. The muleteers and baggage were far behind, and at first it seemed probable that we should have to postpone our supper till their arrival, or else do without it altogether. However, Ali presently succeeded in obtaining some bread, and also a few eggs, which he fried in oil, so that, with the whisky in our flasks, we fared better than might have been expected. At about 9 p.m. the muleteers arrived and demanded to see me at once. They were very tired and very angry because we had not waited for them at Jevizlik. I did not at first easily understand the cause of their indignation, for this was my first experience of this kind of travelling, and my ideas about the capacity of horses were rather vague, till it was explained to me that at the present rate of proceeding both men and animals would be wearied out long before we reached Erzeroum. "Oh, my soul," said the elder muleteer in conclusion, more in sorrow than in anger, "a fine novice art thou, if thou thinkest that these horses can go so swiftly from morning till evening without rest or food. Henceforth let us proceed in company at a slower pace, by which means we shall all, please God, reach Erzeroum with safety and comfort in 7 days, even as was agreed between us." Not much pleased at being thus admonished, but compelled to admit the justice of the muleteer's remarks, I betook myself to the Wolseley valise, which I had, after much deliberation, selected as the form of bed most suitable for the journey. Excellent as this contrivance is, and invaluable as it proved to be, my first night in it was anything but comfortable. As I intended to stuff with straw the space left for that purpose beneath the lining, I had neglected to bring a mattress. Straw, however, was not forthcoming, and I was therefore painfully conscious of every irregularity in the ill-paved floor, while the fleas which invest most Turkish khans did not fail on this occasion to welcome the advent of the stranger. In spite of these discomforts and the novelty of my surroundings, I soon fell fast asleep. Looking back at those first days of my journey in the light of fuller experience, I marvel at the discomforts which we readily endured, and even courted by our ignorance and lack of foresight. Bewildered by conflicting counsels as to equipment, I had finally resolved to take only what appeared absolutely essential, and to reduce our baggage to the smallest possible compass. Prepared by what I had read in books of Eastern travel to endure discomforts far exceeding any which I was actually called upon to experience, I had yet to learn how comfortably one may travel even in countries where the railroad and the hotel are unknown. Yet I do not regret this experience, which at least taught me how few are the necessaries of life, and how needless are many of those things which we are accustomed to regard as such. Indeed, I am by no means certain that the absence of many luxuries which we commonly regard as indispensable to our happiness is not fully compensated for by the freedom from care and hurry, the continual variety of scenery and costume, and the sense of health produced by exposure to the open air, which, taken together, constitute the irresistible charm of Eastern travel. On the following morning we were up betimes, and after a steep ascent of an hour or so reached the summit of the pass of Zigona Dagh, which was thickly covered with a dazzling garment of snow. Here we passed a little khan, which would have been our second resting place had we halted at Jevizlik on the preceding day, instead of pushing on to Khamse-Kyuy. As it was, however, we passed it without stopping, and commenced the descent to the village of Zigona-Kyuy, where we halted for an hour to rest and refresh ourselves and the horses. Excellent fruit and coffee were obtainable here, and as we had yielded to the muleteer's request that we would not separate ourselves from the baggage, we had our own provisions as well, and altogether fared much better than on the previous day. After the completion of our meal, we proceeded on our journey, and towards evening reached the pretty little hamlet of Kypri-Bashi, situated on a river called, from the town of Ardessa through which it flows, Ardessa-Irmaghi, in which we enjoyed the luxury of a bathe. The inhabitants of this delightful spot were few in number, peaceable in appearance, and totally devoid of that inquisitiveness about strangers which is so characteristic of the Persians. Although it can hardly be the case that many Europeans passed through their village, they scarcely looked at us, and asked but few questions as to our business, nationality, or destination. This lack of curiosity, which, so far as my experience goes, usually characterizes the Turkish peasant, extends to all his surroundings. Inquiries as to the name of a wayside flower, or the fate of a traveller whose last resting place was marked by a mound of earth at the roadside, were alike met with a half scornful, half amused "Kim bilir?" Who knows? Indicative of surprise on the part of the person addressed at being questioned on a matter in which, as it did not concern himself, he felt no interest. In Persia, More especially in southern Persia, it is quite otherwise, and, whether right or wrong, an ingenious answer is usually forthcoming to the traveller's inquiries. Our third day's march took us first through the town of Ardessa, and then through the village of Demirci Suyu, on emerging from which we were confronted and stopped by two most evil-looking individuals armed to the teeth with pistols and daggers. My first idea was that they were robbers, but on riding forward to ascertain their business, I discovered that they were excisemen of a kind called Diqtaban, whose business it is to watch for and seize tobacco which does not bear the stamp of the Ottoman Regime. It appeared that someone, either from malice or a misdirected sense of humour, had laid information against us, alleging that we had in our possession a quantity of such tobacco. A violent altercation took place between the exciseman and our servant Ali, whose pockets they insisted on searching, and whose tobacco pouch was torn in two in the struggle. Meanwhile, the muleteers continued to manifest the most ostentatious eagerness to unload our baggage and submit it to examination, until finally, by protestations and remonstrances, we prevailed on the custom house officers to let us pass. The cause of the muleteers' unnecessary eagerness to open our baggage now became apparent. Sidling up to my horse, one of these honest fellows triumphantly showed me a great bag of smuggled tobacco, which he had secreted in his pocket. I asked him what he would have done if it had been detected, whereat he tapped the stock of a pistol which was thrust into his belt, with a sinister and suggestive smile. Although I could not help being amused at his cool impudence, I was far from being reassured by the warlike propensities which this gesture revealed. Continuing on our way, and still keeping near the river, we passed one or two old castles, situated on rocky heights, which, we were informed, had been built by the Genoese. Towards noon, we entered the valley of Gyumishkhane, so called from the silver mines which occur in the neighbourhood. This valley is walled in by steep and rocky cliffs, and is barren and arid, except near the river, which is surrounded by beautiful orchards. Indeed, the pears and apples of Gyumishkhane are celebrated throughout the district. We passed several prosperous-looking villages, at one of which we halted for lunch. Here, for the first time, I tasted petmez, a kind of treacle or syrup made from fruit. In Persia, this is known as dushab or shireh. It is not unpalatable, and we used occasionally to eat it with boiled rice as a substitute for pudding. Here also we fell in with a respectable-looking Armenian going on foot to Erzerum. Anyone worse equipped for a journey of 150 miles on foot I never saw. He wore a black frock coat and a fez. His feet were shod with slippers down at the heels, and to protect himself from the heat of the sun, he carried a large white umbrella. He looked so hot and tired and dusty, I was moved to compassion, and asked him whether he would not like to ride my horse for a while. This offer he gladly accepted, whereupon I dismounted and walked for a few miles, until he announced that he was sufficiently rested and would proceed on foot. He was so grateful for this indulgence that he bore us company as far as Erzerum, and would readily have followed us farther had we encouraged him to do so. Every day H and myself allowed him to ride for some distance on our horses, and the poor man's journey was, I trust, thereby rendered less fatiguing to him. During the latter part of the day, our course lay through a most gloomy and desolate valley, walled in with red rocks and utterly devoid of trees or verdure. Emerging from this, and passing another fine old castle situated on a lofty and precipitous crag, we arrived about 5 p.m. at the little hamlet of Tekke, where we halted for the night. It is rather a miserable place, containing several khans swarming with Persian camel drivers, but very few private houses. A shallow river which runs near it again enabled us to enjoy the luxury of a bathe. Our 4th day's march was very dreary, lying for the most part through gloomy ravines walled in with reddish rocks, like that which we had traversed at the end of the previous day's journey. In addition to the depressing character of the scene, there was a report that robbers were lurking in the neighbourhood, and we were consequently joined by several pedestrians, all armed to the teeth, who sought safety in numbers. Shortly after noon, we halted at a small roadside inn, where we obtained some cheese and a not very savoury compound called kawurma, which consists of small square lumps of mutton embedded in fat. At 3 p.m. we reached the solitary khan of Qodarak, which was to be our halting place for the night. A few zabtiyes were lounging about outside, waiting for the post, which was expected to pass shortly. As it was still early, I went out into the balcony to write my diary and contemplate the somewhat cheerless view, but I was soon interrupted by our Armenian fellow traveller, who came to tell me that the zabtiyes outside were watching my proceedings with no favourable eye, and suspected that I was drawing maps of the country. He therefore advised me either to stop writing or to retire indoors, lest my diary should be seized and destroyed. Whether the Armenian spoke the truth, or whether he was merely indulging that propensity to revile the ruling race for which the Christian subjects of the port are conspicuous, I had no means of deciding, so I thought it best to follow his advice and retire from the balcony till I had completed my writing. Our 5th day's march led us through the interesting old Armenian village of Varzahan. Just before reaching this, we passed several horsemen who were engaged in wild and apparently purposeless evolutions, accompanied with much firing of guns. It appeared that these had come out to welcome the Qa'im Maqam of Diyadin, who had been dismissed from office and was returning to his native town of Gyumish Khane, and we had scarcely passed them when he appeared in sight, met and passed us. I wished to examine the curious old churches which still bear witness that Varzahan, notwithstanding its present decayed condition, must formerly have been a place of some importance. Our Armenian fellow traveller offered to conduct me, and I was glad to avail myself of his guidance. After I had examined the strange construction of the churches, the Armenian inscriptions cut here and there on their walls, and the tombstones which surrounded them, amongst which were several carved in the form of a sheep, my companion suggested that we should try and obtain some refreshment. Although I was anxious to overtake our caravan, I yielded to his importunity and followed him into a large and dimly lighted room, to which we only obtained admission after prolonged knocking. The door was at length opened by an old man, with whom my companion conversed for a while in Armenian, after he had bidden me to be seated. Presently several other men, all armed to the teeth, entered the room, and seated themselves by the door. A considerable time elapsed, and still no signs of food appeared. The annoyance which I felt at this useless delay gradually gave way to a vague feeling of alarm. This was heightened by the fact that I was unable to comprehend the drift of the conversation, which was still carried on in Armenian. I began to wonder whether I had been enticed into a trap where I could be robbed at leisure, and to speculate on the chances of escape or resistance in case such an attempt should be made. I could not but feel that these were slender, for I had no weapon except a small pocket revolver. 5 or 6 armed men sat by the heavy wooden door, which had been closed, and, for anything that I knew, bolted. And even should I succeed in effecting an exit, I knew that our caravan must have proceeded a considerable distance. My apprehensions were, however, relieved by the appearance of a bowl of yogurt, curds, and a quantity of the insipid wafer-like bread called lavash. Having eaten, we rose to go, and when my companion, whom I had suspected of harbouring such sinister designs against my property and perhaps my life, refused to let me pay for our refreshment, I was filled with shame at my unwarranted suspicions. On emerging once more into the road, I found the faithful Ali patiently awaiting me. Perhaps he too had been doubtful of the honesty of the Armenian villagers. At any rate, he had refused to proceed without me. About 2 p.m. we arrived at the town of Bayburt, and found that H and the muleteers had already taken up their quarters at a clean and well-built khan owned by one Khalil Effendi. We at once proceeded to explore the town, which lies at the foot of a hill surmounted by an old fortress. Being too lazy to climb this hill, we contented ourselves with strolling through the bazaars, which form so important a feature of every eastern town, and afford so sure an index of the degree of prosperity which it enjoys. We were accompanied by the indefatigable Armenian, who, thinking to give me pleasure, exerted himself to collect a crowd of Persians, mostly natives of Khuy and Tabriz, whom he incited to converse with me. A throng of idlers soon gathered round us to gaze and gape at our unfamiliar aspect and dress, which some, bolder or less polite than the rest, stretched out their hands to finger and feel. Anxious to escape, I took refuge in a barber's shop and demanded a shave, but the crowd again assembled outside the open window, and continued to watch the proceeding with sustained interest. Meanwhile, Ali had not been idle, and on our return to the khan we enjoyed better fare, as well as better quarters, than had fallen to our lot since we left Trebizond. Our 6th day's march commenced soon after daybreak. The early morning was chilly, but later on the sun shone forth in a cloudless sky, and the day grew hot. The first part of our way lay near the river which flows through Bayburt, and the scenery was a great improvement on anything that we had seen since leaving Gyumishkhane. We halted for our midday rest and refreshment by a clump of willow trees in a pleasant grassy meadow by the river. On resuming our march, we entered a narrow defile leading into the mountains of Kopdagh. A gradual ascent brought us to the summit of the pass, just below which, on the farther side, we came to our halting place, Pasha Punari. The view of the surrounding mountains standing out against the clear evening sky was very beautiful, and the little khan at which we alighted was worthy of its delightful situation. We were lodged in a sort of barn, in which was stored a quantity of hay. How fragrant and soft it seemed! I still think of that night's sleep as one of the soundest and sweetest in my experience. Early on the morning of the 7th day, we resumed our march along a circuitous road, which, after winding downwards amongst grassy hills, followed the course of a river surrounded by stunted trees. We saw numerous large birds of the falcon kind, called by the Turks dogan. One of these H brought down with his rifle while it was hovering in the air, to the great delight of the muleteers. At a village called Ashqal'a we purchased honey, bread, and grapes, which we consumed while halting for the midday rest by an old bridge. Continuing on our way by the river, we were presently joined by a turbaned and genial Turk, who was travelling on horseback from Gümüşhane to Erzerum. I was pleased to hear him use, in the course of conversation, certain words which I had hitherto only met with in the writings of the old poet Fuzuli of Baghdad, and which I had regarded as archaic and obsolete. The road gradually became more frequented than it had been since leaving Bayburt, and we passed numerous travellers and peasants. Many of the latter drove bullock carts, of which the ungreased axles sent forth the most excruciating sound. The sun had set before we reached our halting place, Yeni Khan, and so full was it that we had some difficulty in securing a room to ourselves. End of section 3. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. Recorded in London, England. Section 4 of A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne. Section 4. The 8th day of our march, which was to conclude the first portion of our journey, saw us in the saddle betimes. After riding for 4 hours through a scorched up plain, we arrived about 10:30 a.m. at the large village of Ilija, so named from its hot springs, over which a bath had been erected. From this point the gardens and minarets of Erzerum were plainly visible, and accordingly we pushed on without halting. Fully 3 hours elapsed, however, ere we had traversed the weary stretch of white dusty road which still separated us from our goal, and the sun was well past the meridian when we finally entered the gate of the city, and threaded our way through the massive fortifications by which it is surrounded. Erzerum has one hotel, which stands midway in the scale of development between the Hôtel d'Italie at Trebizond and an average caravanserai. Were these two towns connected by a railroad so as to bring them within a day's journey of one another, this institution might perhaps form a happy transition between the West and the East. As things are at present, it is too much like a caravanserai to be comfortable, and too much like a casino to be quiet. On alighting at this delectable house of entertainment, we were met by a young Armenian representing the bank on which our cheque was drawn, who informed us in very fair French that his name was Misak Venetian, and that his principal, Simon Dermunukian, had been apprised of our coming by a letter from Trebizond, and instructed to give us some help as we might need. After a brief conversation in the balcony of a coffee room thronged with Turkish officers and enlivened by the strains of a semi-oriental band, he departed, inviting us to visit his chief so soon as we were at leisure. We now requested an attendant to show us to our room, and were forthright conducted to a large, dingy, uncarpeted apartment on the first floor, lighted by several windows looking out upon the street, and containing for its sole furniture a divan covered with faded chintz, which ran the whole length of one side, and a washing stand placed in a curtained recess on the other. It was already occupied by a Turkish mudir, bound for the frontier fortress of Bayezid, whom the landlord was trying to dislodge so that we might take possession. This he very naturally resented, but when I apologised and offered to withdraw, he was at once mollified, declared that there was plenty of room for all of us, and politely retired, leaving us to perform our ablutions in private. Just as we were ready to go out, an officer of the Turkish police called to inspect our passports. So, while H went to visit Mr. Deve, the acting British consul, I remained to entertain the visitor with coffee and cigarettes, an attention which he seemed to appreciate, for he readily gave the required visa, and then sat conversing with me till H returned from the consulate. We next paid a visit to our banker, Simon Dermunukian, called by the Turks Simun Agha, a fine-looking old man who only spoke Turkish and Armenian, and whose appearance would have led one to suppose that the former, rather than the latter, was his native tongue. After the ordinary interchange of civilities, we drew a cheque for £3 or £4, and returned to the hotel to settle with the muleteers. On the way to Erzerum, these had frequently expressed a wish to go with us as far as Tehran, but since their arrival they had been so alarmed by fabulous accounts of the dangers of travelling in Persia, the inhospitality of the country, and the malignant disposition of the people, that they made no further allusion to this plan, and on receiving the money due to them, together with a small gratuity, took leave of us with expressions of gratitude and esteem. After a thoroughly Turkish dinner, I again proposed to go out, but the mudir told me that this was impossible, as the streets were not lighted, and no one was allowed to walk abroad after nightfall without a lantern. He offered, however, to introduce me to some acquaintances of his who occupied an adjoining room. One of these was a Turk who spoke Persian with a fluency and correctness rarely attained by his countrymen. The other was a Christian of Caesarea. Both were men of intelligence, and their conversation interested me so much that it was late before I retired to rest on the chintz-covered divan, which I would gladly have exchanged for the fragrant hay of Pasha Punari. Next day our troubles began. The news that 2 Englishmen were about to start for Persia had got abroad, and crowds of muleteers, Persians, Turks, and Armenians came to offer their services for this journey. The scene of turmoil which our room presented during the whole morning baffles description. While our ears were deafened with the clamour of voices, it was like the noisiest bazaar imaginable, with this difference, that whereas one can escape from the din of a bazaar when it becomes insupportable, this turmoil followed us wherever we went. An Armenian called Vartan demanded the exorbitant sum of £5 Turkish per horse to Tabriz. A Persian offered to convey us thither in a mighty waggon which he possessed, wherein, he declared, we should perform the journey with inconceivable ease. This statement, which I was from the first but little disposed to credit, was subsequently denied in the most categorical manner by our friend the Mudir, who assured me that he had once essayed to travel in such a vehicle, but had been so roughly jolted during the first stage that he had sworn never again to set foot in it, and had completed his journey on horseback. Any lingering regrets which we might have entertained at having renounced the prospect of inconceivable ease held out to us by the owner of the waggon were entirely dispelled some days later by the sight of a similar vehicle hopelessly stuck and abandoned by its possessor in the middle of a river which we had to ford. At length, partly because no better offer seemed forthcoming, partly from a desire to have done with the matter and enjoy a little peace and quietude for the remainder of our stay in Erzeroum, we accepted the terms proposed by a Persian muleteer called Farach, who proposed to supply us with 5 horses to Tabriz for £2 Turkish and 2 Mejidiyes a head, to convey us thither in 12 days, and to allow us the right of stopping for 2 days on the road at whatever place we might choose. I now flattered myself that I should be allowed a little peace, but I found that I had reckoned without my host. No sooner had I satisfied myself as to the efficiency of Farach's animals, agreed to the terms proposed by him, and accepted the pe, a pledge of money which it is customary for the muleteer to place in the hands of his client as a guarantee that he will hold to the bargain and be prepared to start on the appointed day, then our ears were assailed on all sides with aspersions on the honesty and respectability of the successful candidate. Farach, so I was assured, was a native of the village of Seyvan, near Khuy, and the Seyvanlis were, as was well known, the wickedest, most faithless, and most dishonest people in Persia. In this assertion all the muleteers present agreed, the only difference being that while the Persians rested content with the reprobation of the Seyvanlis, the non-Persians further emphasized it by adding that the Persians were the wickedest, most faithless, and most dishonest people in the world. At first I paid no attention to these statements, but my suspicions were in some degree aroused by Farach's disinclination to go before the Persian consul, and by the doubts expressed by Venetian and Simun Agha as to his honesty and trustworthiness. With Venetian I was somewhat annoyed, because he, being present when I engaged Farach, had withheld his advice till it was too late to be useful. I therefore told him that he should either have spoken sooner or not at all, to which he replied that it was still possible to rescind the bargain. Farach was accordingly summoned and requested to take back his pledge. This, however, he resolutely declined to do, and I could not help admitting that he was in the right. Finally, Venetian desisted from his attempts to annul the contract, and indeed retracted to some extent the objections which he had raised against it. What motive impelled him to this change of front I cannot say, and I am unwilling to credit an assertion made to me by Farach a few days later to the effect that the Armenian's sole object in these manoeuvres was to extort a bribe from the poor muleteer, and that having obtained this he was content to withdraw all opposition. Although these annoyances, combined with a temporary indisposition, due probably to the badness of the water supply, somewhat marred the pleasure of our stay at Erzeroum, the kindness shown us by Mr. Devey, the British consul, and Mr. Chambers, an American missionary, and his wife, rendered it much more agreeable than it would otherwise have been. Before leaving, we paid a visit to the Persian consul, who received us very courteously and gave us a letter to Pasha Khan of Ovajek, the Persian warden of the marches, from whom, he added, we should receive an escort to conduct us to Khuy, should this be necessary. Beyond Khuy, the country was perfectly safe, and no such protection would be required. The consul next inquired whether we were travelling with our own horses or with hired animals, and on learning that the latter was the case, insisted on summoning the muleteer to admonish him. Knowing that Farach was unwilling to appear before the consul, I ventured to deprecate this proceeding, and made as though I had forgotten the muleteer's name. The consul, however, insisted, and at once dispatched some of his servants to make inquiries. These returned in a surprisingly short space of time, bringing with them the muleteer, whose appearance indicated the utmost disquietude. After demanding his name and that of his native place, the consul asked him whether it was true that he had promised to convey us to Tabriz in 12 days, and whether, if so, he had any intention of keeping this promise. To these questions the muleteer replied, in a voice trembling with fear, that perhaps, inshallah, we would do so. This statement was received by the consul with derision. "You lie, Mr. Perhaps," cried he. "You eat dirt, Mr. Inshallah. Hence, rascal, and be assured that if I hear any complaints about you, you shall give a full account of your conduct to me on your return to Erzeroum." Whether in consequence of this admonition, or whether, as I believe, because the muleteer was really an honest fellow, we certainly had no cause for complaint, and, indeed, we were glad to re-engage Farach at Tabriz for the journey to Tehran. On Monday, 17th October, we quitted Erzeroum. In consequence of the difficulty of getting fairly under way, to which I have already alluded, it is usual to make the first stage a very short one. Indeed, it is often merely what the Persians call nagle makan, change of place, a breaking up of one's quarters, a bidding farewell to one's friends, and a shaking oneself free from the innumerable delays which continue to arise as long as one is within the walls of an eastern town. We therefore did not expect to get farther than Hasan Qal'a, which is about 3 hours' ride from Erzeroum, before we had finished our leave-taking and settled the hotel bill, which only reached the modest sum of 108 piastres, about £1 sterling, for the two of us and Ali for 3 days. The rest of the caravan had disappeared, and it was only on emerging from the town that I was able to take note of those who composed it. There were, besides the muleteers, our friend the Mudir and his companions and servants, who were bound for Bayezid, a Turkish Zabtiyeh, who was to escort us as far as Hasan Qal'a, and 3 Persians proceeding to Tabriz. Of these last, one was a decrepit old man, the other 2 were his sons. In spite of the somewhat ludicrous appearance given to the old man by a long white beard, of which the lower half was dyed red with henna, the cause which had led him to undertake so long a journey, in spite of his advanced age, commanded respect and sympathy. His 2 sons had gone to Trebizond for purposes of trade, and had there settled. And although he had written to them, repeatedly entreating them to return to Tabriz, they had declined to comply with his wishes, until eventually he had determined to go himself, and, if possible, persuade them to return home with him. In this attempt he had met with the success which he so well deserved. As we advanced towards the low pass of Deve Boyun, the Camel's Neck, over which our road lay, I was much impressed with the mighty redoubts which crown the heights to the north-east and east of Erzeroum, many of which have, I believe, been erected since the Russian War. Beyond these, and such instruction and amusement as I could derive from our travelling companions, there was little to break the monotony of the road till we arrived at our halting place about 3 p.m. As the khan was full, we were obliged to be content with quarters even less luxurious, and even there the mudir, with prudent forethought, secured the best room for himself and his companions. Hasan Qal'a is, like Ilija, which is about equidistant from Erzeroum on the other side, remarkable for its natural hot springs, over which a bath had been erected. The mudir was anxious to visit these springs, and invited us to accompany him. To this I agreed, but H, not feeling well, preferred to remain quiet. The bath consists of a circular basin, 25 or 30 feet in diameter, surrounded with masonry and roofed in by a dome. In the summit of the dome was a large aperture through which we could see the stars shining. The water, which is almost as hot as one can bear with comfort, bubbles up from the centre of the basin, and is everywhere out of one's depth. After a most refreshing bathe, we returned to our quarters. Next day we started about 6 a.m. and were presently joined by a Turkish mufti proceeding to Bayezid, with whom I conversed for some time in Persian, which he spoke very incorrectly and with great effort. He was, however, an amusing companion, and his conversation beguiled the time pleasantly enough till we halted about midday at a large, squalid Armenian village called Kumasur. Our Turkish fellow travellers occupied the Mosafer Oda, or guest room, and intimated to us that they wished to be left undisturbed for their midday devotions, so we were compelled to be content with a stable. As the rest of the caravan had not yet come up, we had nothing for lunch but a few biscuits and a little brandy and water, which we fortunately had with us. Several of the Armenian villagers came to see us. They were apathetic and dull, presenting a sad contrast to the Armenians of the towns. They talked much of their grievances, especially of the rapacity of the multazim, or tax-gatherer of the district, who had, as they declared, mortally wounded one of the villagers a few days previously, because he had brought 8 piastres short of the sum due from him. They said that the heaviest tax was on cereals, amounting to 1 in 8 of their total value, and that, for the privilege of collecting this, the tax-gatherer paid a certain fixed sum to the government, and made what profit he could. Quitting this unhappy spot as soon as the rest of our caravan appeared, we again joined the mudir's party, which had been further reinforced by a charvouche, sergeant, and 2 zabtiyes, one of whom kept breaking out into snatches of song in the shrillest voice I ever heard. For some time we succeeded in keeping up with these, who were advancing at a pace impossible for the baggage animals. But presently our horses began to flag, and we were finally left behind, in some doubt as to the road which we should follow. Shortly after this, my horse, in going down a hill to a river, fell violently and threw me on my face. I picked myself up and remounted, but having proceeded some distance, discovered that my watch was gone, having probably been torn out of my pocket when I fell. We rode back and sought diligently for it, but without success, and while we were still so occupied, Farach the muleteer came up with Ali. These joined us in the fruitless attempt to find the lost watch, the former attributing my misfortune to the inconsiderate haste of the mudir, the latter attempting to console me with the philosophical reflection that some evil had evidently been destined to befall me, and that the loss of the watch had probably averted a more serious catastrophe. At length, the near approach of the sun to the horizon warned us that we must tarry no longer, and though we made as much haste as possible, it was dark before we reached the village of Deli Baba. Here we obtained lodgings in a large stable, at one side of which was a wooden platform, raised some 2 feet above the ground and covered with a felt carpet. On this our host spread cushions and pillows, but the hopes of a comfortable night's rest which these preparations raised in our minds were not destined to be fulfilled, for the stable was full of fowls, and the fowls swarmed with fleas. There were also several buffaloes in the stable, and these apparently were endowed with carnivorous insects, for during the night they ate up some cold meat which was to have served us for breakfast. At this place I tasted buffalo's milk for the first time. It is very rich, but has a peculiar flavour, which is, to my mind, very disagreeable. On starting the next day, we found that the mudir, who had obtained quarters elsewhere in the village, had already set out, neither did we again overtake him. Soon after leaving our halting place, we entered a magnificent defile leading into the mountains, and surrounded by precipitous crags. On the summit of one of these crags, which lay to our left, was a ruined castle, said to have been formerly a stronghold of the celebrated bandit minstrel Koroglu. The face of the rock showed numerous cave-like apertures, apparently enlarged, if not made, by the hand of man, and possibly communicating with the interior of the castle. About noon we reached a Kurdish village, situated amidst grassy uplands at the summit of the pass, and here we halted for a rest. Most of the male inhabitants were out on the hills looking after their flocks, but the women gathered round us, staring, laughing, and chattering Kurdish. Some few of them knew a little Turkish, and asked us if we had any munjas to give them. This word, which I did not understand, appeared to denote some kind of ornament. On quitting this village, our way led us through fertile uplands, covered thinly with low shrubs, on which hundreds of draught animals were feeding. The bales of merchandise, unladen from their backs, were piled up in hollow squares, in and around which the Persian camel drivers were resting, till such time as the setting of the sun, for camels rarely travel by day, should give the signal for departure. A little further on, we passed one of the battlefields of the Russian war, and were shown an earthwork close to the road, where we were told that Farag Pasha had been killed. Soon after this, on rounding a corner, the mighty snow-covered cone of Mount Ararat burst upon our view across a wide hill-girt plain, into which we now began to descend. During this descent we came upon a party of Kurdish mountebanks, surrounded by a crowd of peasants. In the midst of the group, a little girl in a bright red dress was performing a dance on stilts to the sound of wild music, produced by a drum and a flute. It was a pretty sight, and one which I would fain have watched for a time. But the muleteers were anxious to reach the end of our day's journey, and indeed it was already dusk when we arrived at the village of Zayti Kyan. The inhabitants of this place were, as we entered it, engaged in a violent altercation, the cause of which I did not ascertain, while a few Turkish zabtiyers were making strenuous efforts to disperse them, in which they eventually succeeded. It was only after Ali had been to half the houses in the village that he succeeded in obtaining a lodging for us in the house of a poor Armenian family, who were content to share with us their only room. As usual, no sort of privacy was possible, numbers of people coming in to stare at us, question us, and watch us eat. Next day's march was both short and uninteresting. At 2 p.m. we reached the large, squalid village of Qara Kilisa. As the day was still young, and the place far from attractive, we were anxious to proceed farther, but this the muleteers declined to do, answering, after the manner of their class, that they had agreed to take us to Tabriz in 12 days from Erzeroum, and that this they would do, but that for the rest we must allow them to arrange the stages as they thought fit. Farach concluded the argument by making a propitiatory gift of a melon, which he had just received from a fellow countryman whom he had met on the road, and, half amused, half annoyed, I was obliged to acquiesce in his arrangement. We obtained wretched quarters in the house of a very ill-favoured and inquisitive Armenian, and, after allaying our ill humour with tea, strolled through the village to see the Yuzbashi, or captain of the police, about securing a zabtiye as an escort for the morrow. From him we learned that our friend the mudir had not forgotten us, for on his way through the village that morning he had left instructions that we were to be provided with a zabtiye should we require one. The dustiness of the streets, combined with the inquisitiveness of the inhabitants, soon drove us back to our lodging, where a night disturbed by innumerable fleas concluded a miserable day. In spite of our desire to quit so unattractive a spot, we did not start till 7:45 a.m., a much later hour than usual, partly because we knew that the stage before us was a short one, and had no reason to anticipate better quarters at the end of it than those we were leaving, partly because Ali's whip had disappeared and could not be found till our host was informed that no money would be paid him until it was forthcoming, whereupon it was speedily produced. We were accompanied by a fine old Armenian zabtiye, who presented a thoroughly soldierly as well as a very picturesque appearance. The scenery through which we passed reminded me more of England or Scotland than anything which I had seen since leaving home. Close to the road ran a beautiful clear river, rippling down over its stony bed to join the western Euphrates. On either side of this lay undulating grassy hills, beyond which appeared in the distance more lofty mountains. The warm cloudy day, too, and the thin mists which lay on the hills favoured the fancy that we were back once more in our native land. About 1 p.m. we reached our halting place, Tashli Chai, and found lodgings in a gloomy hovel. which served the double purpose of a resting place for guests and a stable for buffaloes. The people, however, were better than the place. Our host was an old Persian with henna-dyed beard and nails, who manifested his good feeling toward us by plunging his hand with an introductory Bismillah into a dish of poached eggs, which was set before us for luncheon. His son, a bright handsome lad of 16 or 17, made every effort to enliven us, and, on my inquiring whether there were any fish in the river, offered to conduct us thither, and show us not only where they were, but how to catch them. Having collected several other youths, he commenced operations by constructing a dam of stones and turf half across the river, at a point where it was divided into two branches by a bed of shingle. The effect of this was to direct the bulk of the water into the left-hand channel, while the depth of that which remained in the right-hand channel, at the lower end of which a boy was stationed to beat the water with a stick, and so prevent the imprisoned fish from effecting their escape, sunk to a few inches. Having completed these preparations, the operators entered the water with sticks in their hands, struck at the fish as they darted past, thereby killing or stunning them, and then picked them up and tossed them onto the bank. One lad had a sort of gaff, wherewith he hooked the fish very dexterously. In less than an hour we had nearly 50 fish, several of which must have weighed 2½ or 3 pounds. Some of these we ate for supper, others we gave to the muleteers and to our fellow travellers. They were not unpalatable, and made a pleasing change from the fowls and eggs of which our fare had so long consisted. Although our lodging was not much superior in point of cleanliness and comfort to that of the preceding night, it was with something like regret that I bade farewell to the kindly folk of Toshli Choy. Farach had started on in front with the baggage, leaving his brother Fayzullah, of whom we had hitherto seen but little, to bear us company. This Fayzullah was a smooth-faced, narrow-eyed, smug-looking, sturdy rascal, whose face wore a perpetual and intolerable grin, and whose head was concealed rather than crowned by the large, low, conical, long-haired pawpoch which constitutes the usual headdress of the peasants inhabiting that region which lies just beyond the Turco-Persian frontier. We were also accompanied by a Turkish zabtiyeh, who proved to be unusually intelligent, for when we were come opposite to the village of Uchkilisa, which lies on the farther side of the river, he told us that there was an old Armenian church there which was worth looking at, and that we should by no means neglect to pay our respects to an aged Armenian ecclesiastic entitled by him the Morakhas Effendi, who, as he assured us, enjoyed such influence in the neighbourhood that, were he to give the command, 100 men would escort us to Tabriz. We therefore turned aside from our course, to the infinite disgust of Fayzullah, whose only desire was to reach the end of the stage as soon as possible, and first proceeded to the church. This was a fine old building, but it had suffered at the hands of the Kurds during the Russian war, and the beautiful designs and paintings with which it had before that time been adorned had, for the most part, been destroyed by fire. Leaving the church, we passed the house and mill of the Morakhas Effendi, who, on hearing our approach, came out to meet us, and begged us to enter his house and partake of some refreshment. The opposition offered by Fayzullah to any further delay compelled us to decline his hospitality, yet would he scarcely take nay for an answer, saying that he was ashamed to let strangers pass by without alighting at his house. Finally, seeing that we were firm in our resolve, he bade us farewell with the words, "I pray Almighty God that He will bring you in safety to Tabriz." It was with a sense of comfort and encouragement that we parted from the venerable and reverend old man. But this feeling was presently changed to one of indignation against Fayzullah, who had urged the length of the stage as a reason for hastening on, when, not much after 1:30 p.m, we arrived at the wretched town of Diyardin, where we were to sleep for the last time on Turkish territory. A more desolate spot I do not think I have ever seen. The dirty, dusty town, which scarcely contains 2 respectable houses, stands in a barren, treeless waste, and is half encompassed by a vast, crescent-shaped chasm with precipitous sides. Heaps of refuse lie about in all directions, both before the doors of the miserable hovels which compose the town, and amongst the graves of the extensive and neglected cemetery which surrounds it. Of the 2 respectable houses which I have noticed, one belongs to the governor, the other is the post office. To the latter we paid a visit, and conversed for a while with the postmaster and telegraph clerk, for both functions were united in one individual, who was a Turk of Adrianople. He complained bitterly of the dullness of Diyardin, where he had been for 2 years, and to which a marriage, contracted with a Kurdish girl, had failed to reconcile him. On returning to our lodging, we found that the aperture in the roof, which did duty for window and chimney alike, admitted so much wind and dust that we were compelled to cover it with sacking, while to add to our miseries we discovered that all our candles were used up. Having eaten our supper by the dim light of a little earthenware lamp, we therefore had no resource but to seek forgetfulness of our discomforts in sleep. Next morning, 23rd October, the 7th day of our departure from Erzurum, we were in the saddle by 6 a.m. My spirits were high, for I knew that before sunset we should enter the land which I had so long and so eagerly desired to behold. The Zabtiyeh who accompanied us, remarkable for an enormous hooked nose, took pains to impress upon us the necessity of keeping well together, as there was some danger of robbers. Presently, on rounding a corner, a glorious view burst upon us. Ararat, which had been hidden from us by lower hills since we first saw it from the heights above Zayti Kyan, lay far to the left, its snowy summit veiled in clouds, which, however, left unconcealed the lower peak of Little Ararat. Before us, at the end of the valley, perched midway up the face of a steep rocky mountain, lay the town and fortress of Bayezid, which keeps solitary watch over the northeast frontier of the Turkish Empire. This we did but see afar off, for, while 2 or 3 hours' march still separated us from it, we turned sharply to the right into the valley leading to Qizildize, the last village on Turkish soil. At this point we left the telegraph wires, which had, since our departure from Trebizond, kept us company and indicated the course of our road. Soon after midday we reached Qizildize, and leaving our baggage in the custom house, betook ourselves for rest and refreshment to a large and commodious khan. The custom house officials gave us no trouble, but as soon as we were again on the road Farach informed us, with many lamentations, that they had extracted from him a sum of 45 piastres, alleging as a pretext for this extortion that whereas he had brought 7 horses with him on his last journey into Turkey, he was returning with only 5, that they suspected him of having sold the 2 missing horses in Turkish territory, and that they should therefore exact from him the duty payable on animals imported into the country for purposes of commerce. It was in vain that Farach protested that the 2 horses in question had died on the road, for they demanded documentary proof of this assertion, which he was unable to produce. And indeed, to me it seemed an absurd thing to expect a certificate of death for an animal which had perished in the mountains of Asia Minor. The hook-nosed veteran who had accompanied us from Diyardin had yielded place to a fresh zabtiyeh, who rode silently before us for 2 hours, during which we continued to ascend gradually through wild but monotonous hills, till, on reaching a slight eminence over which the road passed, he reined in his horse, and turning in his saddle, said, "Farther I cannot go with you, for this is our frontier, and yonder before you lies the Persian land." End of section 4. End of chapter 2. From England to the Persian frontier. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. Recorded in London, England.
Section 5 of A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anthony Taubman. A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne. Chapter 3. From the Persian Frontier to Tabriz. چه خوش باشد که بعد از انتظاری به آمدی رسید امیدواری. How good it is when one with waiting tired obtaineth that which he hath long desired. Sa'di. کنج عزلت که طلسمت عجب دارد فتحیان در نظر همت دوشن است. The talisman of magic might, hid in some ruin's lonely site, emerges from its ancient night at the mild glance of dervishes. Hafiz, rendered by Herman Bicknell. There is always a pleasant sense of excitement and expectation in entering for the first time a foreign country. Especially is this the case when to visit that country has long been the object of one's ambition. Yet that which most sharply marks such a transition, and most forcibly reminds the traveller that he is amongst another race, I mean a change of language, is not so observable by one who enters Persia from the northwest. For the inhabitants of the province of Azerbaijan, which forms this portion of the Persian Empire, uniformly employ a dialect of Turkish, which, though differing widely from the speech of the Ottoman Turks, is not so far removed from it as to render either language unintelligible to those who speak the other. If amongst the better classes in the towns of Azerbaijan, and here and there in the villages, the Persian language is understood or spoken, it is as a foreign tongue acquired by study or travel, while the narrow, affected enunciation of the vowels, so different from the bold, broad pronunciation of Persia proper, and the introduction of the Y sound after K and G, at once serve to mark the province to which the speaker belongs. It is not until Qazvin is reached, and only 4 or 5 stages separate the traveller from Tehran, that the Persian distinctly predominates over the Turkish language, while even 4 stages south of the capital, as far as the sacred city of Qom, the latter is still generally understood. The country immediately beyond the frontier was as desolate and devoid of cultivation as that which we had just quitted, and it was not until we reached the Persian frontier village of Ajavit that we have any opportunity of observing that change of costume which constitutes the other great sign of entry amongst a new race. Indeed, the approach of night, which overtook us ere we reached our destination, prevented us even then from getting more than a very partial idea of the differences which distinguish a Persian from a Turkish village. So far as we could see, however, the change was distinctly for the better. The square houses, built of unbaked clay, were clean and commodious, while a goodly array of poplar trees gave to the place an appearance of verdure which contrasted pleasantly with our too vivid recollections of the hideous waste of Diyadin. Immediately on our arrival, we sent our letter of introduction, which had been given to us by the Persian consul at Erzurum, to Pasha Khan, the Sahadar, or Warden of the Marches, intending to pay our respects to him in the morning before our departure. While we were eating our supper, however, a message came from him to say that he would, if we pleased, receive us at once, as he was in the habit of rising late. As this invitation was practically equivalent to a command, we hastened, in spite of our weariness and disinclination to move, to respond to it, and were presently ushered by our host, who was one of the great man's retainers, into the presence of Pasha Khan, having previously removed our boots on an intimation from the Farrashes, who stood at the door of the presence chamber. We were invited to seat ourselves on the floor opposite the frontier chief, who sat in a corner of the room on the side next the door, reclining on cushions. On one side of him was seated his vazir, on the other a grim-looking secretary, whose face was adorned with a pair of fierce moustaches, and whose hand still held the letter of introduction which he had been reading to Pasha Khan. The Warden of the Marches conversed with me for a short time, in a somewhat fitful manner, in Persian, inquiring particularly about the terms on which England stood with Russia. Seeing, however, that he was disinclined to prolong the interview, and that he appeared moody and preoccupied, a fact due, as we subsequently learnt, to a quarrel which had arisen between him and his brother, we were preparing to take our leave, when several servants entered bearing trays of pilau and sherbet, of which, though we had already supped, we were compelled by politeness to partake. The sherbet was excellent, as was also the pilau, consisting of pieces of lamb's flesh buried in rice, which we had to eat, awkwardly enough, with our hands. This accomplishment, which, in spite of assiduous efforts, I never succeeded in thoroughly acquiring, is far from being so easy as might at first sight appear. The rice is pressed by the 4 fingers into a wedge-shaped bolus, which is then thrust into the mouth by an upward motion of the terminal joint of the thumb placed behind it. Any grains of rice which remain clinging to the fingers must then be collected by a semicircular sweep of the thumb into another smaller bolus, which is then eaten before a fresh handful of rice is taken up. It is wonderful what dexterity the Persians acquire in this method of eating, which is indeed far more cleanly and convenient than might be supposed. To the foreigner, however, it is hardly less difficult of acquisition than the Persian manner of sitting on the heels, and, if on the first attempt we did not meet with the ridicule of our entertainers, it was rather from their politeness than from any dexterity on our part. On the conclusion of the meal we took our leave, Pasha Khan ordering our host in his capacity of Farash to accompany us on our journey as far as Kara Ayne. For this we were very grateful, not so much because we hoped for any advantage from our escort, as because we feared that it might be larger, for a large escort naturally involves considerable expense. Next day, 24th October, we started a little before 8 a.m, and we were now able to contrast the appearance of the numerous villages through which we had passed with those of the Turkish side of the frontier. The comparison was certainly very much to the advantage of Persia. The houses, surrounded by gardens of poplars, were neater, cleaner, and better built than is usual in Turkey, while nearly every village contained at least one house of considerable size. The change in the costume of the people was equally striking. The fez had entirely disappeared, and its place was taken either by the thickly lined, close-fitting skull-cap of cloth trimmed with black wool, which is called shikari, or by the hideous, long-haired papakh of black or brown colour, which I have already noticed as constituting the headdress of our muleteers. Before we had gone very far, we were overtaken by two more of Pasha Khan's mounted irregulars, who appeared desirous of attaching themselves to us as an additional escort, in spite of our unwillingness to accept their services. About 2 p.m. we reached the village of Kara Ayne, which was to be our halting place for the night. Hearing that there was a bazaar, I was minded to visit it, but found it to be a single shop kept by a leper, whose stock in trade appeared to consist chiefly of small tawdry mirrors and very rank tobacco. On the following day we were joined by two more armed horsemen, making 5 in all, so that our cavalcade now presented a most imposing appearance, and there seemed to be every chance that, at this rate of proceeding, we should accumulate a small army before reaching Tabriz, in order, as I believe, to sustain our flagging faith in their utility, and to convince us of the danger of the road. An alarm of robbers was started by our escort as we were traversing a narrow defile. Assuring us that only 3 days ago 3 men had been robbed and murdered in this very spot, they galloped wildly ahead, now cautiously ascending and peeping over the summit of a hillock, now madly descending it at breakneck speed, and scouring across the country. In the caravan all were huddled together in a compact mass, and, in spite of our scepticism, Ali insisted on the rifle being got ready for action, while he continued to brandish an old sword, which he had bought at Erzurum, in the most truculent manner. Notwithstanding all these preparations, no robbers appeared, and after we had been sufficiently entertained by the evolutions of our escort, we were permitted to lapse once more into tranquillity. Early in the afternoon, after fording a river, the eminently picturesque bridge being broken down, and passing a pretty hamlet situated by the side of a stream, we arrived at the village of Zorawa, where we halted for the night. Here we obtained very fair quarters in the house of a fine-looking old man with some knowledge of Persian. 4 or 5 of the inhabitants came in to stare at us and to smoke their kalyans, hubble-bubbles, with intermittent attempts to mend a broken door. Ali struck up a great friendship with our host, and inspired by this, and the reflection that on the morrow we should reach a town of some importance, made him a present of all that remained of our tea. Next day, 26th October, we found to our delight that our escort was reduced to 2, who still continued their attempts to scare us with alarms of robbers. Whether the road was indeed dangerous I do not know, but it was certainly amazingly bad. About midday, on emerging from a very fine gorge, we saw at our feet a wide and cultivated plain, surrounded almost entirely by mountains, except to the right, in the direction of Urumiyé. In this plain lay the beautiful little city of Khoi, and, somewhat nearer to us, the suburb of Pire, both surrounded by a mass of gardens. The latter we reached in about an hour, and here we rested for a while. Thence onwards to the very walls of Khoi, appropriately styled Darus Safar, the abode of delight. Our way lay through pleasant gardens of poplars, willows, and fruit trees, and fields planted with cotton. At 3:30 p.m. we entered the town and put up at a clean and well-constructed caravanserai. While the baggage was being unloaded, I perceived that we were undergoing an attentive scrutiny on the part of a magnificent-looking dervish, who wore on his head a green turban, of which one end depended over his shoulder, and carried in his hand a shining battle-axe. Presently he began to address inquiries to Ali, and, on learning from him that I spoke Persian, approached me and entered into conversation. He proved to be a native of Kerman, Mir Jalal al-Din by name, and his extraordinary fertility of imagination, which often carried him far beyond the bounds not only of the probable but of the possible, rendered him a very amusing companion, if not a very reliable informant. He at once constituted himself our guide, philosopher, and friend, and hardly quitted us during the 3 days which we spent at Khoi, declaring that he perceived us to be excellent fellows, worthy of his society and conversation. He assured us that he had travelled much, and had thrice visited London, once in company with the Shah, that he had instructed members of the Russian royal family in Persian, and that besides this, his native tongue, he was conversant with no less than 10 languages, including Kurdish, Russian, and the dialect of Sistan on the eastern frontier of Persia. Having given us these details about himself, he began to question us as to our destination, and on learning that we were bound for Tabriz, told us that we must on no account omit to visit the towns of Salmas, Khusravabad, and Dilmaghan, more especially the latter, in which as he declared, there were no less than 1,000 English residents, who, through converse with dervishes and Sufis, had become enlightened and philosophical. While we were engaged in conversation, a man entered the room to inquire our names and whence we came, the object for which this information was sought being, as Mir Jalal al-Din informed us with perfect gravity, that it might be inserted in the newspapers of Tabriz. His imagination being now temporarily exhausted, our worthy friend bade us good night, and promising to be with us betimes in the morning, and to show us something of the town, left us to repose. Our first business on awaking in the morning was to make inquiries as to the possibility of obtaining a bath in the adjacent hammam, and this indulgence was without difficulty accorded to us. On our return, we found our friend the dervish awaiting our arrival. He at once launched out into a disquisition on things pertaining to his order. The true arif, or adept, he informed us, was distinguished by 4 external signs: the tabar, or axe, which serves to protect him during his wanderings in the desert from ferocious beasts; the keshkid, or gourd slung on chains, in which he receives alms; the taj, or felt cap embroidered with texts, which crowns his head; and the gishu, or long locks, which fall over his shoulders. He then showed me some pills, compounded, as he assured me, after a prescription of the sage Lochman, of a substance called bash, and known by the name of Habe-Nishat, or pills of gladness. One of these he offered me to eat, assuring me that it would not fail to produce a most delightful sense of exhilaration and ecstasy. But, although I complied with his invitation, I failed to observe any such effect. About 11 a.m. we accompanied him for a stroll through the town. He first took us to a neighbouring caravanserai and introduced us to a Syrian Christian of Urumiyeh named Simon Abraham, who practised the trade of a photographer and spoke English, which he had learned from the missionaries settled at that place, very well. He, in his turn, introduced us to another Syrian Christian called Dr. Samuel, who kept a dispensary at the opposite side of the caravanserai, and who likewise possessed a good knowledge of English. Both received us very cordially and did much to render pleasant our sojourn at Khoi. In the afternoon we were taken by the indefatigable Mir Jalal-ad-Din to visit a tekkeh, or retreat for dervishes, situated near the walls of the town. The dervishes, who were a most heterogeneous crew, including, besides Persians, Kurds and Negroes, received us very hospitably and gave us tea. On our return to the caravanserai, our companion introduced us to a ramal, or geomancer, who occupied a room adjacent to ours. This votary of the occult sciences, Mírzá Taghí by name, was a native of Kermanshah. So far as I could see, he never quitted his cell, dividing his time between opium smoking, tea drinking, and casting the 4 dice-like brass cubes pivoted together, whereby he essayed to unravel the mysteries of the future. After offering us a share of his tea, he proceeded to cast his dice and tell me my fortune, scribbling on a piece of paper the while, somewhat as follows: 3, 2, 1, 2, counting the numbers uppermost on the dice. Praise be to Allah, thou wert born under a lucky star. 1, 1, 3, 4. Thy journey will be a long one, and 7 months at least will elapse ere thou shalt see again thy native land. 2, 2, 4, 2. I take refuge with Allah, the Supreme, the Mighty. What is it that I see? Thou shalt without doubt incur a great danger on the road, and indeed it seemeth to me that one will attempt thy life before thou reachest Tabriz. 4, 3, 1, 4. Thou hast already lost, or wilt shortly lose, 2 things of value. I immediately thought of my watch, and then recollected that I had informed Mir Jalal-ad-Din of its loss. 4, 4, 2, 1. Our refuge is in God. A violent storm will overtake thee on thy voyage homewards, but from this thou wilt, Inshallah, escape by means of a talisman which I will prepare for thee. 3, 1, 1, 3. On thy return home thou wilt marry and have 4 sons and 3 daughters. 4, 2, 3, 1. Thou hast, alas, several powerful enemies, and an evil influence threatens thy star. But shouldst thou escape these, as, please God, thou wilt do, by the help of a charm which I will presently write for thee, thou wilt without doubt gain the favour of thy queen, and attain unto great prosperity, Inshallah. Thy fortune, he continued, sweeping up the implements of his craft, is, praise be to Allah, far from bad, a proof of which is that thou hast fallen in with one truly skilled in the occult sciences, and endowed with all kinds of knowledge, who is able not only to warn thee of the misfortunes which threaten thee, but also to provide thee with the means of averting, or at least of mitigating, the same. The talismans which thou needest now are as follows: 1. To protect thee from the attempt on thy life, which will be made before thou reachest Tabriz, one to ensure thy safety in the storm, which will assail thee on thy homeward voyage, one... Honoured sir, I interrupted at this point, before giving you the trouble of writing so many charms, I would fain have some further proof of the efficacy of your science. I do not, indeed, like many of my countrymen, deny its existence, but of its truth I would desire a proof which you can easily afford me. To describe the events of the past is without doubt less difficult than to predict those of the future. Tell me, then, the name of my birthplace, the number of my brothers and sisters, and the adventures which have already befallen me. Then, indeed, shall I know for certain that you are a skilful magician, and that the science which you practice is not, as some of my unbelieving countrymen assert, a vain and useless thing. Reasonable as this request appeared to me to be, it did not seem to meet with the approbation of the geomancer, who appeared suddenly to lose interest in the conversation, seeing which we withdrew to our own room, where we subsequently received a visit from our Syrian friends. Next morning, before I was dressed, Mir Jalal al-Din appeared with 2 small manuscripts, both of which, he said, belonged to a poor Sufi, who was willing to sell them for a small sum only because he was stricken down by a mortal disease. One of these manuscripts contained, besides the well-known philosophical poem of Sheikh Mahmud Shabestari, known as the Gulshan-e-Ruz, or Rose Garden of Mystery, a treatise on the mystical science of managing the breath, from which he read me several long extracts. The other consisted of a few scattered pages from a work on medicine, which, he gravely informed me, had been written by the hand of Galen himself, and discovered by himself and a comrade amongst the ruins of one of the pyramids destroyed by the English. Not wishing to hurt the feelings of my ingenious friend by giving expression to my doubts, and thinking that some compensation was due to him for the trouble which he had been at to entertain us, I agreed to purchase these manuscripts for the moderate sum which he named. End of section 5. Section 6 of A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne. We next visited the dispensary of Dr. Samuel, whither H. had already preceded us. Here, for the first time, I was able to appreciate the difficulties incidental to the practice of medicine amongst a people whose curiosity prompts them to hover round the physician long after their own cases have been dealt with, and who are only too eager to throw out hints on diagnosis and treatment whenever they get the opportunity. Our visit to the dispensary was so far unfortunate that, on returning to our caravanserai towards evening, after a stroll in the bazaar and a chat with the postmaster, I found a crowd of people assembled outside who, on beholding me, cried out, "He comes! The Firangi Hakim has arrived!" and thronged after me into the square. This assembly consisted of several sick people, accompanied by a number of their friends and relatives who, hearing that we had some knowledge of medicine, were anxious to consult us. On inquiry, I learnt that they had previously been attending Dr. Samuel, from whom they had obtained medicine, of which they had only made a very brief trial. I therefore told them that they had better give his treatment a fair chance before deserting it for some new remedy, especially as I was convinced, both by conversation with the Syrian doctor and by observation of his practice, that he was at least as competent as myself to advise them. It was with much regret that, on the following morning, 29th October, we prepared to quit Khoi. For some time I despaired of ever getting off. Inside the room where we were vainly attempting to pack our things were our Syrian friends, together with Mir Jalaluddin, who had come to bid us farewell. Outside were crowds of sick people come for advice and treatment, irregular soldiers anxious to be engaged as an escort, and idle spectators, while above all was visible the ugly grinning face of Faiz-ul-Allah, the muleteer, trying to hasten our departure with cries of "Gullah," which in the Turkish dialect of Azerbaijan signifies "let us go." At length, about 11 a.m., our preparations were completed, and we were on the point of starting, when Mir Jalaluddin, who had disappeared for a while previously, approached me to bid me farewell, and to give me 2 more proofs of his goodwill. The first of these was a letter of introduction to a brother Dervish at Tabriz, who, he assured me, would very probably consent to accompany me on my travels, and would perhaps even return with me to my native country. Unfortunately, I was unable to put this statement to the test, and the letter was never used. The second was a small white circular object, looking like an unperforated and much-worn shirt button, which he said was a talisman, sufficient, in all probability, to protect me against the danger of being robbed or murdered, which had been predicted by the opium-smoking geomancer. As a further precaution, however, he added that I should do well, in the event of robbers making their appearance, to dismount from my horse, take a handful of dust from the road, blow on it, and scatter it around me, at the same time uttering the Bismillah, when the robbers would infallibly disperse. He then asked me to give him a nazr, or offering of money, for the dervishes, who would exert their influence to protect me from harm, and, having received this, he finally bade me farewell. Quitting the town by a gate opposite to that by which we had entered it, we passed through a long avenue of poplars, and shortly afterwards reached a point where the road bifurcated, one branch leading southwards in the direction of Urumiyeh, and the other, which we pursued, eastwards towards the hills which we must cross to reach Tabriz. Near the summit of one of these hills was a small imamzadeh, or shrine, which, as Farah informed us, was reputed most efficacious in curing persons afflicted with hydrophobia, or bitten by a serpent. After a short stage of 4 hours, we reached a little village called Sayyid Tajuddin, where we halted for the night. Next day we continued to ascend for about 2 hours until we reached the top of the pass. From this we had a magnificent view of the great salt lake of Urumiyeh, glittering in the sun, and studded with numerous rocky islands, which, as an effect of the mirage, appeared deeply indented at the base. Descending by the dry bed of a river which did duty for a road, we soon entered the plain which skirts the lake on this its northern side. Here we fell in with a wandering snake charmer, who, after exhibiting to us the immunity with which he handled his snakes, pressed us to buy pieces of dirty bread, which he assured us would prove an infallible remedy for snake bites. This, however, I declined to do, for I thought myself sufficiently provided with talismans for the present. Before 2 p.m. we reached our halting place, Tarsukh, a large but uninteresting village, distant about a mile from the shore of the lake. Nothing worthy of note befell us here, except the loss of a purse of money, which event our friend the geomancer, had he known of it, might perhaps have claimed as the fulfilment of a part of his prediction. The following day's march took us to Diza Khalil, a good-sized village with a fair bazaar, situated amidst gardens of poplars near the northeast corner of the lake. Here we obtained good quarters, where our host brought us, together with a present of flowers, an old copy of the Pilgrim's Progress, left behind by some previous traveller. Next day, Tuesday, 1st November, after a tedious march of nearly 10 hours, broken by a short halt about 2 p.m. at a disconsolate village called Mian, we reached Tabriz, the capital of the province of Azerbaijan, the residence of the Valiard or Crown Prince, and one of the largest, if not the largest, of the cities of Persia. Although we were provided with letters of introduction to Mr. Abbott, the British consul, it was too late to think of presenting them that evening, and accordingly, after threading our way for nearly an hour through the vast suburbs which surround the city, we were glad to alight at the first respectable caravanserai which we came to. On the following morning we repaired to the British consulate, and were very kindly received by Mr. Abbott and his wife, who invited us to be their guests during our sojourn in Tabriz. We gladly accepted this invitation, for we had not seen a European since leaving Erzurum, and had not slept in a proper bed since we quitted the Hôtel d'Italie at Trebizond. We remained at Tabriz 4 days. During this time we became acquainted with Mr. Whipple, one of the American missionaries, who kindly undertook to pilot us through the interminable labyrinth of bazaars, perhaps the most extensive in Persia, and the Turkish consul, Behjit Bey, who, in addition to an excellent knowledge of Persian, possessed the best temper, the keenest sense of humour, the cheeriest laugh, and the most voracious appetite that I have ever seen in one of his nation. Although Tabriz is so important a town, it offers few attractions to the sightseer beyond the bazaars, the Blue Mosque, Masjid-e-Kabud, and the citadel, Arg, of which the two last are said to date from the time of Harun al-Rashid. Both of these monuments of antiquity we visited on the second day after our arrival. The Blue Mosque is now little more than a ruin, but the handsome tiles and inscriptions which still adorn its walls bear witness to its ancient splendour. The citadel, also said to have been originally a mosque, consists of a square enclosure with a single entrance, opposite to which rises a lofty, massive, rectangular tower, accessible by means of a staircase in the left lateral wall of the quadrangle. The opposite side of the quadrangle is formed by a large ambar, or magazine, now used as a storehouse for arms and ammunition. The view from the summit of the citadel is very extensive, and enabled me, in some degree, to realize the magnitude of the city, which lay below us like a map. From this height, in former days, criminals were sometimes hurled into the ditch below. On one occasion, we were informed, a woman condemned to suffer death in this manner was so buoyed up by the air inflating her loose garments that she reached the ground uninjured. Whether this story is true or false, I cannot say. Neither did I pay much attention to its recital, my thoughts being occupied with the tragic death of the young prophet of Shiraz, Mírzá Yahyá, better known as the Báb, which took place on 9th July 1850, at or near this spot. As I shall have to say a good deal about the Bábí religion in subsequent chapters, it may not be altogether out of place to give here a brief account of the life and death of its founder, although the history of these is well known and has been repeatedly set forth. Footnote 1. See Gobineau's Religion et philosophie dans l'Asie centrale, Mírzá Kazem Beg's articles on Báb et les Bábís in the Journal Asiatique for 1866, several articles by myself in the Journal of the Royal Asiatic Society for 1889 and 1892, the Traveller's Narrative written to illustrate the episode of the Báb, edited, translated and annotated by me for the Syndics of the Cambridge University Press, 1891, and my forthcoming translation of the New History of Mírzá Ali-Muhammad, the Báb, 1893. End of footnote. Mírzá Ali-Muhammad was born at Shiraz on 9th October 1820. His father, Syed Muhammad Reza, a cloth merchant in that town, died while he was still of tender age, leaving him to the care of his uncle, Haji Syyyid Ali. At the age of 17, he was sent to the port of Bushire on the Persian Gulf, where, while engaged in transacting the business with which he had been entrusted, he rendered himself conspicuous not less by the austerity of his morals than by the sweetness and amiability of his disposition. Addicted from an early age to religious meditation, he was soon impelled to abandon commercial pursuits and to undertake a pilgrimage to Mecca and the shrines of the Imams, so dear to every pious Persian, at Najaf and Karbala. Here he became the pupil of Haji Sayyid Kazim of Rasht, a theologian who, notwithstanding the enmity and opposition of the orthodox Shiite clergy, had already begun to exert a considerable influence on Persian thought and to gather round him a numerous band of ardent disciples. Mírzá Alí-Muhammad, in spite of his youth and retiring disposition, soon attracted the attention of this teacher, who did not fail to be struck by the sweet and thoughtful countenance of the young Shírází. Nor was Sayyid Kazim the only one who yielded to a charm which few could wholly resist. Many other learned and devout men began to look with respect and affection on one whose humility only served to throw his other virtues into bolder relief. Thus were sown the seeds of that devotion, which was destined ere long to write the testimony of its sincerity in letters of blood throughout the length and breadth of the Persian land, and which was to prove once more to the world that all the torments which the tyrant can devise or the torturer execute are impotent to subdue the courage born of faith and enthusiasm. It is unnecessary for me to describe in detail the process whereby there grew up in the mind of Mírzá Alí-Muhammad a conviction that he was destined to become the reformer and saviour of his nation. Suffice it to say that, after a prolonged inward struggle, on 23rd May 1844, he proclaimed himself to the world as the Báb, or gate, whereby men might win to the sacred mysteries and spiritual truths of which he had become the recipient. Before long he had gathered round himself a number of disciples. Amongst these were many of the most distinguished pupils of Sayyid Kazim, whose recent death had left them temporarily without a recognized head. They eagerly adopted the doctrines of their former fellow student, and began to preach them openly wherever they went, so that in a short time the fame of Mírzá Alí-Muhammad was noised abroad throughout the whole of Persia, and everywhere men began to say that the Imam Mahdi had come at last for the deliverance of the nations and the establishment of universal justice and peace. At first but little attention was paid to the new sect by the government or clergy, but towards the end of the summer of 1845 they began to be alarmed at its rapid spread, and took measures to check its progress. The Báb, who had just returned from Mecca to Bushire, was brought to Shiraz and placed in confinement. His followers were prohibited from discussing his doctrines in public, and some of the more active were beaten, mutilated, and expelled from the town. In the early summer of 1846, however, a plague broke out in Shiraz, and, during the general consternation caused by this, the Báb effected his escape and made his way to Isfahan, where he was well received by Manusher Khan, governor of that city, who afforded him protection and hospitality for nearly a year. Early in 1847, Manusher Khan died, and his successor, anxious to curry favour with the government, sent the Báb, under the care of an escort of armed horsemen, to the capital. So serious were the apprehensions already entertained by the government of a popular demonstration in the prisoner's favour, that his guards had received instructions to avoid entering the towns by which they must needs pass. At Kashan, however, a respectable merchant named Mírzá Yahyá (Footnote 1). Mírzá Yahyá's chief claim to distinction is as the historian of the movement for which he gave his life. His history, of primary importance for the study of Bábism, contains a vast number of curious particulars, doctrinal and biographical, which have been omitted, not unintentionally, by later Bábí writers. It is, however, extremely rare. So far as I know, only 2 manuscripts of it exist, and one of these contains only a third part of the work. Both these manuscripts belonged formerly to the Comte de Gobineau, and both are now in the Bibliothèque Nationale at Paris. See my translation of the New History, Introduction, and Appendix 2. End of footnote. Mírzá Jání, who subsequently suffered martyrdom for his faith, prevailed on them by means of a bribe to allow their prisoner to tarry with him 2 days. At the village of Khanlik, also near Tehran, a number of believers came out to meet the Báb. Amongst these was Mírzá Husyan Alí of Núr in Mazandaran, who, at a later date, under the title of Bahá'u'lláh, the Splendour of God, was recognized by the great majority of the Bábís as their spiritual chief, and who, till his death on 16th May 1892, resided at Acre in Syria, surrounded by a band of faithful followers, and visited yearly by numbers of pilgrims. The late King Muhammad Shah and his chief minister Haji Mírzá Aghasí, dreading the effect likely to be produced in the capital by the presence of the Báb, determined to send him to the fortress of Maku on the northwest frontier of Persia, without allowing him to enter Tehran. Thither he was accordingly conveyed, but at Zanjan and Milan he received a popular ovation, and even at Maku it was found impossible to prevent him from receiving occasional letters and visits from his adherents. Nor did the plan of transferring him to the sterner custody of Yahya Khan, governor of the castle of Chihrik near Urumiyeh, meet with much better success in this respect. Meantime, while the Báb was occupying the weary days of his imprisonment in compiling and arranging the books destined to serve as a guide to his followers after the fate which he had but too much cause to apprehend should have removed him from their midst, his emissaries were actively engaged in propagating his doctrines. Fiery enthusiasm on the part of these was met by fierce opposition from the orthodox party, headed by the clergy, and it needed only the confusion and disorder introduced into all departments of the empire by the death of Muhammad Shah, 5th October 1848, to bring the two factions into armed collision. The strife, once kindled, rapidly assumed the most alarming proportions, and the reign of the present king, Nasr-ud-Din Shah, was inaugurated by formidable insurrections of the Bábís at Yazd, Niriz, Zanjan, and in Mazandaran. Of the latter two risings I shall have to say something when I come to speak of the places at which they occurred. For the present, it is sufficient to state that, after the rising in Mazandaran had been suppressed with great difficulty and the sacrifice of many lives, a revolt, which threatened to defy the united efforts of the whole Persian army, broke out at Zanjan. Thereupon, by the advice of Mírzá Taghi Khan, at that time Prime Minister to the young king, an attempt was made to strike terror into the hearts of the insurgents, and to fill their minds with despair, by the public execution of the Báb, who, though innocent of any direct share in the plans or counsels of the rebels, was regarded as the source from which they drew the enthusiasm which inspired them with a resolution so obstinate and a courage so invincible. Accordingly, orders were dispatched to Tabriz to bring the Báb thither from his prison house, and, after the form of a trial, to put him to death. After enduring all manner of insults at the hands of the government authorities, the clergy, and the rabble of the city, through the streets of which he was dragged for many hours, he was finally brought to the place of execution, near the citadel, a little before sundown. An immense crowd, drawn thither, some by sympathy, others by a vindictive desire to witness the death of one whom they regarded as an arch heretic, but actuated for the most part, probably, by mere curiosity, was here assembled. Many of those who composed it were at least half convinced of the divine mission of the Báb. Others, who had come with feelings of animosity or indifference, were moved to compassion by the sight of the youthful victim, who continued to manifest the same dignity and fortitude which had characterized him during the whole period of his imprisonment. The Báb was not to suffer alone. The sentence which had been pronounced against him included also two of his disciples. One of these, Agha Sayyid Hussein of Yazd, who had been his companion and amanuensis during the whole period of his captivity, either actuated by a momentary but uncontrollable fear of death, or, as the Bábís assert with more probability, obediently to orders received from his master, bidding him escape at all hazards and convey to the faithful the sacred writings of which he was the depositary, declared himself willing to renounce the creed for which he had already sacrificed so much, and the master to whom he had hitherto so faithfully adhered. His recantation was accepted and his life spared, but his death was only deferred for 2 years. In September 1852 he met the fate which he no longer affected to fear amongst the martyrs of Tehran. The other disciple was a young merchant of Tabriz, named Agha Muhammad Ali. Although every effort was made to induce him to follow the example of his comrade, and though his wife and little children were brought before him, entreating him with tears to save his life, he stood firm in his faith, and only requested that at the moment of death he might still be allowed to fix his gaze on his master. Finding all efforts to alter his decision unavailing, the executioners proceeded to suspend him alongside of his master at the distance of a few feet from the ground, by means of cords passed under the arms. As he hung thus, he was heard to address the Báb in these words, "Master, art thou satisfied with me?" Then the file of soldiers drawn up before the prisoners received the command to fire, and, for a moment, the smoke of the volley concealed the sufferers from view. When it rolled away, a cry of mingled exultation and terror arose from the spectators, for, while the bleeding corpse of the disciple hung suspended in the air, pierced with bullets, the Báb had disappeared from sight. It seemed indeed that his life had been preserved by a miracle, for, of the storm of bullets which had been aimed at him, not one had touched him. Nay, instead of death, they had brought him deliverance, by cutting the ropes which bound him, so that he fell to the ground unhurt. For a moment, even the executioners were overwhelmed with amazement, which rapidly gave place to alarm as they reflected what effect this marvellous deliverance was likely to have on the inconstant and impressionable multitude. These apprehensions, however, were of short duration. One of the soldiers espied the Báb, hiding in a guard-room which opened onto the stone platform over which he had been suspended. He was seized, dragged forth, and again suspended. A new firing party was ordered to advance, for the men who had composed the first refused to act again, and, before the spectators had recovered from their first astonishment, or the Bábís had had time to attempt a rescue, the body of the young prophet of Shiraz was riddled with bullets. The 2 corpses were dragged through the streets and bazaars and cast out beyond the city gates to be devoured by dogs and jackals. From this last indignity, however, they were saved by the devotion of Sulayman Khan and a few other believers who, whether by force, bribes, or the influence of powerful friends, succeeded in obtaining possession of them. They were wrapped in white silk, placed in one coffin, and sent to Tehran, where, by order of Mírzá Yahyá Núrí, the Morning of Eternity, who, though but 20 years of age, had been chosen to succeed the Báb, they were deposited in a little shrine called Imamzadeh Masum, which stands by the Hamadan road, not far from Ribat Karim. Here they remained undisturbed for 17 or 18 years, till the schism originated by Behá deprived his half-brother Azal of the supremacy in the Bábí church which he had hitherto enjoyed, when they were removed by the Bahá'ís, to whom alone is now known the last resting place of the glorious martyrs of Tabriz. End of section 6.
Section 7 of A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne. Chapter 4. From Tabriz to Tehran. We have a horror for uncouth monsters, but upon experience all these bugs grow familiar and easy to us. Lestrange. On Monday, 7th of November, bidding farewell to our kind host, we quitted Tabriz as we had entered it, with Farach's animals, which we had decided to re-engage at 65 krans a head, nearly £2 sterling, for our journey to the capital. Contrary to the general rule, we managed to begin our journey with a good long stage of 8 farsakhs. We passed nothing of interest except a large sheet of water lying to the north of the road, on which were multitudes of waterfowl, and, as we had made a late start, it was more than an hour after sundown when we reached Haji Aqā, where we halted for the night. Next day we were joined on the road by a horseman of respectable appearance, who accompanied us on our journey as far as Miyāneh. His name, as I discovered, was Mírzá Husyan, and his conversation did much to beguile the tediousness of the way. Approaching the subject with some diffidence, I asked him to tell me what he knew about the Bábí insurrection at Zanjan. He answered that he could not tell me much about it, except that the insurgents, whose numbers hardly exceeded 300 fighting men, held at bay an army of nearly 10,000 men for 9 months. He added that he had himself known one of them who had succeeded in effecting his escape after the sack of the town, and who used to boast that he had with his own hand slain 1,000 of the royal troops. In the course of the morning we passed a fine-looking, though somewhat ruined building, situated on the left side of the road, opposite to the village of Dikineh-Tosh, which our companion informed us was a palace built for the Shah nearly 40 years ago, on the occasion of his visiting this part of his dominions. Since then it has remained unused, and has been allowed to fall into disrepair. Another neglected palace of this sort exists farther east, at Sultaniyye. Farther on we passed 2 fine old caravanserais, constructed with the care and solidity which characterise all the work done in the glorious days of the Safavi kings. These, however, we passed without halting, and pushed on to Kara Chiman, a picturesquely situated village lying somewhat to the south of the main road, in a little valley through which runs a river bordered with groves of poplar trees. Here we obtained very good quarters in a clean, well-constructed bala-khaneh, upper room, commanding a fine view of the valley, river and village. Next morning, 9th of November, we passed, soon after starting, 2 large villages situated at some distance from the road, the one to the north, the other to the south. The former is called Bábís, the latter Bulghawar. Beyond these there was little worthy of note in the parched up, undulating country through which our road lay, until about 3 p.m. we reached our halting place, Sumah, where we obtained good quarters at the house of one Mashhadi Hasan. In the evening we received a visit from our travelling companion Mírzá Husyan, and as our next stage would bring us to Miyāneh, which enjoys so evil a reputation by reason of the poisonous bugs which infest it, we asked him whether it was true, as is currently reported, that the bite of these animals proves fatal to a stranger. After assuring us that this was sometimes the case, he informed us that the so-called Miyāneh bug, or mala, was not altogether confined to that town, but that it also occurred in Sumah, the village wherein we then were. The villagers, he added, have the following curious story about its origin. Once upon a time, a native of Sumah went to the neighbouring village of Hashtarud, where he became involved in a quarrel with the inhabitants, which culminated in his being murdered by them. From the body of the murdered man emerged a number of these mullahs, which established themselves in the village of Sumah. Whenever a native of Hashtarud arrives there, they remember the blood feud which exists, and avenge the death of their ancestor by inflicting a fatal bite upon the descendant of his murderers. To all others, however, their bite, though painful, is comparatively harmless. Mírzá Hashim then told us of the severity of the winters at Ardabil, and showed us a woolen cap with coverings for the ears, admirably adapted for a protection against severe cold. Having informed me that he had refused to sell it for 15 crowns, rather less than 10 shillings, he offered to make me a present of it. Of course, I politely declined his offer, telling him that I could not consent to deprive him of so valuable a possession, for I had no need of the cap, and did not think it worth the sum he had mentioned. Europeans travelling in Persia have sometimes complained of what they regard as the meanness of the Persians in offering presents in return for which they expect money. It appears to me that this complaint arises from a failure to understand the fact that such an offer from a man of distinctly lower rank than oneself is merely tantamount to a declaration that he is willing to sell or exchange the article in question. When he offers to give it as a present, he merely uses the same figure of speech as did Ephron the Hittite in negotiating the sale of the cave of Machpelah with Abraham. All peoples make use, to a greater or less extent, of similar euphemisms, and we have no more right to blame a poor Persian for offering us a present, in return for which he expects to receive equivalent value, than to censure as sordid the desire expressed by a cabman to be remembered by us. As I have touched on this subject, I may as well say something about presents in general. There are not fewer than 8 words more or less commonly used in Persian in this sense. Of these, 3, viz. Armaghan, Rah-Avard, and Sarghat, signify any object which one brings back from a journey to give to one's friends at home. Yadigar is a keepsake to remind the owner of the absent friend by whom it was given. Hadiyeh is a general term for any sort of present. There remain the terms ta'aruf, pishkesh, and in'am, each of which requires a somewhat fuller explanation. The first of these signifies a present given to someone of about the same social rank as the donor. In such cases no return is usually expected, at any rate in money. Sometimes, however, the term is used by one who, while desirous of receiving the monetary equivalent of that which he offers, does not wish to admit his social inferiority to the person to whom the present is offered, by using the term pishkesh. When, however, a peasant, servant, muleteer, gardener, or the like, offers a present of flowers, fruits, or fowls to the traveller, he calls it a pishkesh, offering, and for such he generally expects at least the proper value in money of the article so offered. When the present is something to which a definite monetary value can be assigned, e.g. an article of food, this is only right and proper. To expect a poor villager to supply travellers gratis with the necessaries of life, which he can often ill spare, and to blame him for desiring to receive the value of the same, is surely the height of absurdity. With presents of flowers the case is somewhat different. It often happens that the traveller, on visiting a garden for instance, is confronted on his exit by a row of gardeners, each of whom offers him a bunch of flowers. He is then placed in rather a dilemma, for on the one hand he feels some delicacy in refusing what may, after all, be a gift prompted solely by courtesy and kindness, while on the other hand he may not care to pay several crowns for that which is of no use to him. Even in this case I think that Europeans are partly to blame for a custom which has in some of the more frequented parts of Persia become an intolerable nuisance. My reason for believing that what sometimes amounts to little less than a system of extortion, theoretically capable of unlimited expansion so long as there is a handful of flowers in the village and a peasant to bring and offer the same, originally grew out of a graceful and courteous custom of welcoming a stranger by presenting him with a nosegay, is that in parts of Persia less frequently visited by Europeans, such as the neighbourhood of Yezd or Kirman, I have often been given a handful of roses or other flowers by a passing peasant, who continued on his way after the accomplishment of this little act of courtesy, without once pausing or looking back in expectation of receiving a reward. As regards the last kind of present, the in'am, or gratuity, it is, as its name implies, one bestowed by a superior on an inferior, and is almost always given in the form of money. The term is applied not only to the presents of money spoken of above, but to the gratuities given to villagers in whose houses one puts up for the night, keepers of caravanserais, and post-houses at which one alights, shagird chapars, who accompany one on each stage in posting to show the way and bring back the horses, servants in houses at which one stays, and in short any one of humble rank who renders one a service. To determine the amount which ought to be given in any particular case is sometimes rather a difficult matter for the traveller. A reliable native servant is of great use in this matter, and should the traveller possess such, he will do well to follow his advice until he is able to judge for himself. The most costly in alms, and those which one is most inclined to grudge, are such as must occasionally be given to the farashes of a governor or other great man, who are sent to bear a present from their master, or to meet the traveller and form his escort. To these I shall have occasion to allude again. I must now return from this digression to our march of the 10th of November. The day was cloudy and overcast, and soon after we had started, a gentle rain began to fall. We crossed the river Qizil Uzan in several places, and for a considerable distance wended our way along its broad, gravelly bed. Traversing the crest of a hill soon after midday, we came in full view of the little town of Miyane, which looked very pretty with its blue domes and background of poplars and willows. We had no sooner reached the outskirts of the town than we were met by a number of the inhabitants, each eager to induce us to take up our quarters at his house, the advantages of which he loudly proclaimed. No sooner had we alighted at one place to examine the quarters offered, than all the competitors of its owner cried out with one accord that if we put up there we should assuredly suffer from the bite of the poisonous bugs, with which, they averred, the house in question swarmed. We accordingly moved on to another house, where the same scene was repeated, each man representing his own house as the one place in the town free from this pest, and every one except the owner uniting in the condemnation of any quarters which we seemed likely to select. Finally, in despair, we selected the first clean-looking room which presented itself, and occupied it, regardless of the warnings of the disappointed competitors, who at length departed, assuring us that we had pitched on one of the very worst houses in the whole town. Soon after our arrival we took a walk through the town and visited the tolerably good bazaars, in which we purchased some dried figs and a fruit called idar, or in Turkish khunab, somewhat resembling a small date with a very large stone, and the imamzade, of which the blue dome is the most conspicuous feature of Miyane. Here, as it was Thursday evening, Shab-i Jum'ah, the eve of Friday, many people were assembled to witness a ta'ziyah, or representation of the sufferings of the Imams Hasan and Husayn. In the enclosure surrounding the building was seated a half-naked man, who held in his hand a scourge armed with iron thongs, wherewith he occasionally struck himself on the shoulders and back. All those who entered this enclosure, from which we were excluded, kissed the chains which hung in festoons across the gate. On returning to our quarters, we found a man who had brought his horse to consult us about its eye, which had received a slight injury. After advising him as to its treatment, we entered into conversation with him. He warned us that in spite of the apparent cleanliness of our lodging, he knew for certain that there were bugs in it, but on questioning him further, it appeared that his only reason for saying so was that he had seen one 3 years ago. Nevertheless, he advised us to take 2 precautions which he assured us would protect us from injury. Firstly, to keep a candle burning all night. Secondly, to take a small quantity of the spirit called araq just before going to bed. We neglected the first of these measures, but not the second, and whether owing to this or to the absence of the malas, we slept untroubled by the noxious insects which have given to Miyané so evil a reputation. Our road next day led us towards the imposing-looking mass of the Qaflan Kuh. A tortuous path brought us to the summit of the pass, whence we again descended to the river, which we crossed by a fine bridge. On the other side of this bridge we were met by a man who besought us to help him in recovering his horse from the soldiers at an adjacent guard-house, who had, as he alleged, forcibly and wrongfully taken it from him. We accordingly went with him to the guard-house and endeavoured to ascertain the truth of the matter, and, if possible, effect a satisfactory settlement. In answer to our inquiries, the soldiers informed us that they had reason to suspect that the horse had been stolen, as it was too valuable an animal to be the lawful property of the man in whose possession they had found it. They added that if he desired to recover it, he must go to Miyané and obtain a paper from some respectable citizen to certify that the horse really belonged to him, when it would be restored to him. With this explanation and promise we were compelled to be satisfied, and proceeded on our way till we reached another pass. On crossing this we entered on an immense flat tableland, the surface of which was thrown into conical mounds resembling gigantic ant-hills, and thinly covered with mountain plants which perfumed the air with their fragrance. The ground was riddled with the holes of what appeared to be a kind of jerboa. These little animals were very fearless, and allowed us to approach quite close to them before they retreated into their burrows. About 4 p.m. we reached the compact and almost treeless village of Sarkham, where we halted for the night. Just before reaching it, we came up with one of those caravans of the dead so graphically described by Vambéry. The coffins, which differ in some degree from those used in Europe, the upper end being flat instead of convex, and furnished with two short handles like a wheelbarrow, were sewn up in sacking, to which was affixed a paper label bearing the name of the deceased. Each animal in this dismal caravan was laden with 2 or 3 coffins, on the top of which was mounted, in some cases, a man or woman, related probably to one of the deceased, whose bodies were on their way to their last resting place in the sacred precincts of Qum. We had no difficulty in getting lodgings at Sarkham, for the place contains an extraordinary number of caravanserais, considering its small size, and the inhabitants vied with each other in offering hospitality. Next day, Saturday, 12th of November, we started early, being given to understand that a long stage lay before us. All day we followed the course of the river, which is a tributary of the Kizil Uzan, though here it seems to be known by the name of the Zanjan Ob. Dense fogs obscured the sun in the earlier part of the day, but these rolled away as the heat increased, leaving a cloudless sky. The air was perfumed with the scent of the plant which we had observed on the preceding day. On our march we passed 3 immense caravans, consisting respectively of 102, 72, and 39 camels, bearing merchandise to Tabriz. There is, to my mind, an indescribable dignity about the camel, who seems to eye one scornfully with a half-turned head as he passes majestically on his way, and the sight of a string of these animals was one of which I never grew weary. On the road we saw a serpent, as well as numbers of lizards, and a small tortoise, which our muleteers called spargha, a word which I have never heard elsewhere, and which seems to be purely local. About 3 p.m. we reached the village of Nikhbeg, where we halted. It is a squalid-looking place, devoid of trees, and only remarkable for a very fine old caravanserai of the Safavi period, which bears an inscription over the gateway to the effect that it was repaired by order of Shah Safi, who alighted here on his return from the successful siege of the fortress of Erivan. While copying this inscription, we were surprised and pleased to perceive the approach of Mr. Whipple, the American missionary, who was posting from Tabriz to Hamadan to visit his fellow workers there. Our next stage brought us to the considerable town of Zanjan, so celebrated for its obstinate defence by the Bábís against the royal troops in the year 1850. It lies in a plain surrounded by hills, and is situated near, but not on, the river called Zanjan Ab, which is at this point surrounded by gardens. The town has never recovered from the effects of the siege, for, besides the injury which it sustained from the cannonade, to which it was exposed for several months, a considerable portion was burnt by the besieged on one occasion, when they were hard pressed by the enemy, to create a diversion. We entered the town by the western gate, passing on our left an extensive cemetery, of which two blue-domed Imamzades constitute the most conspicuous feature. We alighted at a caravanserai near the bazaar, which we visited shortly after our arrival. It is not very extensive, being limited to one long street running east and west more than half through the town, which is much longer in this direction than from north to south. The great drawback to Zanjan is the enormous number of beggars who throng its streets and importune the traveller for alms, with cries of Allah Nejat versin, Allah Nejat versin, may God give you salvation. In this respect it is unrivalled, so far as I have seen, by any town in Persia, with the exception of Kirman, and even there, though the poverty of the mendicant classes is probably greater, their importunity is far less. In the evening we received a visit from a very rascally looking Teherani, with a frightful squint, who inquired if we had any arak, and on learning that we had, requested permission to introduce some companions of his who were waiting outside. These presently appeared, and having done full justice to the arak, which they finished off, suggested that we might perhaps like to hear a song. Without waiting for an answer, one of them broke forth into the most discordant strains, shouting the end of each verse, which struck him as peculiarly touching, into the ear of the man who sat next him, who received it with a drunken simper and a languid Bali, yes, as though it had been a question addressed to him. When this entertainment had come to an end, the eyes of our visitors fell on my pocket flask, which they began to admire, saying, "This bottle is very good and admirably adapted for the pocket, but we have already given enough trouble." As I affected not to understand the purport of their remarks, they presently departed, to our great satisfaction. From the difficulty which the squint-eyed man seemed to experience in getting his feet into his shoes, I fancied that our arak was not the first which he had tasted that night. End of section 7. Section 8 of A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne. Chapter 4. From Tabriz to Teheran. We remained at Zanjan during the next day, for I was anxious to examine the town and its walls, with a view to obtaining a clearer idea of the history of the siege and the causes which had enabled the Bábí insurgents to keep the royal troops at bay so long. Sir Henry Bethune, quoted by Watson in his History of Persia under the Qajar dynasty, says that in his opinion the place ought to have been subdued by a regular army in a few days, and, so far as I can judge, it possesses no natural advantages as a stronghold. It is true that it is surrounded by a wall, now destroyed in some places, but though this averages 20 or 25 feet in height, it is built of no stronger material than unbaked clay. The desperate resistance offered by the Bábís must therefore be attributed less to the strength of the position which they occupied than to the extraordinary valour with which they defended themselves. Even the women took part in the defence, and I subsequently heard it stated on good authority that, like the Carthaginian women of old, they cut off their long hair and bound it round the crazy guns to afford them the necessary support. The fiercest fighting was on the north and north-west sides of the town, by the cemetery and Tabriz gate. Unfortunately, there was no one from whom I could obtain detailed information about the siege. This I regretted the more because I was convinced that, could I have found them, there must have been many persons resident in Zanjan who had witnessed it, or even taken part in it. I had, however, at that time no clue to guide me to those who would probably have preserved the most circumstantial details about it, viz. the Bábís. There was, therefore, nothing to induce me to prolong my stay, and accordingly, after one day's halt, we left Zanjan on 15th of November for Sultaniyye. The road from Zanjan to Sultaniyye runs through a perfectly flat stony plain, bounded by low hills to the north and the south, and is devoid of interest. Nearly 3 hours before reaching the latter place, we could plainly see the great green dome of the mosque for which it is so celebrated. From a distance this appeared to form part of a mass of buildings, which on nearer approach proved to be a large palace constructed in the modern style, and situated some way to the north-west of the mosque. We paid a visit to the mosque immediately on our arrival, and were shown over it by an old Siyyid who spoke Persian. It is built in the shape of an octagon, and is surmounted by the large green dome which forms so conspicuous a feature of the landscape. From one side of the octagon, that farthest from the road, is thrown out a rectangular annex containing the mihrab. The main entrance is on the east side. The interior of the building is lined with most exquisite tile work and beautiful inscriptions in Arabic. In some places, where these tiles have been destroyed or removed, an older, deeper layer of still finer pattern is visible. As the mosque is no longer used, the European traveller meets with none of the difficulties which usually form an insuperable obstacle to visiting similar buildings in Persia. The village of Sultaniyye must formerly have been a flourishing place, but it now consists of only a few hovels, which form a sad contrast to the ancient splendour of the mosque. As to the date when the mosque was built, our guide was unable to inform us, but he said that it had been repaired and beautified by Shah Khuda Bandeh, concerning whom he repeated some lines of doggerel, which we had already heard from the muleteer, and which ran as follows: Ey Shah Khuda Bandeh, Zulm Kunande, Iki Ta'uk Bir Kande. O Shah Khuda Bandeh, practiser of tyranny, 2 fowls to 1 village. The last line of this is Turkish. What event it alludes to, or what its real purport is, I was unable to ascertain. Our guide informed us that some time ago a European engineer had spent a week at this place, making elaborate plans and drawings of the mosque. Having completed our inspection, we offered a small sum of money to the old Sayyid who had accompanied us, but he bade us give whatever we wished to his son, a little boy who had also followed us. I accordingly gave him 2 crans, which appeared to me a sufficient recompense for the amount of trouble we had given, but the Sayyid seemed to be of a different opinion, remarking that it was a very trivial sum for people of distinction. I asked him what reason he had for supposing that we were people of distinction, to which he only replied that we were mukhtar, free to do as we pleased. Besides the mosque and the palace, there are several little imamzadehs at Sultaniyye, and I was anxious to remain another day to examine these. Farach, however, appeared to divine my intention, and took pains to frustrate it, for he avoided me all the evening instead of coming in after supper, as he usually did, to discuss the events of the day, and sent off all the baggage early in the morning, so that we had no course open to us but to proceed. After another uneventful stage, we reached our next halting place at Khurram-Dere, a pretty village situated on a river, surrounded by poplars and willows, about 4:30 p.m. Here, as usual, we were very hospitably received by the villagers, two of whom came out some distance to meet us and conduct us to their house, where we were lodged in a very good upper room, thickly carpeted and furnished with 8 large windows, provided with shutters. Next day we started early, the muleteers pretending that they would try to reach Kazvin that evening, which, as I believe, they had from the first no intention of doing. Our road ran towards the north-east in the direction of a low range of hills. On reaching the highest point of the ridge, we could see before us the mighty range of the Elburz mountains, which separates Persian Iraq from the humid, richly wooded provinces bordering on the Caspian Sea. Between us and these mountains lay a wide, flat, stony plain, in which the position of Kazvin was clearly indicated by the thin pall of blue smoke which hung over it. Towards this plain our road now began to descend, and in a few minutes we arrived at the village of Kirishkin, where the muleteers announced their intention of halting for the night, a decision from which it was impossible to move them, and to which I was in great measure reconciled by the kindly welcome given to us by the inhabitants. Here indeed a marked change was observable in the people, who appeared much brighter, more intelligent, and more amiable than the natives of Azerbaijan. The latter, with their scowling faces and furtive grey eyes, are not popular amongst the Persians, whose opinion about the inhabitants of their metropolis, Tabriz, is expressed in the following rhyme: Zi Tabrizi bi juz hizi nabini, Haman bikhta ki Tabrizi nabini. From a Tabrizi thou wilt see naught but rascality. Even this is best, that thou shouldst not see a Tabrizi. The change in the appearance of the people is accompanied by a change in language, for this was the first place we came to at which the Persian tongue appeared to preponderate over the Turkish. At this village we obtained the most sumptuous quarters in a large room 25 feet long by 15 wide, thickly spread with carpets. A few works of Persian poetry placed in niches in the wall showed that our entertainers united a taste for literature with a love of comfort. In the course of the evening we received a visit from our host and his sons. One of the latter, the one to whom the books chiefly belonged, was a bright, intelligent youth who discussed the merits of various Persian and Turkish poets with great zest. I was much amused at one remark which he made. Speaking of the recently concluded ta'ziyas, dramatic representations of various moving episodes in the lives of the Prophet and his successors, and especially of the scene wherein the Firangi ambassador at the court of Damascus, moved by the misfortunes and patience of the captive believers, embraces Islam, and is put to death by the cruel tyrant Yazid, he said, "How I wish you had come here a little earlier, for then we could have borrowed your hats and clothes for the Firangis, and indeed you might have even taught us some words of your language to put in the mouths of the actors who personated them." As it was, not knowing anything of the tongue of the Firangis, we had to make the actors who represented them talk Turkish, which seemed to us the nearest approach possible to Firangi speech. Next day we reached Kazvin after a short stage, during which we descended into the plain of which I have already spoken. Here we intended to halt for a day to see the town, which is of considerable size and contains many fine buildings. Amongst these is a mihman khane, or guest house, which is one of a series constructed between Enzeli and Tehran, and thence as far south as Qum. At this, however, we did not put up, as I was anxious to cling for a few days longer to the more oriental abodes to which I had become not only accustomed but attached, and which I foresaw would have to be abandoned on reaching Teheran in favour of more civilized modes of existence. Unfortunately, our muleteers, either through indifference or ignorance, took us to a very poor caravanserai, far inferior in comfort to the quarters which we had enjoyed since leaving Zanjan, where we had suffered in a similar way. Indeed, it is usually the case that the traveller, unless provided with introductions, fares less well in the towns than in the villages. We spent most of the following day in wandering through the bazaars and examining the appearance of the town and its inhabitants. The bazaars were much like those which we have already seen at Khuy, Tabriz, and Zanjan, but as regards the people, the advantage was decidedly in favour of the Kazvinis, who are more pleasing in countenance, more gentle in manners, and rather darker in complexion than the Azerbaijanis. Persian is spoken by them universally, but almost all understand Turkish as well. The road from Resht to Teheran, which is the route usually taken by those entering Persia from Europe, passes through Kazvin. This road we now joined, and by it we proceeded to the capital, accomplishing the journey thither in 3 days. As it is probably the best known and the least interesting of all the roads in Persia, I will not describe it in detail, and will only notice certain points which appear worthy of mention. First of all, the Mihman Khanes, or guest houses, of which I have already spoken, merit a few words. They were built, I believe, by order of the present Shah on his return from his first visit to Europe. They are intended to afford the traveller by the ordinary route to the capital greater comfort and better accommodation than are obtainable in caravanserais, and to fulfil in some degree the functions of a hotel. I cannot say that I was at all favourably impressed by these institutions, at the first of which, called Kishlakh, we arrived on the evening of the day of our departure from Kazvin, 20th of November. It is true that they are well built, and stand in gardens pleasantly surrounded by trees, that the rooms are furnished with European beds, chairs, and tables, and that cooked food can be obtained from the attendants. But these advantages are to my mind far more than counterbalanced by the exorbitance of the charges and the insolence of the servants, which contrasted painfully with the ready hospitality, genial courtesy, and slight demands of the villagers, in whose humble but cleanly homes we had hitherto generally found a resting place at the end of our day's journey. The Mihman Khane, in short, has all the worst defects of a European hotel, without its luxury. Let me briefly describe our experiences at one, that of Kishlakh, as a specimen which will serve for all. On our first arrival, we are discourteously told that there is no room. Remonstrances and requests are alike useless, so we prepare to move on and try to find a village where we can halt for the night, which is now rapidly advancing. We have hardly started, after a considerable delay to allow of the baggage animals coming up, when a man runs after us and informs us that there is room. No explanation or apology is offered for the previous statement, but, as no other habitation is in sight, we decide to turn back. On dismounting, we are conducted to a room littered up, rather than furnished, with several beds, a number of cane-bottomed chairs, and a table or two. The windows are furnished with tawdry curtains, the walls are bedecked with tinselled mirrors and gaudy pictures, while on the washing-stand a single ragged toothbrush is ostentatiously displayed by the side of a clothes-brush, which would seem to be intended to serve as a hair-brush as well. While contemplating this chaos of luxury, and meditating somewhat sadly on the unhappy effect produced in Eastern lands by the adoption of Western customs, I became aware of a stir outside, and rushing out, was just in time to see the Imam Jum'ah, or chief ecclesiastic of Tabriz, drive up in a carriage followed by a number of attendants in other vehicles. By the side of the road lay the bleeding carcass of a sheep, whose throat had just been cut to do honour to the approaching dignitary. This not very graceful custom is common in Persia, and Mr. Abbott, the British consul at Tabriz, informed me that he had great difficulty in preventing its performance whenever he returned to Persia after an absence in Europe. Before we retired for the night, not on the unattractive-looking beds, but, as usual, on our woolsey valises, we received another proof of the advance of European ideas in the neighbourhood of the capital, in the form of a bill, a thing which we had not seen since we left Erzeroum, in which 2 crans were charged for service, which charge the bearer of the document was careful to inform us was not intended to prevent us from bestowing on him a further gratuity. The total amount of the bill was 8 crans, not much indeed, but about double the sum which we had usually expended for a night's lodging hitherto, and we were requested to settle it the same evening, a request which showed that a becoming suspicion of one's fellow creatures was amongst the European improvements introduced by the Mihman Khanés. The muleteers, who had been compelled to pay an exorbitant price for food for their animals, were not less disgusted than ourselves, and declared that they would henceforth avoid Mihman Khanés entirely. Next day, accordingly, passing 2 of these, we made a long stage and halted about nightfall at a walled village called Kala'i Imam Jum'ah, where we were assured by Farach that we should find everything that our hearts desired. Unless he fancied that our hearts would desire nothing but melon peel, which was scattered freely about the floor of the little cell where we took up our quarters, Farach's promise must have been dictated less by a strict regard for truth than by a fear of being compelled by us to halt at a Mihman Khaneh. However, we eventually succeeded in obtaining some bread from a kindly Persian who had become cognizant of our need, and with this and the last remains of the preserved meats bought at Trebizond, we managed to appease our hunger, consoling ourselves with the thought that this would be our last night in the wilderness for the present, and that on the morrow we should be amongst the flesh-pots of Teheran. Next morning we were astir early, for the excitement of being so near the Persian capital made sloth impossible. Yet to me at least this excitement was not free from a certain tinge of sorrow at the thought that I must soon bid farewell to the faithful Farach, whom, notwithstanding his occasional obstinacy and intractability, I had learnt to like. Moreover, difficult as may be the transition from European to Asiatic life, the return is scarcely easier. I sighed inwardly at the thought of exchanging the free, unconstrained, open-air existence of the caravan for the restraints of society and the trammels of town life. And it was only when I reflected on the old friends I should see again, and the new friends I hoped to make, that I felt quite reconciled to the change before me. This day's march was the most interesting since leaving Kazvin. To the north, on our left hand, towered the long range of the Elburz mountains, much loftier and bolder in outline here than at their western extremity. Nor had we proceeded far when there burst suddenly on our view the majestic snow-capped cone of Mount Demavend, where, as ancient legend runs, the tyrant parricide, Zuhaq, lies bound in chains. At the base of this giant wall are gentler slopes, covered with villages, which serve as a summer retreat to the more opulent, when the heat of the capital has become intolerable. Near the road for some distance runs the river Karach, bright and rippling, while to the south of this, numerous little villages set with poplars diversify the monotony of the grey stony plain. Once or twice we passed bands of soldiers returning from their military service to their homes in Azerbaijan, and then a mighty caravan of 111 camels wending its slow course westward. Then all at once our eyes were dazzled by flashes of light reflected from an object far away towards the south, which shone like gold in the sun. This I at first imagined must be the situation of the capital, but I was mistaken. It was the dome of the holy shrine of Shah Abdul Azim, situated 5 or 6 miles south of Teheran, which, lying as it does somewhat in a hollow, is not clearly seen until it is almost reached. At length, however, at a little roadside tea-house where we halted for refreshment, we came in sight of it. Many such tea-houses formerly existed in the capital, but most of them were closed some time ago by the order of the Shah. The reason commonly alleged for this proceeding is that they were supposed to encourage extravagance and idleness, or, as I have also heard said, evils of a more serious kind. Outside the town, however, some of them are still permitted to continue their trade, and provide the bona fide traveller with refreshment, which, needless to say, does not include wine or spirits. At length, about sunset, we entered the city by the Darwazah-i-Nav, New Gate, and here we were accosted by one Yusuf Ali, who, though he wore the Persian dress, was, as he proudly informed us, a British subject of Indian nationality. We asked him what accommodation was to be found in Teheran. He replied that there were two hotels, one kept by a family called Prévost, of French or Swiss extraction, the other by a man called Albert, and advised us to go to the latter, because it was cheaper. As, however, we purposed making a sojourn of some length in the capital, and the comfort of our abode was therefore a matter of more importance than when we were halting only for a night or two, we determined to inspect both places on the following day, and in the meantime, as it was now late, to take up temporary quarters at a caravanserai situated not far from the gate whereby we had entered. End of section 8. Section 9 of A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne. Chapter 5. Teheran. There was a most ingenious architect who had contrived a new method for building houses, by beginning at the roof, and working downwards to the foundation, which he justified to me by the light practice of those two prudent insects, the bee and the spider, swift. Hitherto I have, in describing my travels, followed pretty closely the journals which I kept during their continuance, only amplifying such things as appeared unfamiliar or interesting, and suppressing or abridging entries which I deemed to be of consequence to no one but myself. Now, however, a different plan becomes necessary, for since I continued at the Persian capital for about 10 weeks, and since many days passed uneventfully, either in study or in conversation with friends and acquaintances, a full record of this period would necessarily be both prolix and unprofitable. I shall therefore include in this chapter all that I have to say about the people, topography, institutions, public buildings, gardens, squares, palaces, mosques, and educational establishments of Teheran, to which I shall add a short notice on the royal family, a description of some entertainments to which I was admitted as a guest, and a few anecdotes illustrative of the Persian genius and character. Now, my stay at Teheran was divided into 2 periods, differing somewhat in character. During the first, which began on the 2nd day after our arrival, 24th of November, and ended with the departure of my companion H on the 29th of December, we lodged at Prevost's Hotel, and were for the most part occupied with sightseeing and social distractions, from both of which we derived much profit and pleasure. But when we had become thus generally conversant with the life of the capital, H, who had no special interest in the language, literature, or science of the Persians, and whose time was moreover limited, desired to continue his journey to the Persian Gulf, while I, finding at Teheran facilities for the prosecution of my studies, which I was unwilling to let slip, wished to remain there. So, finding our objects incompatible, we were compelled to separate. He left Teheran for the south on 29th of December, taking with him our Turkish servant Ali, who was unwilling to remain in Persia longer than he could help, since he found the people and the climate equally uncongenial. These then journeyed gradually southward, halting for a while at the chief towns through which they passed, until about the beginning of April they reached Bushire, and thence took ship homewards. Soon after their departure, about the beginning of the new year, 1888, I was invited by my friend, the Nawab Mírzá Husyan Alí-Khan, a Persian nobleman, whose acquaintance I had made in London, to take up my abode with him in a house which he had rented near the English Embassy. Of this kind offer I very gratefully availed myself, and continued for the remainder of my stay in Teheran, i.e. till the 7th of February 1888, an inmate of his house, to my great pleasure and advantage. For my whole desire was, as my host well knew, to obtain as full an insight as possible into Persian life, and though he was thoroughly conversant with the English language, yet out of regard for me he rarely talked with me save in Persian, except that in the evening he would sometimes ask me to read with him a chapter of Carlyle's Heroes and Hero Worship, which work, by reason of the favourable opinion of the Prophet Muhammad entertained by the author, is very highly esteemed by Mohammedans acquainted with English. Moreover, most of my host's visitors and all his servants were Persian, and spoke for the most part only Persian, though his younger brother, an officer in the Persian army, and two of his nephews whom I had known in London, had been educated partly in England, and spoke English extremely well, so that I was not only able, but forced to make much progress in speaking and understanding. And during all this time I was able to benefit by the teaching of a very able scholar, Mírzá Asad-ullah of Sabzawar, a pupil of the late Haji Mullah Hadi of Sabzawar, the greatest philosopher whom Persia has produced during the present century. Thus was I enabled to obtain some insight into the philosophical doctrines current in Persia, of which I shall say something in the next chapter. The European colony in Teheran is considerable, and the society which it affords equally remarkable for distinction and hospitality. It comprises the corps diplomatique attached to the different embassies, and almost every European nation of note is represented, as well as the United States of America, the staff of the Indo-European Telegraph, the American missionaries, several merchants and men of business, and a few Europeans employed in the Persian service. From many of these I received much hospitality and kindness, which I shall not soon forget, and on which I would gladly dwell, did I feel justified in so doing. But my business at present is not to attempt an inadequate discharge of personal obligations, a discharge, moreover, which would probably be unacceptable to those to whom I am so indebted, but to depict with such fidelity as I may the life, character, and customs of the Persians. Of the European colony, then, I will say no more than this, that it is associated in my mind with every feeling of gratitude and every pleasant remembrance which kindness and hospitality received in a strange land can evoke in the heart or impress on the mind of the recipient. Teheran, as everyone knows, was not always the capital of Persia. In the most ancient days, the province of Fars, or Persia proper, and at a later time Isfahan, generally enjoyed this dignity. At other times, when, on the decay of some great dynasty, the empire was split up into numerous fragments, princes of different dynasties often reigned over one or two provinces, fixing the seat of government at the most important town in their dominions. Under the Safavi kings, when the ancient greatness of Persia enjoyed a temporary revival, it was Isfahan which was graced by their splendid court. About a century ago, when the great struggle between the Zend dynasty and the present reigning family of Qajars was in progress, the former, represented by the noble and generous Karim Khan, had its capital at Shíráz, while the latter, personified by that atrocious and bloodthirsty tyrant, Aka Muhammad Khan, fixed their headquarters at Teheran. On the final victory of the latter, the northern city, situated as it is near the lands from which sprung the originally Turkish tribe of the Qajars, was definitely raised to the rank of capital, and has enjoyed this dignity ever since, while each of the three kings who succeeded the founder of the dynasty has further exerted himself to enlarge and beautify the city. Teheran, as it is at present, is a large town lying in a slight hollow, just sufficient to prevent its being seen from any distance on the plain, roughly speaking circular in shape, and entirely surrounded by walls of unbaked clay, and for the most part by a ditch as well. Access is given to the interior by 12 gates, which are as follows. Between the north and east, 1. The Derwazé Behjetabad, 2. The Derwazé Daulat, 3. The Derwazé Shamran, leading to the gardens, palaces, and villages situated to the north of the city on the slopes of Elburz. Between the east and south, 4. The Derwazé Dawshan Tepe, leading to the Shah's hunting palace of Dawshan Tepe, or Hare Hill. 5. Derwazé Dulab, the Mill Gate. 6. The Derwazé Mashhad, the Mashhad Gate. Between the south and west, 7. The Derwazé Shah Abdul Azim, through which passes the great caravan road to the south. 8. The Derwazé Ghar, the Cave Gate. 9. The Derwazé Now, the New Gate. Between west and north, 10. The Derwazé Gumruk, the Custom House Gate. 11. The Derwazé Kazvin, the Kazvin Gate. 12. The Derwazé Asbdavani, the Racecourse Gate. To the north of the city are numerous gardens, some like Behjetabad and Yusufabad, situated within a short walk of the walls, some in the villages of Shimran, like Qulahaq and Tajrish, which serve as summer retreats to the Europeans and rich Persians distant 5 or 6 miles from the town, and others yet more distant on the slopes of Elburz. Some of the gardens belonging to the royal family are very beautifully laid out, as for example the garden called Kamraniyeh, which is the property of the Shah's third son, the Na'ibus Sultanah. The Persians take the greatest delight in their gardens, and show more pride in exhibiting them to the stranger than in pointing out to him their finest buildings. Yet to one accustomed to the gardens of the West, they appear as a rule nothing very wonderful. They generally consist of a square enclosure surrounded by a mud wall, planted with rows of poplar trees in long straight avenues, and intersected with little streams of water. The total absence of grass seems their greatest defect in the eyes of a European, but apart from this they do not, as a rule, contain a great variety of flowers, and except in the spring present a very bare appearance. But in the eyes of the Persian, accustomed to the naked stony plains which constitute so large a portion of his country, they appear as veritable gardens of Eden, and he will never be happier than when seated under the shade of a poplar by the side of the stream, sipping his tea and smoking his kalyan. What I have said applies to the great majority of gardens in Persia, but not to all, for some of those in Shiraz are very beautiful, and, except for the lack of the well-trimmed lawns which we regard as so indispensable to the perfect beauty of a garden, might well defy all competition. Many of the gardens near Teheran are cultivated by Gebrs, the remnant of the ancient faith of Zoroaster. The headquarters of Zoroastrianism in Persia are at Yezd and Kirman, in and about which cities there may be in all some 7,000 or 8,000 adherents of the old creed. In other towns they are met with but sparingly, and are not distinguished by the dull yellow dress and loosely wound yellow turban which they are compelled to wear in the 2 cities above mentioned. As I shall speak of this interesting people at some length when I come to describe my stay amongst them in the only 2 places in Persia where they still exist in any numbers, I will not at present dwell on their characteristics further than to allude briefly to their dakhmeh, or Tower of Silence, situated 2 or 3 miles south of Teheran, on one of the rocky spurs of the jagged mountain called Kuh-i Bibi Shahr Banu, Bibi Shahr Banu, was the daughter of the unfortunate Yezdigird III, whose sad fate it was to see the mighty empire of the Sasanians and the ancient religion of Zoroaster fall in one common ruin before the savage onslaught of the hitherto despised Arabs, ere he himself, a hunted fugitive, perished by the hand of a treacherous miller in whose house he had taken refuge. The daughter subsequently married Husayn, the son of Ali, thus uniting the royal blood of the house of Sasan with the holy race of the Imams and the kindred of the Arabian prophet. To this union is perhaps to be attributed in some degree the enthusiasm with which the Persians, bereft of their old religion, espoused the cause of Ali and his successors, or in other words the Shi'ite faction of the Mohammedans, against the usurpations of those whom the Sunnis dignify with the title of Khalifa, or vice-regent of the Prophet. After the calamities suffered by the family of Ali at the hands of their ruthless foes, Bibi Shahr Banu is said to have fled to Persia, and to have found a refuge from her oppressors in the mountain just to the south of Teheran, which still bears her name. It is said that the place where she hid is still marked by a shrine, which has the miraculous property of being inaccessible to men, though women may visit it unimpeded. Where this shrine is I do not know, neither did I make any attempt to test the truth of the legend. The Gebrs Dakhmeh is situated midway up a sharp ridge which descends from the summit of this mountain on the northern side, and is a conspicuous object from a distance. It consists of a circular tower of clay or unbaked brick, of the greyish colour common to all buildings in Persia. The wall, which is provided with no door or gate, is about 45 feet high on the outside. Inside, as we could see by ascending the spur on which it stands to a point which overlooks it, its height, owing to the raised floor, is probably not more than 10 feet. The floor of the tower consists of a level surface broken at regular intervals by rectangular pits. Whenever a Zoroastrian dies, his body is conveyed hither and deposited by two of his co-religionists, set apart for this duty, inside the dakhmeh and over one of these pits. The carrion birds which hover round this dreary spot soon swoop down, tear it in pieces, and devour its flesh, till nothing is left but the disarticulated bones, which fall into the pit below. Little, therefore, remains to tell of those who have been laid in this charnel house, and from the ridge above, where I could see almost the whole of the interior, I counted not more than 2 skulls and a few long bones. Of course, the total number of Zoroastrians in Teheran is very small, and the deaths do not probably exceed 2 or 3 a year, which may to some extent explain the paucity of remains in the dakhmeh. Yezd and Kirman have each 2 dakhmehs similarly constructed, and situated in like manner on the spurs of mountains at a distance of several miles from the city. These 5 dakhmehs constitute, so far as I know, the total number now in use in Persia. This method of disposing of the dead often strikes Europeans as very disgusting, and indeed it would clearly be inapplicable to a thickly populated flat country with a humid atmosphere. In Persia, however, where the air is so clear, the sun so strong, the population so sparse, and mountains so numerous, I can well imagine that no inconvenience was caused by its adoption, even in the days when the whole population was Zoroastrian. Near the mouth of the valley which lies to the north of the Kuhi Bibi Shahr Banu, and on the opposite side to the dakhmeh, is a tablet cut in the rock, in rough imitation of the ancient monuments about Persepolis, bearing the figure of a king and an inscription in modern Persian. Though of such recent date, it possesses none of the clearness still discernible in its Sasanian prototypes, and the writing on it is already almost illegible. Below this, at the end of the valley, are to be seen the remains of gigantic mud walls, which are said to have formed a portion of the ancient city of Ray, Ragez, though by some this is supposed to have lain farther from Teheran towards the east, near the present village of Varamin. Rather nearer to the Shah Abdul Azim road, which crosses the mouth of the valley at right angles, are two high brick towers, one of which is called the Tower of Toghrul. Of the little town of Shah Abdul Azim itself, which is chiefly notable for its very fine mosque and its very detestable population, the place being what is called Bast, that is, a sanctuary or city of refuge, where all criminals are safe from pursuit, I shall have something to say in another chapter. It was to this place that the railway of which such great things were expected, and which it was hoped might be extended farther south, perhaps even to the Persian Gulf, was laid from Teheran. When I returned there in the autumn of 1888 on my way home, this railway was open, and was running some 8 or 10 trains a day each way. Its prosperity, alas, was short-lived. Before the end of the year it was torn up and completely wrecked by a mob, exasperated at the accidental death of a man who had tried to leap from the train while it was in motion. That the friends of this man, whose death was brought about solely by his own folly and rashness, acted unreasonably in revenging themselves on the railway, I do not for a moment wish to deny. That the deep-seated prejudice against this and other European innovations which found its manifestation in this act is equally unreasonable, I am not, however, disposed to admit. I think that the jealousy with which the Persian people are prone to regard these railways, tramways, monopolies, concessions, and companies, of which so much has been heard lately, is both natural and reasonable. These things, so far as they are sources of wealth at all, are so, not to the Persian people, but to the Shah and his ministers on the one hand, and to the European promoters of the schemes on the other. People who reason about them in Europe too often suppose that the interests of the Shah and of his subjects are identical, when they are in fact generally diametrically opposed, and that the Shah is an enlightened monarch, eager for the welfare and progress of a stubborn and refractory people who delight in thwarting his benevolent schemes, when in reality he is a selfish despot, devoid of public spirit, careful only of his own personal comfort and advantage, and most averse to the introduction of liberal ideas amongst a people whose natural quickness, intelligence, and aptitude to learn cause him nothing but anxiety. He does everything in his power to prevent the diffusion of those ideas which conduce to true progress, and his supposed admiration for civilization amounts to little more than the languid amusement which he derives from the contemplation and possession of mechanical playthings and ingenious toys. I can only pause to notice one other object of interest outside the city walls, to wit the pleasantly situated palace of Dawshan Tepe, which means in Turkish Hare Hill, where the Shah often goes to pursue the chase, to which he is passionately devoted. This palace of dazzling whiteness stands on an eminence to the north-east of the town, and forms a very conspicuous feature in the landscape. Besides the palace on the hill, there is another in a garden on its southern side, attached to which is a small menagerie belonging to the Shah. This collection of animals is not very extensive, but includes fine specimens of the Persian lion, Shir, whose most famous haunt is in the forests of Dasht-i-Arjin, between Shiraz and Bushir, as well as a few tigers, Babr, leopards, Palang, and baboons, Shangal. End of section 9. Section 10 of A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne. having spoken of what is without the city, I must now say something about the chief monuments contained within its walls. These are very few, and for the most part of little interest. Teheran is an essentially modern town, and as such lacks the charm which invests Isfahan, Shiraz, Yezd, and other Persian cities of more respectable antiquity. In the eyes of its own inhabitants, however, it appears the ne plus ultra of splendour. It has 2 European hotels. It is intersected, especially in the northern quarter, by several wide straight thoroughfares, some of which are even lighted by gas, and one of which certain Europeans and their Persian imitators are pleased to designate the Boulevard des Ambassadeurs. There are also several large squares, some of which are embellished with tanks and fountains worthy of a sincere admiration. In addition to all this, the bazaars, situated in the southern quarter, are extensive and flourishing. The situation of the town, in full view of the snow-capped mountains of Elburz, is unquestionably fine, and the air is clear and exhilarating. In a word, it is a pleasant place to stay in, rather than an interesting place to see. Nevertheless, some of my readers may desire to obtain a clearer notion of what is, after all, the present capital of Persia. Let me ask them, then, to accompany me in imagination for a stroll through the northern quarter of the city, in which are situated most of the parks, palaces, and public buildings, all the embassies except the Russian, and the residences of almost all the Europeans and many of the more opulent and influential Persians. We will begin our walk at the northern end of the Khiyabân-i-Allâh-ud-Dawlah, Boulevard des Ambassadeurs, a fine, broad, straight avenue running almost due north and south. Entering this from the north, through the waste land which intervenes, or did intervene 6 years ago, between it and the Behjetabad and Dawlat gates, we first pass, on the right-hand side, the fine garden and buildings of the English Embassy. Lower down on the same side are the German and American legations. Near the latter, a street running westwards leads to the church, schools, and residences of the American missionaries. On the left, east side of the avenue, the finest building is the Turkish Embassy, remarkable for a magnificent gate adorned with an inscription in letters of gold. On the same side are the French and Italian legations, and a little lower down, the office of the Indo-European Telegraph. Beyond this are a few European shops, as well as the 2 hotels already mentioned. Opposite these are several more shops, one of which belongs to a photographer, a Russian, I believe, who sells excellent photographs at the very cheap price of 4 tumans, about 24 shillings, 100. Below this point, as well as in some places above it, the sides of the avenue are formed by colonnades of brick, within which are situated a few small Persian shops, dealing chiefly in groceries. Passing under an archway, guarded by sentries, we enter the northwest corner of the Meydan-i-Topkhaneh, or Artillery Square. This is of great size, and is surrounded by barracks, the white walls of which are profusely decorated with rude representations of the national symbol, the lion and the sun. From this square emerge 5 great streets or avenues, one, sometimes called the Rue de Gaz, on the east side, 2 on the south, and 2, one of which we have already traversed, on the north. Leaving the 3 which belong to the eastern portion of the square for future consideration, we continue in a direct southward line across the western end, and enter another avenue, which leads us past some of the Persian government offices, the road opposite to which is during a considerable part of the day blocked by carriages and horses, into a very pretty square, well paved and girt with trees, called the Meydan-i-Yarg, Citadel Square. The central portion of this is occupied by a large basin of water of octagonal shape, surrounded by gas lamps. At its southern end is a raised stone platform, on which stands a large gun mounted on wheels. This gun is remarkable, in common with Shah Abdul Azim, the royal stables, and sundry other places, as affording sanctuary to those who are pursued by the law. It has indeed the disadvantage of being a very small city of refuge, and one which would not long be tenable. Nevertheless, for the time being, the fugitive is safe in its shadow. Quitting the Meydan-i-Yarg, and traversing a short bazaar containing a few small shops, we come out into another broad street, which at this point runs at right angles to our path, but which, if we turned to the left and followed its course eastward, would be found to bend gradually into a northerly direction, and would conduct us back to the Meydan-i-Topkhaneh. By this road we propose to return, but before doing so, let us take a glance at the intricate mazes of the bazaar. To do this, we cross the road and enter a square known as Sabze Meydan, or Herb Market. In its centre is the usual tank of water, and it is surrounded by the shops of watchmakers, tobacconists, and other tradesmen, mostly of Armenian nationality. We cross towards its southern side, and enter the hatmaker's bazaar, Kucheye Kula Duzan, where any variety of Persian headdress may be purchased, from the light cloth hat affected by the Armenians and Europeanized Firangi Ma'ab Persians, costing only 3 or 4 krans, about 2 shillings, to the genuine lambskin kula, costing 30, 40, or even 50 krans. Having passed the hatmakers, we come to the shoemakers, and if we continue our way perseveringly towards the south, we shall eventually arrive at the gate of Shah Abdul Azim, unless, as may easily happen, we lose our bearings hopelessly in the labyrinthine mazes which we must traverse, distracted either by a string of majestic camels past which we contrive to edge ourselves, or by a glittering array of antique gems, seals, and turquoises exposed in a case at our very elbow. As, however, we have already visited the Dakhmeh and the mountain of Bibi Shahr Banu and the ruins of Ray, and as we shall pass through Shah Abdul Azim on our journey southwards, it is unnecessary to explore the bazaar any farther at present. Bazaars, after all, are much alike, not only in Persia, but throughout the Mohammedan world. There are the same, more or less tortuous, vaulted colonnades, thronged with horses, camels, and men; the same cool recesses, in which are successively exhibited every kind of merchandise; the same subdued murmur and aroma of spices, which form a tout ensemble so irresistibly attractive, so continually fresh, yet so absolutely similar, whether seen in Constantinople, or Kirman, Teheran, or Tabriz. Instead of pursuing our way farther, therefore, we strike to the left from the shoemaker's bazaar, and without even pausing to examine the array of saddles, bridles, whips, saddle-bags, leather water-bags, and other travellers' requisites exhibited to our gaze, make for the Bazar-i Dumbal-i Khandak, market behind the moat, and following this for a while, soon emerge once more into the broad open street, which we crossed at a point farther west to reach the Sabze Meydan. At the point where we have now entered it, it has already begun to assume a northerly direction to reach the Meydan-i-Topkhaneh, towards which we again bend our steps. On our left we pass the very modern-looking palace called Shams-ul-Imara, the sun of architecture, with its lofty tower, and come to the Darul Fanun, or university. Here English, French, Russian, medicine, both ancient and modern, mathematics, and other useful accomplishments are taught on European methods. The students vary in age from mere boys to youths of 18 or 19, and are distinguished by a military-looking uniform. They not only receive their education free, but are allowed 1 meal a day and 2 suits of clothes a year at the public expense, besides being rewarded, in case of satisfactory progress and good conduct, by a very liberal distribution of prizes at the end of the session. Arabic, theology, and metaphysic do not enter into the curriculum, but are relegated to the ancient madrasas attached to some of the mosques, and endowed by pious bequests. The best madrasas, however, must be sought for, not in Teheran, but in Isfahan, the former capital. Just above the Darul Funun is another fine building, intended, I believe, to serve as a central telegraph office, which shall combine the hitherto separated European and Persian branches. Not far above this we re-enter the Meydan-i Topkhane, this time at the south-east corner. To our right the Rue de Gaz emerges from the square and runs eastward. In it dwells a Turkish hair-cutter of well-deserved fame, but beyond this it possesses few features of interest, and we may therefore pass it by and cross to the north-east corner of the square, whence we enter another avenue similar to and parallel with the Khiyabani Alau'd-Dawla in which we commenced our walk. This avenue is bounded on the right by a fine garden, the Bagh-i-Lalezar, garden of the tulip bed, which belonged, I believe, to the talented Riza Quli Khan, generally known as the Lala Bashi, or chief tutor of the Shah, whose numerous works, varied in matter but uniform in merit, are alone sufficient to prove that Persian literary ability has not, as some would pretend, ceased to exist. Little else besides this claims our attention here, and if we pursue our way up this avenue we shall finally reach a point where it is crossed by another broad road running at right angles to it. This latter, if we follow it to the left, will bring us out where we started from, in front of the English Embassy. Although the walk just described has led us through most of the principal streets and squares, and past a number of the chief buildings and palaces, a few objects of interest which lie apart from the route traversed deserve a brief notice. First amongst these I will mention, because it can be disposed of in a very few words, another large square called Meydan-i Mashq, Drill Square, which lies to the northwest of the Meydan-i Topkhane. Though somewhat smaller than the latter, it is very spacious, and serves admirably the purpose to which, as its name implies, it is appropriated, that of a place d'armes, or exercising ground for the troops. Next to this, the palace called Nigaristan, Picture Gallery, which was the favourite residence of the second king of the present dynasty, Fath Ali Shah, deserves mention. It is situated at no great distance from the English Embassy, and derives its name from the numerous highly finished paintings with which the walls of some of its chambers are decorated. In the largest room I counted not less than 118 full-length portraits, which included not only Fath Ali Shah and his numerous sons and ministers, but also the staffs of the French and English embassies, headed respectively by General Gardan and Sir John Malcolm, then resident at the Persian court, the names of all these being indicated in Persian characters. The portraits, which seem to have been carefully and accurately executed, were completed in the year A.H. 1228, A.D. 1812 to 1813, by one Abdullah, as is witnessed by an inscription placed under them. The only other noticeable feature of the Nigaristan is a beautiful marble bath, furnished with a long, smooth glissoire, called by the Persians sursurak, the slide, which descends from above to the very edge of the bath. Down this slope the numerous ladies of Fath Ali Shah's harem used to slide into the arms of their lord, who was waiting below to receive them. It remains to say a few words about the mosques, which are of less interest than those of almost any other Mohammedan city of equal size. One of the finest is quite recent, and was indeed still in process of construction when I visited it. It was commenced by the late Sipah Sadar, whose career is generally reported to have been brought to an abrupt close by a cup of Qajar coffee, while he was in retirement and disgrace at Mashhad. The construction of the mosque, rudely interrupted by this sad event, was subsequently resumed by his brother, the Mushir-ud-Dawlah, whom I had the honour of visiting. He received me with the easy courtesy characteristic of the Persian nobleman, questioned me as to my studies, the books I had read, and the towns I proposed to visit on leaving Teheran, and after allowing me to inspect the various rooms, some furnished in Persian and others in European style, in his large and beautiful house, kindly sent a servant with me to show me the mosque, which I might otherwise have had difficulty in seeing. The fine large court of the mosque, in the centre of which is a tank of water, is surrounded by lofty buildings, devoted partly to educational, partly to religious purposes. On the walls of these is inscribed on tiles the Waqf-name, or detail of endowment, in which is set forth the number of professors and students of theology and the kindred sciences who are to be maintained within the walls of the college. Of the former there were to be 4, and of the latter, I think, 150. It is generally very difficult to visit the interior of mosques in Persia, for in this respect the Shiite Mohammedans are much more strict than the Sunnis, and a non-Muslim can as a rule only enter them in disguise. I once resorted to this expedient to obtain a glimpse of another mosque in Teheran, the Masjid-i-Shah, which I visited with 2 of my Persian friends. Although we only remained in it for a very short time, we did not wholly escape the critical gaze of sundry mullahs who kept hovering round us, and I was not sorry to emerge once more into the bazaar, for the consequences of discovery would have been, to say the least of it, disagreeable. From the little I have seen of the interiors of Persian mosques, I should say that they were decidedly less beautiful than those of Constantinople or Cairo. I have already had occasion to speak of the Darul Funun, or university, and I mentioned the fact that it included a school of medicine. Through the kindness of Dr. Tholozan, the Shah's physician, I was enabled to be present at one of the meetings of the Majlis-i-Sikhat, Congress of Health, or Medical Council, held once a week within its walls. The assembly was presided over by the learned Mukhbir-ud-Dawlah, the Minister of Education, and there were present at it 16 of the chief physicians of the capital, including the professors of medicine, both the followers of Galen and Avicenna and those of the modern school. The discussion was conducted for the most part in Persian, Dr. Tholozan and myself being the only Europeans present. But occasionally a few remarks were made in French, with which several of those present were conversant. After a little desultory conversation, a great deal of excellent tea flavoured with orange juice, and the inevitable kalyan or water pipe, the proceedings commenced with a report on the death rate of Teheran and the chief causes of mortality. This was followed by a clear and scientific account of a case of acute ophthalmia successfully treated by inoculation, the merits of which plan of treatment were then compared with the results obtained by the use of jekirity, called in Persian chazmi khurus, and in Arabic ainud-dik, both of which terms signify cock's eye. Reports were then read on the death rates and causes of mortality at some of the chief provincial towns. According to these, Kirmanshah suffered chiefly from ague, dysentery, and smallpox, while in Isfahan, Kirman, and Shahrud, typhus or typhoid joined its ravages to those of the above-mentioned diseases. My faith in these reports was, however, somewhat shaken when I subsequently learnt that they were in great measure derived from information supplied by those whose business it is to wash the corpses of the dead. Some account was next given of a fatal hemorrhagic disease which had lately decimated the Yomut Turkmans. As these wild nomads appeared to entertain an unconquerable aversion to medical men, no scientific investigation of this outbreak had been possible. Finally, a large stone, extracted by lithotomy, was exhibited by a Persian surgeon, and after a little general conversation, the meeting finally broke up about 5 p.m. I was very favourably impressed with the proceedings, which were, from the first to last, characterised by order, courtesy, and scientific method, and from the enlightened efforts of this centre of medical knowledge, I confidently anticipate considerable sanitary and hygienic reforms in Persia. Already in the capital these efforts have produced a marked effect, and there, as well as to a lesser extent in the provinces, the old Galenic system has begun to give place to the modern theory and practice of medicine. End of section 10. Section 11 of A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne. Having now spoken of the topography, buildings, and institutions of the capital, it behoves me to say something about its social aspects. I begin naturally with the royal family. Of Nasir-ud-Din Shah, the reigning king, I have already said something. His appearance has been rendered so familiar in Europe by his 3 visits to the West, that of it I need hardly speak. He has had a long reign, if not a very glorious one, for he was crowned at Teheran on the 20th of October 1848, and there seems every likelihood that he will live to celebrate his jubilee. He came to the throne very young, being not much more than 17 or 18 years of age. Before that time he had resided at Tabriz as governor of the province of Azerbaijan, an office always conferred by Qajar sovereigns on the crown prince. The Qajars, as I have already said, are of Turkish origin, and the language of Azerbaijan is also a dialect of Turkish. Whence it came about that Nasir-ud-Din Shah, on his accession, could scarcely express himself at all in Persian, a fact to which Dr. Pollack, about that time his court physician, bears testimony. Even now, though he habitually speaks and writes Persian, and has even composed and published some poems in that language, he prefers, I believe, to make use of Turkish in conversation with such of his intimates as understand it. I wish to insist on the fact that the reigning dynasty of the Qajars are essentially of Turkish race, because it is often overlooked, and because it is of some political importance. When the Shah was in England, for instance, certain journals were pleased to speak of him as a descendant of Cyrus, which is about as reasonable as if one should describe our own Prince of Wales as a descendant of King Arthur. The whole history of Persia, from the legendary wars between the Kianian kings and Afrasiyab down to the present day, is the story of a struggle between the Turkish races, whose primitive home is in the region east of the Caspian Sea and north of Khurasan on the one hand, and the southern Persians, of almost pure Aryan race, on the other. The distinction is well marked even now, and the old antipathy still exists, finding expressions in verses such as those quoted above at page 77, and in anecdotes illustrative of Turkish stupidity and dullness of wit, of which I shall have occasion to give one in a subsequent chapter. Ethnologically, therefore, there is a marked distinction between the people of the north and the people of the south, a distinction which may be most readily apprehended by comparing the sullen, moody, dull-witted, fanatical, violent inhabitants of Azerbaijan with the bright, versatile, clever, sceptical, rather timid townsfolk of Kirman. In Fars, also, good types of the Aryan Persian are met with, but there is a large admixture of Turkish tribesmen, like the Qashqais, who have migrated and settled there. Indeed, this intermixture has now extended very far, but in general the terms northern and southern may, with reservation, be taken as representing a real and significant difference of type in the inhabitants of Persia. Since the downfall of the Caliphate and the lapse of the Arabian supremacy, the Turkish has generally been the dominant race, for in the physical world it is commonly physical force which wins the day, and dull, dogged courage bears down versatile and subtle wit. Thus it happens that today the Qajars rule over the kinsmen of Cyrus and Shapur, as ruled in earlier days the Ghaznavids and the Seljuks. But there is no love lost between the two races, as any one will admit who has taken the trouble to find out what the southern peasant thinks of the northern court, or how the Qajars regard the cradle of Persia's ancient greatness. Of the Shah's character I do not propose to add much to what I have said already, for in the first place I am conscious of a prejudice against him in my mind arising from the ineffaceable remembrance of his horrid cruelties towards the Bábís, and in the second place I enjoyed no unusual facilities for forming a weighty judgment. I have heard him described by a high English official, who had good opportunities of arriving at a just opinion, as a liberal-minded and enlightened monarch, full of manliness, energy, and sound sense, who in a most difficult situation had displayed much tact and wisdom. It must also be admitted that, apart from the severities practised against the Bábís, which, with alternate remissions and exacerbations, have continued from the beginning of his reign down to the present time, his rule has been, on the whole, mild and comparatively free from the cruelties which mar nearly every page of Persian history. During the latter part of his reign especially, executions and cruel punishments, formerly of almost daily occurrence, have become very rare, but this is partly to be attributed to the fear of European public opinion, and desire to be thought well of at Western courts and in Western lands, which exercise so strong an influence over his mind. For most of the more recent Bábí persecutions, the Shah was not directly responsible. It was his eldest son, the Zilus Sultan, who put to death the two martyrs of Isfahan in 1879, and Mírzá Ashraf of Abadeh in 1888, and it was in his jurisdiction, though during his absence, that the persecutions of Sikhtih and Najaf Abad occurred in the summer of 1889. While the cruel murder of 7 innocent Bábís at Yezd in May 1890 lies at the door of Prince Jalal-ud-Dawla, son of the Zilus Sultan and grandson of the Shah. The last Bábí put to death actually by the Shah's order was, I think, the young messenger Mírzá Badi, who brought from Acre and delivered into the king's own hands at Teheran the remarkable apology for the Bábí faith addressed to him by Bahá'u'lláh. This was in July 1869. In extenuation of the earlier and more wholesale persecutions, it has been urged that the Bábís were in rebellion against the crown, and that the most horrible of them, that of September 1852, was provoked by the attempt made by 3 Bábís on the Shah's life. But this attempt itself, apart from the fact that, so far as can be ascertained, it was utterly unauthorized on the part of the Bábí leaders, was caused by the desperation to which the Bábís had been driven by a long series of cruelties, and especially by the execution of their founder in 1850. Amongst the victims also were several persons who, inasmuch as they had been in captivity for many months, were manifestly innocent of complicity in the plot, notably the beautiful Qurratul Ayn, whose heroic fortitude under the most cruel tortures excited the admiration and wonder of Dr. Pollack, the only European probably who witnessed her death. These executions were not merely criminal but foolish. The barbarity of the persecutors defeated its own ends, and instead of inspiring terror, gave the martyrs an opportunity of exhibiting a heroic fortitude which has done more than any propaganda, however skilful, could have done to ensure the triumph of the cause for which they died. Often have I heard Persians who did not themselves belong to the proscribed sect tell with admiration how Sulayman Khan, his body pierced with well nigh a score of wounds, in each of which was inserted a lighted candle, went to the place of execution, singing with exultation, Yak dast jami bade va yak dast zulfiyar, Raksi chunin mayana ye meydanam arzust. In one hand the wine cup, in the other the tresses of the friend. Such a dance do I desire in the midst of the marketplace. The impression produced by such exhibitions of courage and endurance was profound and lasting. Nay, the faith which inspired the martyrs was often contagious, as the following incident shows. A certain Yezdi rough, noted for his wild and disorderly life, went to see the execution of some Bábís, perhaps to scoff at them. But when he saw with what calmness and steadfastness they met torture and death, his feelings underwent so great a revulsion that he rushed forward, crying, Kill me too, I also am a Bábí. And thus he continued to cry, till he too was made a partaker in the doom he had come out only to gaze upon. During my stay in Teheran I saw the Shah several times, but only once sufficiently near to see his features clearly. This was on the occasion of his visiting the new telegraph office on his way to the university, where he was to preside over the distribution of prizes. Through the kindness of Major Wells, then superintendent of the Indo-European Telegraph in Persia, H and myself were enabled to stand in the porch of the building while the Shah entered, surrounded by his ministers. We afterwards followed him to the university, and witnessed the distribution of prizes, which was on the most liberal scale, most of the students, so far as I could see, receiving either medals or sums of money averaging 3 or 4 tumāns, about £1. The Shah sat in a room opening out into the quadrangle, where the secretaries of state, mustawfis, professors, and students were ranged in order. Around him stood the princes of the royal family, including his third son, the Naibut Sultana, and the ministers of state. The only person allowed to sit beside him was his little favourite, Mani Jak, who accompanied him on his last journey to Europe. The Shah's extraordinary fondness for this child, for he did not, at the time I saw him, appear to be more than 11 or 12 years old, was as annoying to the Persian aristocracy as it was astonishing to the people of Europe. It galled the spirit of the proud nobles of Persia to watch the daily increasing influence of this little wizened, sallow-faced Kurdish lad, who was neither nobly born, nor of comely countenance, nor of pleasant manners and amiable disposition, to see honours and favours lavished upon him and his ignoble kinsman, to be compelled to do him reverence and bespeak his good offices. All this now is a thing of the past. Within the last year or so, Ghulam Ali Khan, the Kurd, better known as Mani Jak, which in the Kurdish tongue signifies a sparrow, and somewhile dignified by the title of Azizus Sultan, the darling of the king, fell from favour, and was hurled from the pinnacle of power down to his original obscurity. The cause of his fall was, I believe, that one day, while he was playing with a pistol, the weapon exploded and narrowly missed the Shah. This was too much, and Mani Jak and his favoured kinsman were shorn of their titles and honours, and packed off to their humble home in Kurdistan. Perhaps it was, after all, as well for them, for the darling of the king was far from being the darling of the court. Sooner or later his fall was bound to come, and had it been later, it might have been yet more grievous. The Shah has 5 sons. 2 of these, the Salarul Mulk and the Ruknul Mulk, were, at the time of which I write, mere children. They were described as beautiful and attractive boys, but neglected by their father in favour of Manijak. The third son is entitled Na'ibu Sultana. He resided in Tehran, and to him was entrusted the government of the city and the supreme military command. The two elder sons were born of different mothers, and as the mother of Vali-Ahd was a princess, he, and not his elder brother, was chosen as the successor to the throne. That the Zillu Sultan inwardly chafed at being thus deprived of his birthright is hardly to be doubted, though he was in the meanwhile compensated for this in some measure by being made governor of the greater part of southern Persia, including the three important cities of Shiraz, Yezd, and Isfahan, at the last of which he resided in almost regal state. Here he collected together a considerable body of well-drilled troops, who were said to be more efficient and soldierly than any of the regiments in Tehran. Besides these, he had acquired a number of guns, and his magazines were well provided with arms and ammunition. In view of these preparations, and the energy and decision of character discernible in this prince, it was thought possible that, in the event of his father's death, he might dispute the crown with his younger and gentler brother, the Vali-Ahd, in which case it appeared not improbable that he might prove victorious, or at least succeed in maintaining his supremacy over southern Persia. All such speculations, however, were cast to the winds by an utterly unforeseen event which occurred towards the end of February 1888, while I was at Isfahan. In the beginning of that month, both the Zillu Sultan and the Vali-Ahd had come to Tehran, the former from Isfahan, the latter from Tabriz, to pay a visit to their father. A decoration was to be presented to the former by the English government for the protection and favour which he had extended to English trade and enterprise, towards which he had ever shown himself well disposed. Suddenly, without warning, came the news that he had been deprived of all his governments, with the exception of the city of Isfahan, that he and some of his ministers who had accompanied him to the capital were kept to all intents and purposes prisoners within its walls, that his deputy governors at Yezd, Shiraz, and other towns were recalled, and that his army was disbanded, his artillery removed to Tehran, and his power effectually shattered. On first hearing from the Shah that of all the fair regions over which he had held sway, Isfahan only was left to him, he is reported to have said in the bitterness of his heart, "You had better take that from me too," to which the Shah replied, "I will do so, and will give it to your son," Prince Jalal-ud-Dawla, then governor for his father at Shiraz. This threat was, however, not carried out, and the Zillu Sultan still possesses the former capital as a remnant of his once wide dominions. Passing from the Shah and his sons, we must now turn our attention to one or two other members of the royal family. Foremost amongst these is, or rather was, for he died in 1888 while I was still in Persia, the Shah's aged uncle, Ferhad Mírzá Mu'tamad-ud-Dawla, with whom, through the kindness of Dr. Torrance of the American missionary establishment, and by means of his interest with Prince Ihtisham-ud-Dawla, the son of Ferhad Mírzá, and since the downfall of the Zillu Sultan, governor of Shiraz and the province of Fars, I obtained the honour of an interview. We found him seated amidst a pile of cushions in his andarun, or inner apartments, surrounded by well-stocked shelves of books. He received us with that inimitable courtesy whereby Persians of the highest rank know so well how to set the visitor completely at his ease, and at the same time to impress him with the deepest respect for their nobility. I was greatly struck by his venerable appearance and dignified mien, as well as by the indomitable energy and keen intelligence expressed by the flashing eye and mobile features, which neither old age nor bodily infirmity was able to rob of their animation. He talked much of a book called Nisab, written by himself to facilitate the acquisition of the English language, with which he had some acquaintance, to his countrymen. Of this work he subsequently presented me with a copy, which I value highly as a souvenir of its illustrious author. It is arranged on the same plan as the Arabic nisabs, so popular in Persia. That is to say, it consists of a sort of rhymed vocabulary, in which the English words, represented in the text in Persian characters, and repeated in English characters at the head of the page, are explained successively by the corresponding Persian word. The following lines, taken from the commencement of the work, and here represented in English characters, will serve as a specimen of the whole. Dar mahi day jami meidi, ای نگاری محروم که شمی میان دماغ یخت گردد مشکبو هیچ سر است او نوز بینی لب لب است او آی چو چزم tooth دندان foot paw او hand dust او face رو گوش و گردن ایر و نک چیک چهره تنگ آمد زبان نف نویلدن و پیستن را bosom, Juan Hiarmu. In the north of day give the cup of wine, O moon-faced beauty, so that by its fragrance the palate of the intellect may become perfumed as with musk. Head is sour and nose bini, lip is lab and eye like chasm, tooth dindan, foot paw and hand dust and face uru, gush and gardan, ear and neck, cheek chihre, tongue becomes zaban. Recognize naf as navel, and pistan as bosom, call hair mu. I doubt greatly whether such a method of learning a language would commend itself to a European student, but with the Persians, endowed as they are with a great facility for learning by heart, it is a very favourite one. Prince Farhad Mírzá professed a great kindliness for the English nation as well as for their language. Nor, if the following narrative be true, is this to be wondered at, since his life was once saved by Sir Taylor Thompson, when endangered by the anger of his nephew the Shah. Fleeing from the messengers of the king's wrath, he took refuge in the English embassy, and threw himself on the protection of his friend the ambassador, who promised to give him shelter so long as it should be necessary. Soon the royal farashis arrived, and demanded his surrender, which demand was unhesitatingly refused. They then threatened to break in by force and seize their prisoner, whereupon Sir Taylor Thompson drew a line across the path, and declared that he would shoot the first man who attempted to cross it. Thereupon they thought it best to retire, and Farhad Mírzá remained for a while the guest of the British Embassy, during which time Sir Taylor Thompson never suffered him to partake of a dish without first tasting it himself, for it was feared that, violence having failed, poison might perhaps be employed. Ultimately the Shah's anger subsided, and his uncle was able again to emerge from his place of refuge. Before the close of our audience, Farhad Mírzá asked me how long I intended to stop in Teheran, and whither I proposed to go on leaving it. I replied that my intention was to proceed to Shíráz as soon as the spring set in, since that it was the Darul Ilm, abode of knowledge, and I thought that I might better pursue my studies there. That, replied Farhad Mírzá, is quite a mistake. 500 years ago Shíráz was the Darul Ilm, but now that has passed, and it can only be called the Darul Fisk, abode of vice. Farhad Mírzá has little reason to like Shíráz, nor has Shíráz much better reason to like Farhad Mírzá. He was twice governor of that town and the province of Fars, of which it is the capital, and was so unpopular during his administration that when he was recalled the populace did not seek to hide their delight, and even pursued him with jeers and derisive remarks. Farhad Mírzá swore that the Shírazís should pay for their temporary triumph right dearly, and he kept his word. After a lapse of time he was again appointed governor of the city that had insulted him, and his rule, never of the gentlest, became sterner than ever. During his 4 years of office, ending about 1880, he is said to have caused no less than 700 hands to be cut off for various offences. In one case a man came and complained that he had lost an ass, which was subsequently found amongst the animals belonging to a lad in the neighbourhood. The latter was seized and brought before Ferhad Mírzá, who, as soon as the ass had been identified by the plaintiff, ordered the hand of the defendant to be cut off without further delay, giving no ear to the protestations of the poor boy that the animal had of its own accord entered his herd, and that he had not, till the accusation of theft was preferred against him, been able to discover its owner. Besides these minor punishments, many robbers and others suffered death. Not a few were walled up alive in pillars of mortar, there to perish miserably. The remains of these living tombs may still be seen just outside the Darwazeh-i Qasab Khane slaughterhouse gate at Shiraz, while another series lines the road as it enters the little town of Abadeh, situated near the northern limit of the province of Fars. On another occasion, a certain Shaykh Mazkur, who had revolted in the Garam Sir, or hot region, bordering on the Persian Gulf, and had struck coins in his own name, was captured and brought to Shiraz, together with 2 of his followers, one of whom was his chief executioner. Ferhad Mírzá first compelled the Shaykh to eat one of his own coins, and then caused him and his followers to be strangled and suspended from a lofty gibbet, as a warning to the disaffected. Notwithstanding his severity, Ferhad Mírzá enjoyed a great reputation for piety, and had accomplished the pilgrimage to Mecca. His son, as I have said, was, early in 1888, appointed governor of Shiraz, where the reputation of his father caused his advent to be looked forward to with some apprehension. The only other member of the Persian royal family whom I met was one of the brothers of the Shah, entitled Izz-ud-Dawlah, who, if less important a personage than Ferhad Mírzá, was by no means less courteous. He asked many questions about recent inventions in Europe, manifesting an especial interest, so far as I remember, in patent medicines and dynamite. Having now completed all that I have to say about the reigning dynasty, I will speak shortly of Persian dinner parties at Teheran. As these are seen in a more truly national form in the provinces, where chairs, tables, knives and forks have not yet obtruded themselves to such an extent as in the semi-Europeanized capital, I shall leave much that I have to say on this subject for subsequent pages. Most of the Persians with whom I was intimate at Teheran had adopted European habits to a considerable extent, and during my residence there I was only on 2 occasions present at a really national entertainment. The order of procedure is always much the same. The guests arrive about sundown, and are ushered into what corresponds to the drawing room, where they are received by their host and his male relations, for women are of course excluded. Kalyans, water pipes, and wine or undiluted spirits, the latter being preferred, are offered them, and they continue to smoke and drink intermittently during the whole of the evening. Dishes of arjil, pistachio nuts, and the like, are handed round or placed near the guests, and from time to time a spit of kebabs, pieces of broiled meat, enveloped in a folded sheet of the flat bread called nane sangak, is brought in. These things bring out the flavour of the wine, and serve to stimulate, and at the same time appease, the appetite of the guests, for the actual supper is not served till the time for breaking up the assembly has almost arrived, which is rarely much before midnight. As a rule, music is provided for the entertainment of the guests. The musicians are usually 3 in number. One plays a stringed instrument, the sitar, one a drum, dunbak, consisting of an earthenware framework shaped something like a huge egg cup, and covered with parchment at one end only. The third sings to the accompaniment of his fellow performers. Sometimes dancing boys are also present, who excite the admiration and applause of the spectators by their elaborate posturing, which is usually more remarkable for acrobatic skill than for grace, at any rate according to our ideas. These, however, are more often seen in Shiraz than at Teheran. Occasionally the singer is a boy, and if his voice be sweet and his appearance comely, he will be greeted with rapturous applause. At one entertainment to which I had been invited, the guests were so moved by the performance of the boy singer that they all joined hands and danced round him in a circle, chanting in a kind of monotonous chorus, " Barakallah, Kuchulu, Barakallah, Kuchulu," God bless thee, little one, God bless thee, little one, till sheer exhaustion compelled them to stop. When the host thinks that the entertainment has lasted long enough, he gives the signal for supper, which is served either in the same or in another room. A cloth is laid on the floor, round which are arranged long flat cakes of pebble bread, which do double duty as food and plates. The meats, consisting for the most part of pilaus and chilaus of different sorts, are placed in the centre, together with bowls of sherbet, each of which is supplied with a delicately carved wooden spoon, with deep boat-shaped bowl, whereof the sides slope down to form a sort of keel at the bottom. The guests squat down on their knees and heels round the cloth, the host placing him who he desires most to honour on his right side at the upper end of the room, i.e. opposite the door. At the lower end the musicians and minstrels take their places, and all, without further delay, commence an attack on the viands. The consumption of food progresses rapidly, with but little conversation, for it is not usual in Persia to linger over meals, or to prolong them by talk, which is better conducted while the mouth is not otherwise employed. If the host wishes to pay special honour to a guest, he picks out and places in his mouth some particularly delicate morsel. In about a quarter of an hour from the commencement of the banquet, most of the guests have finished, and washed their hands by pouring water over them from a metal ewer into a plate of the same material, brought round by the servants for that purpose. They then rinse out their mouths, roll down their sleeves again, partake of a final pipe, and unless they mean to stay for the night, depart homewards, either on foot or on horseback, preceded by a servant bearing a lantern. Such is the usual course of a Persian dinner party, and the midday meal, nahar, to which guests are sometimes invited, differs from it only in this, that it is shorter and less boisterous. Although I have described the general features of such an entertainment in some detail, I fear that I have failed to convey any idea of the charm which it really possesses. This charm results partly from the lack of constraint and the freedom of the guests, partly from the cordial welcome which a Persian host so well knows how to give, partly from the exhilarating influence of the wine and music, which, though so different from that to which we are accustomed, produces in such as are susceptible to its influence an indescribable sense of subdued ecstasy, but more than all from the vigour, variety, and brilliancy of the conversation. There is no doubt that satiety produces somnolence and apathy, as is so often seen at English dinner parties. Hence the Persians wisely defer the meal till the very end of the evening, when sleep is to be sought. During the earlier stages of the entertainment, their minds are stimulated by wine, music, and mirth, without being dulled by the heaviness resulting from repletion. This, no doubt, is one reason why the conversation is, as a rule, so brilliant. But beyond this, the quick, versatile, subtle mind of the Persian, stored as it usually is with anecdotes, historical, literary, and incidental, and freed for the time being from the restraint which custom ordinarily imposes on it, flashes forth on these occasions in coruscations of wit and humour, interspersed with pungent criticism and philosophical reflections which display a wonderful insight. Hence it is that one rarely fails to enjoy thoroughly an evening spent at a Persian banquet, and that the 5 or 6 hours during which it lasts hardly ever hang heavily on one's hands. The Persians have only 2 full meals in the day, nahar, which one may call indifferently either breakfast or lunch, since on the one hand it is the first meal of the day, and on the other it is not taken till a little before noon, and sham, or supper, which, as I have already stated, is eaten the last thing before retiring for the night. Besides these two meals, tea is taken on rising in the morning, and again in the afternoon. The usual way in which a Persian of the upper classes spends his day is, then, somewhat as follows. He rises early, often before sunrise, which indeed he must do, if devotionally inclined, for the morning prayer, and, after drinking a glass or two of tea, without milk, of course, and smoking a kalyan, sets about the business of the day, whatever it may be. About noon, or a little earlier, he has his breakfast, nahar, which differs little from supper as regards its material. After this, especially if the season be summer, he usually lies down and sleeps till about 3 p.m. From this time till sunset is the period for paying calls, so he either goes out to visit a friend or else stays at home to receive visitors. In either case, tea and kalyans constitute a prominent feature in the afternoon's employment. Casual visitors do not, as a rule, remain long after sunset, and on their departure, unless an invitation to supper has been given or received, the evening is quietly passed at home till the time for supper and bed arrives. In the case of government employees, as well as shopkeepers, tradesmen and others, whose hours of work are longer, a considerable portion of the afternoon may have to be spent in business, but in any case this rarely lasts after 4 or 5 p.m. Calls may also be paid in the early morning, before the day's work commences. The true Persian life is, however, as I have before remarked, much better seen in the provinces than in the capital, where European influences have already wrought a great change in national customs. Further remarks on it will therefore find a fitter place in a subsequent chapter. End of section 11. Section 12 of A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne. I must now return to my life in the Nawab's house and the society which I there met. Amongst the visitors were a certain number of Afghans who had formed the suite of Ayub Khan before his attempted escape, and who were now to be transferred to Rawalpindi in India by way of Baghdad. The arrangements for their journey were entrusted mainly to my host, and for a time few days passed without his receiving visits from some of them. On these occasions I used often to remain in the room during the conversation, half of which, although it was conducted in Persian, was nearly unintelligible to me, for the Afghans speak in a manner and with an accent quite peculiar to themselves. These Afghans, who wore coloured turbans wound round a conical cap, after the Indian fashion, were troublesome and cantankerous fellows, seeming never to be satisfied, and always wanting something more, a larger allowance of money, more horses, or more sumptuous litters for the journey. As a rule, too, their expressions betokened cruelty and deceit, though some of them were fine-looking men, especially an old mullah called Qazi Abdus Salam, who had held an important position under the late Amir Shir Ali. For the most part, however, the visitors were Persians, and of these a large proportion were natives of Shiraz, to whose eulogies of their beloved city, for all Shirazis are intensely patriotic, I used to listen with unwearying delight. They would praise the beautiful gardens, the far-famed stream of Ruknabad, the soft, sweet speech of the south, and the joyousness of the people. But when I exclaimed that Shiraz must be a very paradise, they would shake their heads sadly and say, "The place indeed has no fault. Vali sahibi nadarad, but it has no master. thinking perhaps of the happy time when the virtuous and noble Karim Khan, the Zend, held his court there, and rejoiced in his palace when he heard the sounds of merriment from the town, that his people should be free from care and sadness. One constant visitor was the Nawab's brother-in-law, Aka Muhammad Hasan Khan of the Qashqai tribe, which dwells in the neighbourhood of Shiraz. When he had ceased for a while the disquisitions on philosophy, which were his favourite theme, and had temporarily exhausted the praises of the Master, as he called his teacher in the science, Mírzá Abul Hasan-i-Jilveh, he too used to revert to the inexhaustible subject of the beauties of his native land. You must on no account postpone your visit to Shiraz later than the Nawruz, the Persian New Year's Day, which corresponds with the vernal equinox, he would say, for then indeed there is no place on the face of the earth so beautiful. You know what the Shaykh, i.e. Sa'di, says: Khasha tafaruj Nawruz khasse dar Shiraz, ki bar kanad dili marde musafir as watanash. Pleasant is the New Year's outing, especially in Shiraz, which turns aside the heart of the traveller from his native land. In the evening, when I was alone with the Nawab, or his brother Isa Khan, a colonel in the Persian army, or my old friends, his nephews, the talk would turn on religion, philosophy, or literature. Sometimes they would entertain me with anecdotes of celebrated men and accounts of curious superstitions and customs. Sometimes the Nawab would play on the sitar, on which he was a proficient, while sometimes they would explain to me the intricacies of Mohammedan prayers and ablutions, and the points wherein the Shi'ites differ from the Sunnis, both in practice and belief. They did not fail on these occasions to point out the meaning which underlies many of the ordinances of Islam. The fast of Ramadan, they said, appears to you a most grievous burden for a prophet and legislator to lay upon his followers, but in truth in this is its very value, for, as it is enjoined on all alike, the rich are made to realise what hunger and thirst, which they would otherwise never experience, really are. Thus they are enabled to understand the condition of those who are always exposed to these trials, and brought to sympathise with them, and to strive to ameliorate their lot more than they would otherwise do. So too with our prayers and the ablutions by which they must be proceeded. It is true that there is no special virtue in praying and washing oneself 5 times a day, but it is evident that one who is enjoined to remember his Creator thus often, and to keep his body pure and clean, will always have these objects in view, and will never through negligence fall into forgetfulness of God and disregard of personal cleanliness. Moreover, we are forbidden to pray in any place which has been forcibly taken from its owner, or in which he does not give us permission to perform our devotions. This continually serves to remind us to be just and courteous in all our dealings, that our prayers may be acceptable to God. Sometimes the conversation was of a lighter character, and turned on the sayings of witty and learned men, their ready replies and pungent sarcasms. Of these anecdotes I will give a few specimens. Shaykh Sa'di was unrivalled in ready wit and quickness of repartee, yet even he once met his match. It happened in this wise. The young Prince of Shiraz, who was remarkable for his beauty, went one day, accompanied by his retinue, to visit a mosque which was being built by his orders, and which is still standing. As he passed by a workman who was digging, a piece of mud flew up from the spade and touched his cheek. Sa'di, who was walking near him, saw this, and immediately exclaimed, making use of a quotation from the Qur'an, Ya laitani kuntu turaba, Oh, would that I were earth. The prince, hearing Sa'di speak, but failing to catch his remark, asked, What does the Shaykh say? Another learned man who was present instantly interposed, May I be thy sacrifice. It was naught but a quotation from the Holy Book. فَقَالَ الْكَافِرُ Ya laytani kuntu turaba. And the infidel said, "Oh, would that I were earth." Sa'di had made use of the quotation, forgetting for the moment in whose mouth the words were placed. His rival had not forgotten, and while appearing merely to justify Sa'di, succeeded in applying to him the opprobrious term of kafir, infidel. Obayd Zakani was another celebrated poet, chiefly noted for the scathing satires which flowed from his pen. Even when he was on his deathbed, his grim humour did not desert him. Summoning successively to his side his two sons and his daughter, he informed them, with every precaution to ensure secrecy, that he had left behind for them a treasure which they must seek for on a particular hour of a certain day after his death and burial, in a place which he indicated. "Be sure," he added in conclusion, "that you go thither at that hour and at no other, and above all keep what I have said secret from my other children." Shortly after this the poet breathed his last, and when his body had been consigned to the grave and the day appointed for the search had come, each of his 3 children repaired secretly to the spot indicated. Great was the surprise of each to find that the others were also present, and evidently bent on the same quest. Explanations of a not very satisfactory character ensued, and they then proceeded to dig for the treasure. Sure enough, they soon came on a large parcel, which they eagerly extracted from its place of concealment and began to unfold. On removing the outer covering, they found a layer of straw, evidently designed to protect the valuable and perhaps fragile contents. Inside this was another smaller box, on opening which a quantity of cotton wool appeared. An eager examination of this brought to light nothing but a small slip of paper on which something was written. Disappointed in their search, but still hoping that this document might prove of value, either by guiding them to the real treasure or in some other way, they hastily bore it to the light and read these words: Khudai danad uman dana mutu kham dani ki yak fulus nadarad Obayd Zakani. God knows, and I know, and thou too knowest, that Obayd Zakani does not possess a single copper. Whether the children were able to appreciate this final display of humour on the part of their father is not narrated by the historian. Satire, though, for obvious reasons, cultivated to a much smaller extent than panegyric, did not by any means cease with the death of Obayd Zakani, which occurred about the year A.D. 1370. The following, composed on the incapable and crotchety Haji Mírzá Aqqasi, Prime Minister of the late King Muhammad Shah, may serve as an example. Nagzasht dar mulki Shah Haji Dirami, Kard khachi kanat utub harbish kami, Na mazra'i dastra az an kanat nani, Na khaye dushman ra az an tub ghani. The Haji did not leave a single dirham in the domains of the king. Everything, small or great, he expended on kanats and guns. Kanats which convey no water to the fields of his friends, and guns which inflicted no injury on his enemy. The wasteful and useless extravagance of Haji Mírzá Aqqasi, here held up to ridicule, was unfortunately far from being his greatest or most pernicious error. It was he who ceded to the Russians the sole right of navigating the Caspian Sea, remarking with a chuckle at his own wit, Ma murghabi nistin ki abishar lazim daste bashim. We are not waterfowl that we should stand in need of salt water. To which he presently added the following sage reflection: Barayi mushti abishur nami sharad kami shirini dustru talkh namud. It wouldn't do to embitter the sweet palate of a friend for the sake of a handful of salt water. Readiness is a sine qua non in a Persian poet. He must be able to improvise at a moment's notice. One day Fath Ali Shah was riding through the bazaars surrounded by his courtiers, when he happened to notice amongst the apprentices in a coppersmith's shop a very beautiful boy, whose fair face was begrimed with coal dust. Bigirdi arizi miskar nishaste gardi zughal. Around the cheeks of the coppersmith has settled the dust of the coal, said the king, improvising a hemistitch. Now, Sir Laureate, turning to his court poet, cap me that if you can. Sadayi mis bifalak mi ravad ki mach giriftast. The clang of the copper goes up to heaven because the moon is eclipsed, rejoined the Laureate, without a moment's hesitation. To appreciate the appositeness of this verse, the reader must know that a beautiful face is constantly compared by the Persians to the moon, and that when there is an eclipse of the moon, it is customary in Persia to beat copper vessels to frighten away the dragon, which is vulgarly supposed to have eaten it. This rhetorical figure, called Husni Ta'lil, whereby an observed effect is explained by a fanciful cause, is a great favourite with the Persian poets. Here is another instance of a more exaggerated type in a verse addressed by the poet Rasikh to his sweetheart. Husni mahra ba ta sanjidam bi mizani kiyas, palei ma bar falak shud, utamandi bar zamin. I weighed thy beauty against that of the moon in the balance of my judgment. The scale containing the moon flew up to heaven, and thou wert left on the earth. Could a neater compliment, or one more exaggerated, be imagined? It is the fashion of some scholars to talk as if literary and poetical talent were a thing of the past in Persia. No mistake could possibly be greater. Everyone is aware of that form of hallucination whereby the past is glorified at the expense of the present, that illusion which is typified both in the case of individuals and nations in the phrase, the happy days of childhood. Men not only forget the defects and disagreeables of the past and remember only its glories, but they are very apt to weigh several centuries of the past against a few decades of the present. Where, the enthusiastic admirer of older Persian literature exclaims, are the Rudagis, the Firdausis, the Nizamis, the Omar Khayyams, the Anvaris, the Sa'dis, the Hafizis, the Jamis, of the glorious past? Where are such mighty singers to be found now? Leaving aside the fact that these immortal bards ranged over a period of 5 centuries, and that when, at certain periods, the munificent patronage of some prince collected together a number of contemporary poets, as at the so-called Round Table of Sultan Mahmud of Ghazni, posterity, perhaps wisely, often neglected to preserve the works of more than one or two of them, it may confidently be asserted that the present century has produced a group of most distinguished poets, whose works will undoubtedly, when duly transfigured by the touch of antiquity, go to make up portions and parcels of the glorious past. Of modern Persian poets, the greatest is perhaps Ka'ani, who died about A.D. 1854. In panegyric and satire alike he is unrivalled, and he has a wealth of metaphor, a flow of language, and a sweetness of utterance scarcely to be found in any other poet. Although he lacks the mystic sublimity of Jami, the divine despair of Omar Khayyam, and the majestic grandeur of Fidausi, he manifests at times a humour rarely met with in the older poets. One poem of his, describing a dialogue between an old man and a child, both of whom stammer, is very humorous. The child, on being first addressed by the old man, thinks that his manner of speech is being imitated and ridiculed, and is very angry. But on being assured, and finally convinced, that his interlocutor is really afflicted in the same way, he is appeased, and concludes with the words, Man ham gungam ma misli tu ham gungi ma misli man. I also am a stammerer like unto thee. Thou also art a stammerer like unto me. The best poets at present living are Mírzá Yahyá and Mírzá Yazdani, both of whom I met at Shíráz. They are the only two surviving brothers of Mírzá Davari, also a poet of great merit. Their father, whose nom de guerre was Wissal, was widely famed for his poetic talent, and their sons already manifest unmistakable signs of genius. The conversation of my kind friends, who desired that I might become acquainted with everything calculated to illustrate Persian life, did not, however, confine itself only to the masterpieces of national poetry. Nursery rhymes and schoolboy doggerel also came in for a share of attention. As a specimen of these I may quote the following: Tabbat yada abillah, akhun bi keshtavila, kalash bidih bimire, javash bidih namire, which may be paraphrased thus: Abu Lahab's pride shall fall, put the master in the stall, he will die if chaff you give him oats and he will live. I have already alluded to practical jokes and described one perpetrated by a wit of the 14th century. Let me add another of the present day, which, if rougher than that of Obadi Zakani, was at least intended to convey a salutary lesson to the person on whom it was practised. Amongst the dependents of the governor of a certain town was a man who was possessed by the desire to discover some means of rendering himself invisible. At length he had the good fortune, as he thought, to meet with a dervish who agreed, for a certain sum of money, to supply him with some pills which would produce the desired effect. Filled with delight at the success which appeared at length to have crowned his efforts, the would-be dabbler in the occult sciences did not fail to boast openly before his comrades, and even before the governor, that on a certain day he would visit them unseen, and prove the efficacy of his new acquisition. On the appointed day, having taken one or two of the magical pills, he accordingly came to the governor's palace, filled with delightful anticipations of triumph on his own part, and envious astonishment on the part of his friends. Now the governor was determined, if possible, to cure him of his taste for the black art, and had therefore given orders to the sentries, servants, and other attendants, as well as to his own associates, that when the would-be magician arrived, they were all to behave as though they were unable to see him. Accordingly, when he reached the gate of the palace, he was delighted to observe that the sentries omitted to give him the customary salute. Proceeding further, he became more and more certain that the dervish's pills had produced the promised effect. No one looked at him, no one saluted him, no one showed any consciousness of his presence. At length he entered the room where the governor was sitting with his associates. Finding that these too appeared insensible to his presence, he determined to give them a proof that he had really been amongst them in invisible form, a fact which they might otherwise refuse to credit. A kalyan, or water pipe, was standing in the middle of the room, the charcoal in it still glowing. The pseudo-magician applied his lips to the mouthpiece and began to smoke. Those present at once broke out into expressions of astonishment. "Wonderful!" they exclaimed. "Look at that kalyan. Though no one is near it, it is just as if someone were smoking it. Nay, one can even hear the gurgle of the water in the bowl." Enchanted with the sensation he had caused, the invisible one became bolder. Some lighted candles were in the room. One of these he blew out. Again exclamations of surprise arose from the company. "Marvellous!" they cried. "There is no wind, yet suddenly that candle has been blown out. What can possibly be the meaning of this?" The candle was again lighted, and again promptly blown out. In the midst of fresh expressions of surprise, the governor suddenly exclaimed, "I have it! I know what has happened. So-and-so has no doubt eaten one of his magical pills, and is even now present amongst us, though we cannot see him. Well, we will see if he is intangible as well as invisible. Ho there, Bachaha! Bring the sticks, quick! Lay about you in all directions. Perhaps you will be able to teach our invisible friend better manners." The Farashis hastened to rain down a shower of blows on the unfortunate intruder, who cried out loudly for mercy. "But where are you?" demanded the governor. "Cease to be invisible, and show yourself, that we may see you." "Oh, master," cried the poor crestfallen magician, "if I be really invisible, how happens it that all the blows of the Farashis reach me with such effect? I begin to think that I have been deceived by that rascally dervish, and that I am not invisible at all." On this, amidst the mirth of all present, the sufferer was allowed to depart, with a recommendation that in future he should avoid the occult sciences, an injunction which one may reasonably hope he did not soon forget. End of section 12. Section 13 of A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Year Amongst the Persians by Edward Granville Browne. Chapter 6. Mysticism, Metaphysic and Magic. Guftagoye Kufruddin akhir bi yak jami kashad khwab yak khwabast ama mukhtalif ta'bir ha. Free thought and faith, the upshot's one, they wrangle o'er a name, interpretations differ, but the dream is still the same. Sa'ib. Hich kazuk da'i az kari jihan baz nakard, har ki amad girihi chand barin tar fuzud. No one yet hath unravelled a knot from the skein of the universe, and each who came and essayed the same but made the tangle worse. The most striking feature of the Persians as a nation is their passion for metaphysical speculation. This passion, so far from being confined to the learned classes, permeates all ranks and manifests itself in the shopkeeper and the muleteer, as well as in the scholar and the man of letters. Not to give some account of this aspect of Persian life would, then, be a grave omission, calculated to prevent the reader from obtaining a just impression of the national character. That dogmatic theology is unfavourable to speculation is obvious, and as few theological systems are more dogmatic and uncompromising than that of Islam, it might be expected that Persia, being one of the strongholds of the Mohammedan faith, would afford at best a sterile soil for the growth of other systems. Such, however, is far from being the case. Persia is, and always has been, a very hotbed of systems, from the time of Manes and Mazdak in the old Sasanian days down to the present age, which has brought into being the Bábís and the Shaykhis. When, in the 7th century, the warlike followers of the Arabian prophet swept across Iran, overwhelming, in their tumultuous onslaught, an ancient dynasty and a venerable religion, a change apparently almost unparalleled in history was in the course of a few years brought over the land. Where for centuries the ancient hymns of the Avesta had been chanted and the sacred fire had burnt, the cry of the Mu'ezzin summoning the faithful to prayer rang out from minarets reared on the ruins of the temples of Ahura Mazda. The priests of Zoroaster fell by the sword. The ancient books perished in the flames, and soon none were left to represent a once mighty faith, but a handful of exiles flying towards the shores of India, and a despised and persecuted remnant in solitary Yezd and remote Kirman. Truly it seemed that a whole nation had been transformed, and that henceforth the Aryan Persian must not only bear the yoke of the Semitic lizard-eater, whom he had formerly so despised, but must further adopt his creed, and almost, indeed, his language. Yet, after all, the change was but skin deep, and soon a host of heterodox sects born on Persian soil, Shiites, Sufis, Ismailis, philosophers, arose to vindicate the claim of Aryan thought to be free, and to transform the religion forced on the nation by Arab steel into something which, though still wearing a semblance of Islam, had a significance widely different from that which one may fairly suppose was intended by the Arabian prophet. There is indeed another view possible, that of M. Gobineau, whose deep insight into Persian character entitles his opinion to careful consideration, videte, that from the very beginning there were latent in the Mohammedan religion the germs of the most thoroughgoing pantheism, and that Muhammad himself did but revive and formulate somewhat differently the ancient beliefs of Mesopotamia. Whether this be true or not, and the point is one which, in my opinion, cannot be regarded as altogether settled until the history of Sufism amongst those of Arab race shall have been more carefully studied, there is no doubt that certain passages in the Qur'an are susceptible to a certain degree of mystical interpretation. Take, for instance, the 17th verse of the 8th chapter, where God reminds Muhammad that the victory of Badr was only in appearance won by the valour of the Muslims. فَلَمْ تَقْتُلُهُمْ وَلَكِنَّ اللَّهَ قَتَلَهُمْ وَمَا رَمَيْتَ إِذْ رَمَيْتَ وَلَكِنَّ اللَّهَ رَمَى. And thou didst not slay them, but God slew them. And thou didst not shoot when thou didst shoot, but God shot. Although there is no need to explain this otherwise than as an assurance that God supported the faithful in their battles, either by natural or, as the commentators assert, by supernatural means, and although it lends itself far less readily than many texts in the New and even in the Old Testament to mystical interpretation, it nevertheless serves the Persian Sufis as a foundation stone for their pantheistic doctrines. The Prophet, they say, did not kill when men fell by his hand. He did not throw when he cast the handful of stones which brought confusion into the ranks of the heathen. He was in both cases but a mirror wherein was manifested the might of God. God alone was the real agent, as he is in all the actions which we, in our spiritual blindness, attribute to men. God alone is, and we are but the waves which stir for a moment on the surface of the ocean of being, even as it runs in the tradition, God was, and there was naught but he, and it is now even as it was then. Shall we say that God's creation is coexistent with him? Then we are Manichaeans and dualists, nay, polytheists, for we associate the creature with the creator. Can we say that the sum of being was increased at the time when the phenomenal world first appeared? Assuredly not, for that would be to regard the being of God as a thing finite and conditioned, because capable of enlargement and expansion. What then can we say, except that even as God, who alone is endowed with real existence, was in the beginning and will be in the end, if indeed one may speak of beginning and end, where eternity is concerned, and where time, the element of this illusory dream which we call life, has no place, alone in his infinite splendour, so also, even now, he alone is, and all else is but as a vision which disturbs the night, a cloud which dims the sun, or a ripple on the bosom of the ocean. In such wise does the Sufi of Persia read the Qur'an and expound its doctrine. Those who are familiar with the different developments of mysticism will not need to be reminded that there is hardly any soil, be it ever so barren, where it will not strike root, hardly any creed, however stern, however formal, round which it will not twine itself. It is indeed the eternal cry of the human soul for rest, the insatiable longing of a being wherein infinite ideals are fettered and cramped by a miserable actuality, and so long as man is less than an angel and more than a beast, this cry will not for a moment fail to make itself heard. Wonderfully uniform, too, is its tenor.
in all ages, in all countries, in all creeds, whether it come from the Brahmin sage, the Greek philosopher, the Persian poet, or the Christian quietist, it is in essence an enunciation more or less clear, more or less eloquent, of the aspiration of the soul to cease altogether from self, and to be at one with God. As such, it must awaken in all who are sensible of this need an echo of sympathy, and therefore I feel that no apology is required for adding a few words more on the ideas which underlie all that is finest and most beautiful in Persian poetry and Persian thought. To the metaphysical conception of God as pure being, and the ethical conception of God as the eternally holy, the Sufi superadds another conception, which may be regarded as the keynote of all mysticism. To him, above all else, God is the eternally beautiful, Janani Hakiki, the true beloved. Before time was, he existed in his infinite purity, unrevealed and unmanifest. Why was this state changed? Why was the troubled phantasm of the contingent world evoked from the silent depths of the non-existent? Let me answer in the words of Jami', who, perhaps, of all the mystic poets of Persia, best knew how to combine depth of thought with sweetness and clearness of utterance. Poor as is my rendering of his sublime song, it may still suffice to give some idea of the original. The passage is from his Yusuf ur Zulaykha, and runs as follows. In solitude, where being signless dwelt, and all the universe still dormant lay, concealed in selflessness, one being was exempt from I or thou-ness, and apart from all duality. Beauty supreme, unmanifest except unto itself, by its own light, yet fraught with power to charm the souls of all, concealed in the unseen, an essence pure, unstained by aught of ill, no mirror to reflect its loveliness, nor comb to touch its locks, the morning breeze ne'er stirred its tresses, no collyrium lent lustre to its eyes, no rosy cheeks o'ershadowed by dark curls like hyacinth, nor peach-like down were there, no dusky mole adorned its face, no eye had yet beheld its image. To itself it sang of love in wordless measures, by itself it cast the die of love. But beauty cannot brook concealment and the veil, nor patient rest unseen and unadmired. 'Twill burst all bonds, and from its prison casement to the world reveal itself. See where the tulip grows in upland meadows, how in balmy spring it decks itself, and how amidst its thorns the wild rose rends its garment, and reveals its loveliness. Thou too, when some rare thought or beauteous image, or deep mystery flashes across thy soul, canst not endure to let it pass, but hold'st it, that perchance in speech or writing thou mayest send it forth to charm the world. Wherever beauty dwells, such is its nature and its heritage, from everlasting beauty, which emerged from realms of purity to shine upon the worlds, and all the souls which dwell therein. One gleam fell from it on the universe and on the angels, and this single ray dazzled the angels, till their senses whirled like the revolving sky. In diverse forms each mirror showed it forth, and everywhere its praise was chanted in new harmonies. Each speck of matter did he constitute a mirror, causing each one to reflect the beauty of his visage. From the rose flashed forth his beauty, and the nightingale, beholding it, loved madly. From that light the candle drew the lustre which beguiles the moth to immolation. On the sun his beauty shone, and straightway from the wave the lotus reared its head. Each shining lock of Layla's hair attracted Majnun's heart, because some ray divine reflected shone in her fair face. 'Twas he to Shirin's lips who lent that sweetness which had power to steal the heart from Parviz and from Ferhad life. His beauty everywhere doth show itself, and through the forms of earthly beauties shines obscured as through a veil. He did reveal his face through Joseph's coat, and so destroyed Zuleika's peace. Where'er thou seest a veil, beneath that veil he hides. Whatever heart doth yield to love, he charms it. In his love the heart hath life, longing for him the soul hath victory. That heart which seems to love the fair ones of this world loves him alone. Beware! Say not, he is all beautiful, and we his lovers. Thou art but the glass, and he the face, confronting it, which casts its image on the mirror. He alone is manifest, and thou in truth art hid. Pure love, like beauty, coming but from him, reveals itself in thee. If steadfastly thou canst regard, thou wilt at length perceive he is the mirror also, he alike, the treasure and the casket. I and thou have here no place, and are but fantasies, vain and unreal. Silence, for this tale is endless, and no eloquence hath power to speak of him. 'Tis best for us to love, and suffer silently, being as naught. But is this the sum of the Sufi's philosophy? Is he to rest content with earthly love, because he knows that the lover's homage is in truth rendered, not to the shrine at which he offers his devotion, but to the divine glory, the Shekinah, which inhabits and irradiates it? Not so. Let us listen once more to the utterance of Jami. Be thou the thrall of love, make this thine object, for this one thing seemeth to wise men worthy. Be thou love's thrall, that thou mayst win thy freedom, bear on thy breast its brand, that thou mayst blithe be. Love's wine will warm thee, and will steel thy senses. All else is soulless stupor and self-seeking. Remembrances of love refresh the lover, whose voice when lauding love e'er waxeth loudest. But he that drained a draught from this deep goblet, in the wide worlds not one would wot of Majnun. Thousands of wise and well-learned men have wended through life, who since for love they had no liking, have left nor name nor note, nor sign nor story, nor tale for future time, nor fame for fortune. Sweet songsters midst the birds are found in plenty, but when love's law is taught by the love-learned, of moth and nightingale they most make mention. Though in this world 100 tasks thou tryest, 'tis love alone which from thyself will save thee. Even from the earthly love thy face avert not, since to the real it may serve to raise thee. Ere ABC are rightly apprehended, how canst thou con the pages of thy Qur'an? A sage, so heard I, unto whom a student came craving counsel on the course before him, said, if thy steps be strangers to love's pathways, depart, learn love, and then return before me. For shouldst thou fear to drink wine from form's flagon, thou canst not drain the draught of the ideal. But yet beware, be not by form belated. Strive rather with all speed the bridge to traverse. If to the bourne thou fain wouldst bear thy baggage, upon the bridge let not thy footsteps linger. The renunciation of self is the great lesson to be learnt, and its first steps may be learnt from a merely human love. But what is called love is often selfish, rarely absolutely unselfish. The test of unselfish love is this, that we should be ready and willing to sacrifice our own desires, happiness, even life itself, to render the beloved happy, even though we know that our sacrifice will never be understood or appreciated, and that we shall therefore not be rewarded for it by an increase of love or gratitude. Such is the true love which leads us up to God. We love our fellow creatures because there is in them something of the divine, some dim reflection of the true beloved, reminding our souls of their origin, home, and destination. From the love of the reflection we pass to the love of the light which casts it, and, loving the light, we at length become one with it, losing the false self and gaining the true, therein attaining at length to happiness and rest, and becoming one with all that we have loved, the essence of that which constitutes the beauty alike of a noble action, a beautiful thought, or a lovely face. Such, in outline, is the Sufi philosophy. Beautiful as it is, and worthy as it is of deeper study, I have said as much about it as my space allows, and must pass on to speak of other matters. Mysticism is in its nature somewhat vague and difficult to formulate, varying in character between an emotional philosophy and a devotional religion. On one side of it stands metaphysic, and on the other theology. Of Mohammedan theology I do not propose to speak, save incidentally, as occasion arises. Neither is this the place to treat systematically of the various schools of philosophy which have sprung up in Persia. Of the earlier ones, indeed, one may say generally that they are adaptations of either Aristotle or Plato, and that they may most fitly be described as the scholasticism of Islam. Of two of the later philosophers, however, Mulla Sadra of Shiraz and Haji Mullah Hadi of Sabzawar, I shall say a few words, inasmuch as they mark a new development in Persian thought, while at the same time they are less known in Europe than the Avicennas, the Ghazalís, and the Farabis of earlier days. Mullah Sadruddin Muhammad ibn Ibrahim ibn Yahyá, commonly known as Mullah Sadra, flourished in the latter half of the 17th century. He was the son of a rich merchant of Shiraz, who had grown old without being blessed with a son. Being very desirous of leaving an heir to inherit his wealth, he made a vow that if God would grant him this wish, he would give the sum of 1 tuman, about 6 shillings, a day to the poor for the rest of his life. Soon afterwards Mullah Sadra was born, and the father faithfully accomplished his vow till his death. When this occurred, Mullah Sadra, who had already manifested an unusual aptitude for learning and a special taste for philosophy, decided, after consulting with his mother, to bestow the greater portion of the wealth which he had inherited on the poor, and to go to Isfahan to prosecute his studies. It was the time when the Safavi kings ruled over Persia, with their capital at Isfahan, and the colleges of that city were famed throughout the East. Mullah Sadra inquired on his arrival there who were the most celebrated teachers of philosophy, and was informed that they were 3 in number: Mir Abul Qasim Fandaraski, Mir Muhammad Baqir, better known as Mir Damad, and Shaykh Bahá'u'lláh Amili. He was first presented himself before Mir Damad, and asked for advice as to his studies. The latter replied, "If you want inward meaning only, go to Mir Fandaraski; if you want mere outward form, go to Shaykh Behá; but if you desire to combine both, then come to me." Mullah Sadra accordingly attended the lectures of Mir Damad regularly, but did not fail to profit as far as possible by the teaching of the other professors. At length it happened that Mir Damad desired to undertake the pilgrimage to Mecca. He therefore bade each of his pupils compose during his absence a treatise on some branch of philosophy, which should be submitted to him on his return, in order that he might judge of the progress they had made. Acting on his injunction, Mullah Sadra wrote his first great work, the Shawahid-e-Rububiyyah, Evidences of Divinity, which he presented to his teacher on his return from the pilgrimage. Some time afterwards, when Mullah Sadra was walking beside Mir Damad, the latter said to him, "Sadra Jan, kitabi mera az mayan burdi." "O my dear Sadra, thou hast taken my work out of the midst." meaning that he had superseded it by the work which he had just composed. This generous recognition of his merit by his teacher was the beginning of a wide celebrity which has gone on increasing till this day. Yet this celebrity brought him into some danger from the fanatical mullahs, who did not fail to detect in his works the savour of heterodoxy. It was during his residence at Qum especially that his life was jeopardised by the indignation of these zealots, but on many occasions he was subjected to annoyances and persecutions. He lived at a time when the clerical power was paramount and philosophy in disrepute. Had he lived later, he might have been the recipient of favours from the great, and have enjoyed tranquillity and perhaps even opulence. As it was, his was the glory of once more bringing back philosophy to the land whence it had been almost banished. Mullah Sadra gained numerous disciples, some of whom, such as Mullah Muhsin Efface, attained to great fame, and left behind him a multitude of books, mostly in Arabic, of which the Shawahidi Rububiyyah, already mentioned, and a more systematic and voluminous work called the Asfari Arba'ah, 4 treatises, enjoy the greatest reputation. The 3 points claimed as original in Mullah Sadra's teaching are as follows. 1. His axiom, Basitul Hakikat Kulul Ashya wa Laysa Bishay Minha. The element of real being is all things, yet is none of them. 2. His doctrine that the cognition of any object only becomes possible by the identification of the knower with the known. 3. His assertion that the imagination is independent of the physical organism and belongs in its nature to the world of the soul, hence that not only in young children but even in animals it persists as a spiritual entity after death. In this point he differed from his predecessors, who held that it was only with the development of the rational soul that immortality became possible. I must now pass on to Haji Mullah Hadi of Sabzawar, the greatest Persian philosopher of the 19th century. He was the son of Haji Mahdi, and was born in the year Anno Hejiri 1212, AD 1797-8. He began his studies when only 7 years old, under the tuition of Haji Mullah Husayn of Sabzawar, and at the early age of 12 composed a small treatise. Anxious to pursue his studies in theology and jurisprudence, he visited Mashhad in company with his teacher, and remained there for 5 years, living in the most frugal manner, not from necessity, for he was far from poor, but from choice, and continuing his studies with unremitting ardour. When in his 17th year he heard of the fame of Mullah Ali-Núrí, who was then teaching in Isfahan, he was very anxious to proceed thither at once, but was for several years prevented from so doing by the opposition of his friends. Ultimately, however, he was enabled to gratify his wishes, and to take up his residence at Isfahan, where he diligently attended the lectures of Mullah Ali-Núrí. He appears, however, to have received more advantage from the help of one of Mullah Ali's pupils, named Mullah Ismail, the one-eyed. In Isfahan he remained for 7 years, devoting himself with such avidity to the study of philosophy that he rarely slept for much more than 4 hours out of the 24. To combat slothfulness, he was in the habit of reposing on a cloak spread on the bare brick floor of the little room which he occupied in the college, with nothing but a stone for his pillow. The simplicity, and indeed austerity, of his life was far from being his chief or only merit. Being possessed of private means greatly in excess of what his simple requirements demanded, he used to take pains to discover which of the students stood most in need of pecuniary help, and would then secretly place sums of money varying from 1 to 5 or even 10 tumans, 6 shillings to £3, in their rooms during their absence, without leaving any clue which could lead to the identification of the donor. In this manner he is said to have expended no less than 100,000 tumans, about £30,000, while he was in Isfahan, leaving himself only so much as he deemed necessary for his own maintenance. Having completed his studies at Isfahan, he made a pilgrimage to Mecca, whence he returned by way of Kirman. There he remained for a while and married a wife, whom he took back to his native town of Sabzawar. Soon after his return he paid another visit to Mashhad and remained there 10 months, giving lectures on philosophy, but soon returned thence to settle in Sabzawar, whither his increasing renown began to draw students from all parts of Persia. During the day he used to give 2 lectures, each of 2 hours' duration, on metaphysics, taking as his text either some of the writings of Mulla Sadra or his own notes. The rest of his time was spent for the most part in study and devotion. In person he was tall of stature, thin and of slender frame. His complexion was dark, his face pleasing to look upon, his speech eloquent and flowing, his manner gentle, unobtrusive, and even humble. His abstemiousness was such that he would never eat more than the limited number of mouthfuls which he deemed necessary, neither would he accept the invitations which he often received from the great. He was always ready to help the widow, the orphan, and the stranger, and ever exemplified in his demeanour the apothegm of Bu Ali Sina, Avicenna, Adrifu hashun, bashun, basamun, wa kaifala wa huwa farhanu bil haki wa bi kulli shay. The Gnostic is gentle, courteous, smiling, and how should it be otherwise, since he rejoices in God and in all things? The complete course of instruction in philosophy which he gave lasted 7 years, at the end of which period those students who had followed it diligently were replaced by others. Many, of course, were unable to complete their education, but on the whole nearly 1,000 satisfactorily accomplished it. Till within 3 days of his death, Haji Mullah Hadi never disappointed his eager audience of a single lecture, and he was eagerly engaged in teaching when struck down by the disease which terminated his life. The eager throng of students surrounded him in a circle while he was speaking of the essence and attributes of God, when suddenly he was overcome by faintness, and laid down the book which he held in his hand, saying, "I have so often repeated the word Hu, he, i.e. God, in which sense only the Arabic pronoun is used by Persians, that it has become fixed in my head, and my head, following my tongue, seems to keep crying Hu. Having uttered these words, he laid down his head and fainted, and 2 days later he peacefully passed away in the year Anno Hegira 1295, Anno Domini 1878. Sincerely mourned by those to whom he had been endeared alike by his learning and his benevolence. He was buried, according to instructions contained in his will, outside the Mashhad gate of Sabzawar. A handsome tomb has been raised over his grave by orders of the Grand Vizier, and the spot is regarded as one of great sanctity and is visited by numerous pilgrims. So died, after a noble and useful life, the sage of Sabzawar. His major works amount to about 17 in number, including an elementary treatise on philosophy, written in Persian, in an easy style, at the request of the Shah, and entitled Asrarul Hikam, Secrets of Philosophy. He was a poet as well as a metaphysician, and has left behind him a divan in Persian, as well as 2 long and highly esteemed versified treatises in Arabic, one on logic, the other on metaphysic. He had 3 sons, of whom the eldest, who was also by far the most capable, survived him only 2 years. The other 2 are still, 1893, living at Sabzawar, and one at least of them still teaches in the college on which his father's talents shed so great a lustre. The pupils of the sage of Sabzawar entertained for him an unbounded love and veneration. They even believe him to have been endowed with the power of working miracles, keramat, though he himself never allowed this statement to be made before him. My teacher, Mírzá Asad-Ullah, informed me, however, that the following was a well-known fact. Haji Mullah Hadi's son-in-law had a daughter who had been paralysed for years. One night, a year after the Haji's death, she saw him in a dream, and he said to her, "Arise, my daughter, and walk." The excessive joy which she experienced at seeing him and hearing these words caused her to wake up. She immediately roused her sister, who was sleeping beside her, and told her what she had dreamt. The latter said, "You had better get up and try if you can walk. Perhaps there is more in the dream than mere fancy." After a little persuasion, the girl got up and found, to her delight, that she really was able to walk quite well. Next day she went to the Haji's tomb to return thanks, accompanied by a great crowd of people, to whom her former affliction was as well known as her present recovery was obvious. Another event, less marvellous, however, than the above, was related to me as follows. When a detachment of the army was passing through Sabzawar, a soldier, who had been given a requisition for corn for the horses, drawn on a certain mullah, brought the document to Haji Mullah Hadi, and asked him in whose name it was drawn, as he himself was unable to read. The Haji looked at it, and knowing that the mullah who was therein commanded to supply the corn was in impoverished circumstances, and could ill support the loss, replied, "I must supply you with what you require. Go to the storehouse and take it." Accordingly, the soldier carried off as much corn as he needed, and gave it to the horses. In the morning, however, on entering the stable, the soldiers found that the corn was untouched. Inquiries were made whence it came, and on its being discovered that it was the property of the Haji, it was returned to him. This story soon gained currency and credence amongst the officers and men alike, and added not a little to the Haji's reputation, notwithstanding that he himself continued to make light of it, and even to deny it. It may not be amiss to give some details as to the course of study which those who desired to attend the Haji's lectures were expected to have already pursued, and the subjects in which they had to produce evidence of proficiency before they were received as his pupils. These preliminary studies were as follows. 1. Grammar, rhetoric, etc. Ebediyye, also called preliminaries. Muqaddamat. Under this head is included a competent knowledge of Arabic and its grammar, with ability to read such works as Jami's commentary, Suyyuti, and the Mutawwal. 2. Logic, mantic, as contained in such treatises as the Kubra, the Shamsiyya, and the Sharh-i Matalid. 3. Mathematics, including Euclid and astronomy, which is studied pari passu with logic. 4. Elements of jurisprudence, fiqh. 5. Scholastic theology, ilm-i kalam, as set forth in the following works. 1. The Hidayat of Maybudi, a concise but knotty compendium of the elements of this science in Arabic. 2. The Tajrid of Nasiruddin of Dus, with a commentary of Mullah Ali Kushji. 3. The Shawarik of Mullah Abdur Razzaq Lahiji, the son-in-law of Mullah Sadra. Those students who were able to show that they had acquired a satisfactory knowledge of these subjects were allowed to enrol themselves as the pupils of Haji Mullah Hadi, and to commence their study of metaphysic proper, hikmat-illahi, as set forth in his works and in those of Mullah Sadra. End of section 13.